I call the members to order, and the first item on our agenda this afternoon is questions to the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs. And the first question, Vicky Howells.
What action is the Welsh Government taking to encourage the recycling of food waste in Wales?
Thank you. Food waste recycling and prevention are promoted through the Recycle for Wales Behaviour Change campaign run by RAP Cymru, including the Love Food Hate Waste app. I'm discussing with local authorities the possibility of funding an enhanced behaviour change campaign to include further reinforcing these messages.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. It's certainly so important that we encourage households to maximise the recycling of food waste in Wales. I'm very proud of the fact that last year the anaerobic digestion facility at Bryn Peaker in my constituency transformed food waste into enough electricity to power more than 2,500 homes for the calendar year. How can the Welsh Government best promote the message that if households do create food waste, and public services and private businesses too, that it is properly recycled so that it can be harnessed to power homes and buildings?
It is really important that householders do understand what happens, and we've now got 99% of households able to put their food waste forward to be used in this way. RAP Cymru work with local authorities across Wales to increase food waste contribution for the anaerobic digester hubs, and last year one local authority saw food waste levels double as a result of the campaign, and the overall campaign approach has supported a drop in household food waste levels in Wales to lower levels than anywhere else in the UK. Again, we're leading on this. That's a decrease of 12%.
Russell George.
Cabinet Secretary, of course, I accept it's the job of local authorities to encourage residents to recycle their food waste. But can I ask you, Cabinet Secretary, what considerations you've given to a national Wales-wide campaign to encourage people to think about the way they shop and they plan their meals in regards to reducing food waste?
Well, I mentioned in my answer to Vicky Howells about the Love Food Hate Waste app. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's a new app that's just being published. I'm kind of in two minds about it. It's based on like Tinder, so it's sort of putting the two matches together, if you like. So if you've got a potato left over on this day and an egg left over on this day, how do you match them? But it's very early days, so we're having a look at how that's going. But I suppose it's innovative ways. It might appeal to younger people as well. So it's we're going to see how that campaign's going. But I think that might make people kind of think more about their shopping habits.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. Yes, going back to anaerobic digestion, Cardiff Council and the Vale of Glamorgan Council have they've had a joint operation to do this. I wondered if what you thought of the take-up of this kind of scheme by local councils. How has that been so far in Wales?
Well, anaerobic digestion is getting more popular, and we are seeing more. I've got one in my constituency. I think it was one of the first in Wales, and we certainly are seeing a few more. NRW are responsible for regulating them. You'll be aware of some issues. Having David raised some issues around this in business statement yesterday, I think. So we do need to see more of this, but it does need to be regulated in an appropriate way.
Question 2, Bethan.
Question 2, Bethan Jenkins. Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on progress regarding Technical Advice Note 20?
Diolch. I intend to republish a revised Technical Advice Note 20 on planning and the Welsh language before summer recess. The revised TAM will support the aims of the Government's new Welsh language strategy, Cymraeg 2050, and incorporate key messages from a new Welsh language risk assessment framework for major developments.
Diolch am hynny.
Thank you for that, but the previous consultation concluded in March of last year, which is 15 months ago now, and people are concerned that there is a lack of leadership in this area. So how do you expect councillors and the Planning Inspectorate to work on the higher status that came into force unless there is movement on this issue. And isn't it clear from the decision not to mention the Welsh language once in the letter on the Plenary development in Bangor, an application rejected by the council partly because of its language impact, that there is no priority for the Welsh language in that regard? How then do you as Minister intend the new technical advice note, when it is published, to take into account these issues, and will do so in a timely manner?
Well, I'm unable to comment on the Plenary appeal. Obviously, it's before Welsh Ministers for determination at the present time. I have to say the revised TAM won't include wholesale changes. I think the current version continues to provide sound advice to developers and local authorities in the meantime.
Andrew Arty-Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, obviously the ability to determine the TAN guidance as given by Welsh Government is a vitally important measure in any planning system. The role of community councils and parish councils in playing their part in determining applications is very much overlooked very often, and there is a lack of understanding exactly how the technical advice notes can assist town and community councils in making their deliberations more fruitful for the communities they serve. What work does your department undertake to assist in developing the understanding of the technical advice notes that are put out by the planning department, so that they can filter right the way through the planning system and communities can have confidence that their interests are being protected?
Well, we constantly monitor planning policy and TANs and obviously update guidance to local authorities. And the way it's disseminated then to community councils and parish councils is very important, because you say they do have an important role to play in planning applications. So that's work that officials do with local authorities, and that information is then disseminated down.
Questions now from the party spokespeople. Conservative spokesperson David Melding.
With Cabinet Secretary, Section 17 of the Planning Wales Act 2015 introduced a requirement for applicants to carry out pre-application consultations. I now been referred to them as PACs. With the community and technical consultees. Have you made any assessment of how this is operating now that it's been in place for 15 months?
That work is currently being undertaken.
I'm relieved that it is being undertaken, because this was an important reform to make the planning process more efficient and effective. And as members will know that it's a requirement on major developments such as housing developments of 10 or more houses or developments on a site of 1 hectare or more. Now, one of the prime intentions is to engage the local community and enable them to have their views heard on significant applications. And I wonder if you are going to instruct your department to make a careful assessment of how these community responses are being used to improve the planning process.
That will be part of the assessment and the monitoring, because I think it's very important that we do see an improvement in that area.
And I agree with you, because I think the advantage of a pre-planning process is the very real concerns a community may have can then be addressed and then can shape the application, but you know the thrust of the application can continue in a moderated, adapted form. Another thing I think you need to look at, because in the discussions I've had, for instance, with housing associations, architects and builders, is that the Act itself makes a requirement that developers should consult with specified persons or statutory consultees during the PAC stages. But of course, there's no requirement for these consultees to respond. But we are finding that sometimes no response comes in pre-application, and then an infrastructure company, a utility, all statutory consultees, then raise a major objection during the formal part of the planning application process, which is obviously undermining, or would undermine if this became common practice, the whole basis of these reforms. And it's important for the social and economic objectives we have for future generations that we improve planning and have proper, regulated, effective planning so our communities can thrive and flourish.
Yes, I don't disagree with you, and obviously that the implementation of the Planning Act, it's very important that we do see the improvements to which you refer.
Llefarydd Plaid Cymru, Simon.
Plaid Cymru spokesperson Simon Thomas. Thank you very much. Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary the Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee has published a report today on using snares in Wales. Many of the recommendations you will respond to in due time, of course, but I think there is one recommendation that you could respond to today. It's recommendation 7, which states that the use of snares which don't comply with your own government's code on land owned by the Welsh Government. I think this is a simple and positive step that you could take now to show leadership and to promote the use of snares which comply with your own code for efficiency and the welfare of wild animals. Will you confirm today that you're willing to do that?
I've received the report and haven't had the chance to read it yet, but as you say, I will be responding in the usual way. Regarding that, I would certainly hope to be able to do that. I think if we can't comply with our own code, then it's not worth having. So I would confirm that now.
Thank you for that positive response, and I look forward to reading your formal response too, but I do think that that shows the leadership which is necessary, and as you know, we need to use the snares that comply with the code. It's difficult to get hold of them, but you're giving some leadership there. If we could turn to energy now, we are still waiting, of course, for a decision on the Swansea Bay tidal lagoon. Since the election, I've written to Liz Truss, who now holds some of the purse strings in the Treasury, and I've urged her to proceed with the permission to lead in this area, and will put Wales in the vanguard of an industry which is sure to develop quickly. There's £1 billion available for Northern Ireland, partly to clear up their own mess on the wood energy scheme, which demonstrates clearly that the Treasury can provide funding when the will is there. What have you done, what's the Welsh Government done since the general election, therefore, to ensure that the tidal lagoon in Swansea Bay does proceed?
I think you have to accept, I think the UK Government being very tardy with their response to the Henry review and obviously their announcements around Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon. I wrote a fortnight ago again to Greg Clark asking when the response would be forthcoming. I think I picked up in the media today that those questions were sidestepped yesterday in the Houses of Parliament. I think we need to know what their position is. I think my first response I received from Greg Clark, it said that the UK Government would be responding in due course. Well, in due course means nothing to me. How long's a piece of string? So I do think we need to know. So as I say, I did write to Greg Clark about 2 weeks ago.
Well, thank you for confirming that, Cabinet Secretary, and I'm sure if necessary you will remind the Westminster Government that this Assembly has voted unanimously in favour of the plan, having seen and studied the independent review by Charles Henry conditioned by the previous Westminster Government, which said very clearly that this should proceed as a matter of a pathfinder project and at no cost almost, no pain, if you like, to Westminster to invest in that. There is one aspect of energy which is completely in your hands, and that is that around community schemes and hydropower. Now, my colleague, Sian Gwenllian, raised this with the First Minister yesterday. I'll raise it with you today, and I think we'll both be raising it until we get a satisfactory answer, to be honest, which is the effect of re-evaluation on hydroelectricity and hydro schemes in particular. I've had a letter from the British Hydropower Association which sets out that most hydro schemes, independent hydro schemes, and includes community ones, of course, would have previous rateable values of approximately 10% of their revenues, which is similar to other businesses. And they're now seeing those values as a result of the re-evaluation increase 2, 3 or 4-fold, and in some cases an increase of 900%. Now, this is clearly in danger of cutting off a source of investment for an important niche, perhaps, in some parts, but an important renewable energy industry we have here in Wales, and the potential for further expansion in Wales. So will you now discuss with the rest of the Cabinet, and particularly the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, to see whether some sort of relief can be put in place for renewable energy schemes such as these, similar to what's happened in Scotland, so we don't choke off this growing industry?
Yes, I'll be very happy to have that discussion with the Cabinet Secretary for Local Government and Finance, and then I'll update the member.
Llefarydd UKIP
UKIP spokesperson Neil Hamilton.
Last time I questioned Cabinet Secretary on Agriculture a few weeks ago. We were discussing regulations applying to agriculture post-Brexit, and the burden of my question was that we should reassess all regulations, see if we could reduce them where there were no substantial diminution in public benefit. Part of the Cabinet Secretary's answer seems to have caused a certain amount of consternation amongst some farmers, because she said, well, of course, this could mean an increase in regulation. And I'm hoping that today she might be able to put that into a bit of perspective. And I give one illustration of how in England at the moment, farmers are campaigning to relax hedge cutting restrictions in August. Of course, we don't have them in Wales. There's a short window of opportunity between harvesting summer crops and planting winter crops, and it creates problems for farmers if they can't do things like hedge cutting and other management issues in August. So that's an example of how having regulations that are more proportionate are in the interests of farmers, but not to don't cause any problems for public benefit.
Well, I think the consternation amongst farmers was increased by a bit of mischief-making from the Welsh Conservatives and the press release they put out. I think what I said was, I've got about 7,000 pieces of legislation and regulations in my portfolio. And I think I actually said a case-by-case basis. But what I was saying was we would not allow environmental standards, for instance, to slip. And, we could strengthen some in places if they were deemed to be needed. So, you're right, we need to look at it, very pragmatically to make sure that it is proportionate.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for that. But I'm afraid my reading list is not quite as extensive as hers. It does not extend to Conservative press releases. Can I raise a related issue? Because at the moment, the European Union is considering reducing permitted levels of zinc oxide, which is an important chemical in the post-weaning of pigs, to reduce problems with diarrhea. There doesn't seem to be any problem with zinc levels in the ground in Britain or in Wales, but if zinc oxides were to be banned or significant restrictions were to be introduced on their use, this could mean wider use of antibiotics, and that could obviously lead to microbial resistance. And calculations have been made that if you delayed weaning of piglets from 28 to 42 days as one means of compensating for not being able to use this chemical, that would cost half a litre per year per sow, which would be £156 per sow, which would be a significant diminution in farmers' incomes for those who specialise in pigs. So can the Cabinet Secretary tell me whether she is making representations on behalf of Welsh farmers against the current proposal on the table in the EU?
Well, that hasn't been raised with me, that issue, but I'd be very happy to look at it. And again, I could write to the member, but that's certainly, there's nobody in the pig industry that's raised that directly with me.
Good. I'll be happy to write to the Cabinet Secretary if she would appreciate that. At the current time, a lot of uncertainty obviously exists in rural communities about the impact of Brexit, and this uncertainty is likely to continue for some time. I think it's very important that we keep things in perspective, that we all hope, of course, there will be a deal at the end of the day which will, broadly speaking, preserve access to European markets as they exist now and vice versa. But isn't it important for us to recognise that agriculture, although a very important section of industry and the community, is very, very small in the context of national GDP. It's only about 2% in the UK, and the report which we're going to debate later this afternoon from the Climate Change Committee provides some useful figures on this, that GVA in Wales from agriculture is only £385 million, 0.69% of our Welsh national income. So whatever problems might be thrown up by the Brexit process, it should be perfectly possible to finance them from existing budgets once the ability of the British and Welsh governments is given to them to do so by leaving the European Union, with which, of course, we're in a substantial deficit. And so, therefore, farmers have very little to fear from Brexit, because we'll be able to finance whatever transitional difficulties arise.
Well, I'm afraid I don't share your rosy view of that. The agricultural sector is so important to Wales, and farmers are very concerned. I mean, they will have heard you and they can choose to believe you or not, but you know, we've only had assurance that we will have that funding for them till 2020. After that, there is a black hole. Those discussions are ongoing. We're putting an incredible amount of pressure on the UK government, who said Wales would not lose a penny if we were to leave the EU. So those are discussions I've had. I've already had an initial conversation with Michael Gove. I've made that view very clear to him also. So, you know, as I say, I don't share your rosy view. I do hope that funding does continue for them, and we will be fighting for them.
Question 3, David.
Question 3, David Reid.
Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the assessments taken by Natural Resources Wales in relation to the proposal of the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon?
Thank you. Natural Resources Wales is working closely with the developer on the proposed application, and the organisation has made significant progress on the marine licensing application. I understand the principal outstanding issue is the potential impacts on migratory fish and how to model these impacts, on which I'm unable to comment further due to my potential role in the licensing process.
Well, I thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary. And in your answer to Simon Thomas earlier, you highlighted the delays that the UK government has been experiencing, but with the general election now gone, perhaps we can see those delays and the excuses for those delays disappear. But the marine licence is an important issue, because those delays could disappear and we could have a decision by the UK government, but we still have a marine licence issue. Now, I spoke to Natural Resources Wales last week, and as you say, the discrepancies between the two ends are narrowing, but we need a timescale, I think, for this solution. Are you prepared now to meet Natural Resources Wales and give them a timescale to work to, so we can have a marine licence in place, either yes or no, we know a decision quickly?
Well, I do meet Natural Resources Wales at least once a month and have those discussions. There are no statutory deadlines set for marine licensing. I think the most important thing is that the company and NRW work very closely together, and they are doing that. I've been reassured on that point. But as I say, I do have an appellate role, so it will come to me if there is an appeal.
Darren Miller.
So, tidal lagoons, of course, are also an important feature which could be of benefit to the North Wales coastline in terms of economic development and in terms of coastal protection. But one of the things which potential developers are saying to me is that they could do with some seed funding in order to fund the research that might be necessary on an open source basis, available to for anybody to access, in order that they can take their projects forward. I wonder what discussions you have had with your colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for the Economy, on the possibility of the Welsh Government investing in that research in order to make some progress on the possibility of such a development off the coast of North Wales.
I am aware, obviously, of the plans for a further tidal lagoon in the Colwyn Bay area. I haven't had any specific discussions with the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure around this. What I think we really do need is that response from the UK government. We need it so that we're incredibly supportive of the principles of tidal lagoon. I think it's really important that the UK government also recognise that we have a big part to play in this. So, once we've had the response from the UK government, if there is then, we think, a need for that further research, we can certainly look at that.
Dai Lloyd.
Diolch, Llywydd.
Thank you, Llywydd.
Conservative DUP deal this week. I don't know if you've heard about that, Cabinet Secretary. And I note your earlier comments to Simon Thomas, but the tidal lagoon is vitally important to Swansea and Wales. And will you be specifically making representations to the Secretary of State for Wales on this matter, as well as one of 8 Welsh Conservative MPs who must now stand up for Wales? We have seen what 10 DUP MPs can do. What price Welsh Conservative MPs standing up for Wales?
Well, the member raises a very important point, and certainly when I next meet with Alan Cairns, I think that's a discussion we can have. But you will have heard the First Minister say yesterday he spoke to the Secretary of State for Wales on Monday, I think it was, when he will have raised that.
Question 4, Mohammed.
Question 4, Mohammed Ashkan.
Officer, what plan does the Cabinet Secretary have to evaluate the administration of the Glastier scheme in Wales, please?
Thank you. The administration of Glastier is reviewed annually, not least in preparation for European Commission scrutiny of the annual accounts. The effectiveness of the suite of Glastier schemes is evaluated through the Glastier Monitoring and Evaluation Programme, which is due to publish its final report shortly.
Thank you for the answer, Cabinet Secretary. Delayed Glastier scheme payments can have a significant detrimental impact on farm finances. According to the Farmer Union of Wales, by the 9th of May this year, 22% of claims for work done under Glacier last year still had not been paid, and the Welsh Government intention was to pay only 90% of claims by the end of May. Does the Cabinet Secretary accept it is essential that payments to compensate farmers for the work they have undertaken and the cost incurred are made within a reasonable time period, and what action will she take to speed up the payment process, please?
I do think farmers need that money as quickly as possible. However, you'll be aware that we, firstly, we concentrated on the basic payment scheme, and 90% of people received that funding on the first day that the window opened. In relation to Glacier, we said from the outset that we would start paying the Glacier payments in February. We actually started in January because we'd done so well on the basic payment scheme. We actually started a month early, and my officials have been working very hard to progress all but the most complex of Glacier cases by the end of this month, so by the end of this week. There'll be a small number of farmers who won't be paid this week, and they will be written to and explained why that is, but I hope very much that they will then, that will be completed by the end of July.
Cwestiwn 5, Dai Lloyd.
Question 5, Dai Lloyd. Thank you, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the Gower cockle industry?
The Gower cockle industry is an important fishery, which is why Welsh Government and Natural Resources Wales funded the study into the mortality issues. The recent announcement on the cockle research programme across Atlantic states will help us to understand and further develop the science and issues relating to the cockle mortality.
Thank you for that response. But although I welcome any efforts to try and establish the cause of cockle mortality in the area, you will be aware that the local cockle pickers and processors on Gower have declared that they have lost confidence in NRW to get to the root of the problem, and the saga, as you know, and certainly we're aware of this on the Gower Peninsula, has dragged on for many years now, and we need solutions for this ancient traditional industry. They didn't get those necessary answers in a study conducted in 2012. Why should they have more confidence this time?
Thank you. Well, this is an issue that certainly has been on my desk over the past year, and I've had meetings with Lee Waters and Rebecca Evans and Beth Ann Jenkins around this. You're right, the report, when it was published in 2012, did not give, also it couldn't identify a single clear cause of the increased mortality, but it did identify a small number of potential factors, and that included overcrowding and parasites and loss of condition in the cockles post-spawning. I think it's really important that we look at this new research that's currently being undertaken, and NRW are part of that. I mean, if you have anything specific that you would like to write to me on, I'd be very keen to see.
Lucy Davis.
Good afternoon, Cabinet Secretary. Natural Resources Wales, of course, has said that this new study is to try and deal with unanswered questions from the 2012 study. When I asked the First Minister about cockle deaths back in February, he said that investigations into cockle mortality in the Bury Inlet were continuing, and that a progress review of Welsh Government's investigation would be released by Natural Resources Wales when complete. Can you explain to me where that progress review fits into what looks like a new study? How does one inform the other? And it's a question essentially to make sure that we're not duplicating any expenditure here, particularly as we're looking at unanswered questions rather than repeating studies into answered questions.
Well, I haven't received a recent report from NRW, but I'm certainly happy to ask them what work they've got, and if they've got a report that can be shared with members in relation to that. This new research is the Atlantic Area Cockle Research is a major funding programme. I think it's €3.5 million, if I remember rightly. So, like you, I'd be very upset if there was money being spent in two ways, but I'll certainly clarify that for Susie Davis.
Thank you.
Lee Waters. Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, cockles have been harvested off the Gower Coast since Roman occupation. Yet over the last decade, there's been significant die-off of the cockle beds every year. I welcome the new study, which will hopefully address the shortcomings of the 2012 study. Cabinet Secretary, what more can your government do to ensure that the Penclouth cockle remains the best in the world and available for generations to come?
Well, the member will have heard my answer to Di Lloyd's initial question. And I think that's why it's important that we do keep taking forward research so that we get that scientific evidence. But you will have heard me say we need to look at the reasons for mortality, the increase in cockle mortality. I mean, one of the other things that I did pick up from NRW was that water quality wasn't a factor. So we need to find out what is causing this. And as I mentioned, there is no single clear cause was identified back in the 2012 study.
Question 6, Janet.
Question 6, Janet Finch-Saunders.
Cabinet Secretary make a statement on basic payment scheme payments.
Thank you. Welsh Government has once again led across the UK in delivering 2016 basic payments. Nearly 90% of eligible farm businesses were paid on the first day of the payment window. 15,435, that's 99.93% of farm businesses have received payments totalling £224.1 million, and there are now 11 eligible farm businesses awaiting their payment. Those claims are complex, or officials are waiting for information from the farm business.
Cabinet Secretary, in a recent WHQ response, you confirmed that 56 farmers were still waiting for their basic payment scheme funding. Now, it's not the first time I've had to raise this issue with the Welsh Government about the huge delays. The knock-on effect to our farmers and their families who are entitled to this money can be devastating, and it is a failure on the part of your government as regards due process. Cabinet Secretary, what steps are you taking to release this money and ensure this situation does not arise again next year?
Where is the money? And our farmers have waited long enough.
I don't think the member heard me with my initial answer, because as I said, it's now 11. I'm not sure the date of your previous written question, but it's now 11. And the fact that 90% of farm businesses had their payment on the very first day, on the 1st of December 2016. Most of the majority of farms that didn't receive their BPS were because of the cross boundaries between Wales and England, and it was down to, you can shake your head, but I can give you the evidence that it was down to Rural Payments England, not our rural payments. I said we've led the way, and we've now just got 11 eligible farms.
Llyr Griffith.
Diolch, Llywydd.
Thank you, Llywydd. On Monday, of course, we got the details of this agreement between the Conservatives and the DUP, and among other things, the agreement extended assurances on the level of farm payments and funding for farm payments to farmers in Northern Ireland till 2022, beyond the assurances that Wales has been given previously. May I ask, therefore, have you now had the same assurances for Wales, and if not, what are you doing to ensure that Welsh farmers are treated equally and equitably?
My answer to Neil Hamilton, I think I did say 2020, but we haven't had the same assurance that it is 2022. I think that's just in the cycle of the new Parliament.
Question 7.
Question 7, Neil Hamilton.
The Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the security of the Welsh fishing industry post-Brexit.
Thank you. Exiting the EU raises many questions and uncertainties for the future of Wales's fishing industry. Management of fisheries is devolved, and any post-exit arrangements must respect devolution. We are working closely with industry, communities and other partners across Wales to create dynamic, forward-looking Welsh fisheries policies.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that reply. Most people, I think, believe that the common fishing policy has been total economic, environmental and social disaster and has caused catastrophic damage to our marine ecology. Only somebody who doesn't have a coastline to his constituency could be as ignorant as the member for Blaenau Gwent. But in this respect, we've also seen the plundering by industrial fleets of our UK waters and the devastation of the British fishing industry, including that of Wales. Is it not vitally important that we recover the right to control fishing within the 6 to 12 mile limit, which is subject to the 1964 London Convention on Fishing, and it will be necessary to leave that convention in order to do so. Will the Cabinet Secretary assure Welsh fishermen that the Welsh Government will support that measure?
You'll be aware of our recently published white paper securing Wales's future, I'm sure, and that makes very clear that we need a fairer rebalancing of UK fishing quota. And, you know, Welsh vessels only hold about 1% of the quotas in the Welsh areas of interest, and that's simply not good enough. And we do expect the amount of fish available to Welsh vessels to increase. The Secretary of State was very clear that he expected UK fishermen to have an increased share of the fishing opportunities in the UK waters. And I will ensure that Welsh fishermen receive their fair share. I work very closely with the fishing industry, and we have made it very clear that we will continue to support them, because I think there are going to be many challenges ahead over the next couple of years, and there's going to be some significant change. You'll also be aware in the Queen's speech it was suddenly announced there was going to be an agricultural bill and a fisheries bill. We had no knowledge of that. But again, when I spoke to Michael Gove following the Queen's speech last Wednesday, I made it very clear that devolution must be respected, and decision-making on a UK-level issues are absolutely essential.
Paul Davis.
Cabinet Secretary, in your written statement regarding your meeting at the recent EU Fisheries Council to discuss European fishing opportunities for 2017, you refer to securing a modest increase to allow catches of 250 kilograms per month for netters in relation to commercial sea bass fishing. Can you provide an assessment of the impact this action has had in the first part of this year? And can you tell us what your intention is on this matter moving forward, given that stock remains in a recovering state?
I was going to say, I don't think it was that recent. It was probably about December. I will have to write to the member regarding the progress that we've made over the first part of this year.
Hywr Anker Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd, and I've seen the worst of European fisheries and negotiations, as the Cabinet Secretary has. But I have to say, it's complete codswallop, if that's not a worse pun in the world, to say that it hasn't had success. Because back in the mid-1970s, the peak of cod in North Sea was landed at 270,000 tonnes. By 2006, it was 44,000 tonnes due to overcapacity and overfishing for a diminishing stock. It is now, by the way, back to 165,000 tonnes, and the Marine Conservation Society is now looking to actually brand it as fit for sale on UK shelves. So when they get it right, they get it right. But could I ask the Cabinet Secretary, one, that there will be no withdrawal from actually sustainable fisheries, whether it's in Welsh waters or in partnership with the UK, but secondly, how feasible is it, in the discussions with the DEFRA Secretary of State, that repatriation of quota to UK fishermen and skippers will happen? Because there are certainly UK fishermen who fish in other EU waters, roughly a proportion of 1 in 4. But are we going to say that we're taking their quotas away while they can, in order to get rid of people out of our waters? What happens to Scottish fishermen who have the quotas and licensing in England waters? Are we going to push the southwest fishermen out of Welsh waters? These are difficult questions, and for anybody to pretend that this is as simple as give us our fish back is a joke.
I can absolutely assure the member regarding sustainable fishing that is absolutely top of the agenda. I haven't had those discussions yet with the Secretary of State. You'll be aware he's only been in post a couple of weeks, and I just had a very brief conversation. He did make it clear he's coming to the Royal Welsh Show, so those are discussions that I'm sure can take place that day also. I have to say fisheries is one of the most complex areas, I mean the member will know, within my portfolio, but I have to say the negotiations that we have as a UK, the UK government and the 3 devolved administrations, it was very good to see the work, and it's kind of led me to believe that those UK frameworks that we are perhaps seeking to have as we negotiate coming out of the EU, those negotiations can work, and I think we do have a framework that works very successfully that we can follow.
Question 8, Mark.
Question 8, Mark Reckless.
Cabinet Secretary, provide an estimate of the number of farms suffering from bovine TB that are able to remove and humanely kill infected badgers.
We will consider a test and remove intervention on the 50 to 60 farms that have a persistent TB breakdown after a full veterinary epidemiological investigation has shown that cattle measures have been fully applied and that badgers are the probable source of infection.
I know those 50 to 60 farmers will appreciate that opportunity. Could the Cabinet Secretary say perhaps on what timescale they might be able to do that, whether she then expects there to be expansion of those numbers? And can she also confirm that it's only infected badgers that will be humanely killed? And does she agree with me that actually can be the humane thing to do for the badger rather than letting it loose to die and suffer from TB?
On your latter point, yes, it will be only the infected badgers. And I do think it will be good for the badger population, and I think I made that very clear in my statement on bovine TB last week. In relation to the 50 to 60 farms, those are the farms that are in that chronic TB breakdown, some of them for 16, 17 years, that will have these bespoke plans. So at the current time, we have about 10 of those bespoke plans that are more or less completed. So they will then be able to start that process, have that veterinary assessment that I referred to in my initial answer. So this is now ongoing. We are now rolling that out. From October the 1st, we'll be rolling most of the refreshed eradication programme that we discussed in the Chamber last week.
Question now.
Question 9, Susie Davis.
Will the Cabinet Secretary outline the expectations placed on local authorities as a result of the local air quality management in Wales guidance?
Thank you. I issued new guidance this month and will follow it up with a letter to all incoming local authority administrations next week, highlighting their air quality management duties and the importance of following the principles of our Future Generations legislation and of meeting deadlines setting guidance for reporting and action planning.
Thank you for that very helpful answer, actually. It was 15th of June, I think, actually, you issued the guidance. And in that guidance, there's an obligation on local authorities to plan for the long term and prevent problems from getting worse or arising in the first place. And now, this is before your letter, but just 4 days later, on the 19th of June, Swansea Council's Cabinet Member for the Environment said that the local authority is fully compliant with all air quality legislation. Now, obviously, following guidance helps people comply with legislation. So considering that Swansea's monitoring system, which is meant to reduce localised air pollution, is still not up and running despite being installed in 2012, can you say that Swansea Council is complying with legislation? Maybe perhaps does your guidance need to go a little bit more further in its explicitness, if that's a word? Thank you.
You're right, I did issue policy guidance on the 15th of June because that coincided with Clean Air Day. So that was the reason for doing that. And I wanted, as I say, to bring their management regimes into line. I will be writing to them again next week, so specifically in Swansea's case, I can ask those specific points.
Jenny Rathbone.
Sadly, I'm afraid that Cardiff is not compliant with air quality legislation. And the spotlight was on Cardiff in a television programme yesterday about the amount of housing that's being developed around Cardiff without the transport links to go with it. Is it your view that the local authorities, in carrying out their planning duties, need to bear in mind the need for connectivity when they're developing new communities, so that they're not actually massively increasing their pollution problem? And obviously the metro plays a huge part in ensuring that we aren't all drowning in poisonous air.
Thank you. Yes, and I picked up today in the media that the leader of Cardiff City Council was talking about the need for more public transport use and cycling in relation to the issue you raised. We know transport really does not help with air quality, particularly in urban areas. And you know, we had a debate yesterday on decarbonisation of the public sector. Well, this is, you know, so much a part of the decarbonisation agenda, and I mentioned that we've set up a ministerial task and finish group, of which the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure sits on. And one of the things we're going to discuss at our next meeting is low carbon vehicles, for instance, because it's so important that as we make that transition into low carbon economy and in relation to transport, these are taken into account in relation to our air quality.
Mike Hedges.
Diolch. Air quality on the Neath Road, Harvard in Swansea is amongst the worst in Wales due to both its importance as the main road from the north-east into Swansea city centre and its topography. I welcome the move of a distributor road which will reduce air pollution on the Neath Road. And does the Cabinet Secretary agree a bypass is not the solution to all problems of poor air quality, but in some cases and certain circumstances where the road is a major road and the topography is such that nothing else can be done, that it can be?
I agree with you, but I have to say we do need to do more to tackle emissions from vehicles in urban areas. So I very much welcome measures which do help reduce public exposure to air pollution, and that includes infrastructure projects such as you referred to. I know the Morva Distributor Road in Swansea is due to be completed in the very near future. That's been supported by Welsh Government via our local transport fund in recent years.
Question 10, Mohammed Ashkan.
10, Mohammed Ashkan.
Officer, will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on measures to tackle river pollution in Wales, please?
Thank you. The River Basin Management Plans, published in 2015, include detailed assessments of all Welsh rivers and measures that we are taking to improve their quality. Currently, 37% of our rivers achieve good status under the Water Framework Directive, and we aim to increase this to 42% by 2021.
Thank you for the reply, Cabinet Secretary. One of the duties of the Natural Resources Wales is to monitor the health of Welsh rivers and take action against those who pollute it or pollute them. Figure shows that the Natural Resources Wales received nearly 6,900 reports of river pollution between 2013 and 2016. About 60% of these reports were investigated, but resulted in only 41 prosecution and 10 civil sanctions. Does the Cabinet Secretary believe that Natural Resources Wales is fit for purpose, and what action will she take to improve protection of Welsh waters and Welsh rivers from pollution? Thank you.
Certainly in the year I've been in this portfolio, we've seen an increase in the number of, particularly of significant pollution incidents in our watercourses, most notably in the Tevi in West Wales and also the Honddu in Monmouthshire. I do think NRW are fit for purpose. I expect them to fully use their legal powers. In dealing with these cases, I know they are sometimes frustrated that so few, come to prosecution. I think there's a really big piece of work to be done around pollution of farms. You'll be aware agricultural pollution is often a cause, and that's the discussions that I have with farmers. I've just gone out to consultation in response to, in relation to MDZs, and we'll be coming forward with a statement in the autumn. So I think, as I say, there is a big piece of work to be done, and it's a piece of work that we are undertaking.
Adam Price.
The Cabinet Secretary will recall the incident in my constituency with Valero and the leak of oil into Nant Pibwr. Now, at the time, NRW had carried out a number of tests in terms of the soil and the water, and they said that they weren't able to publish the results in case they needed to use those in any legal proceedings. Now, can the Cabinet Secretary give us an update whether that data is now available for publication, and has NRW decided what legal steps they are to take in this case?
The last time I discussed this with NRW, which is probably about 5 weeks ago, I would say, certainly they weren't still in a position to publish it, but I'll be very happy to put it on the agenda for my next meeting with NRW and update Adam Price via a letter.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The next item is questions to the Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children. And the first question, Hefin David.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the support available for veterans in Caerphilly?
Our programme for government Taking Wales Forward makes clear our commitment to supporting armed forces veterans in Wales, which includes those living in Caerphilly.
I know, Cabinet Secretary, first-hand from my constituency casework that the issues faced by veterans range from housing, homelessness to healthcare. And research carried out by Swansea University and the Forces in Mind Trust has suggested that veterans may be more at risk than non-veterans of developing gambling problems. And this vulnerability may be related to experience of prior traumatic events. Gambling is a complex addiction and has many contributing factors, and perhaps it should be treated in the same way as alcohol and drug addiction. As the Cabinet Secretary with responsibility for policy in relation to the armed forces and veterans in Wales, will you work with your colleague, the Minister for Social Services and Public Health, to look at the health and wider impact of problem gambling among veterans so that their particular needs can be addressed and they're able to access any appropriate help that may be available?
Indeed, that raises a very important point there, and I was pleased last week to be at the launch of the Veterans Gateway Service, a one-stop shop for veterans and family members to access services and support in one place. And of course, there are lots of agencies that veterans can be signposted into. We have a cross-cutting theme across government in terms of supporting veterans, and I'm pleased that I also chair an advisory group which veterans sit on in terms of making sure that they give me proper advice, proper quality advice in terms of their needs, and I will ask them to consider that in the near future.
Mohammed Ashkar.
Madam Presiding Officer, Cabinet Secretary, last week the Conservative government in Westminster announced that a new 24 hours helpline for armed forces services veterans from across United Kingdom returning to civil life would be based in Nantigrove. This helpline will provide a one-stop shop offering guidance on housing, employment, finance, mental and physical health, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Will the Cabinet Secretary join me in welcoming this announcement, which will greatly improve the support available for veterans in Caerphilly, Wales and the United Kingdom as a whole? Thank you.
Well, I'm glad the member raised that very issue today. I was at the launch of the Nancarrow event only last week, and it was well attended. And of course, I know your colleague Darren Miller does an awful lot with the armed forces too in the cross-party group. I would say this very important 24-hour helpline is an important one, and I was very pleased to show my support when the launch was taken forward last week.
Question 2,
Question 2, Hefin David.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on Welsh Government support for Armed Forces Day?
Thank the member for his question. We are proud to contribute annual funding support to deliver Armed Forces Days in both North and South Wales.
Okay. Hiwarangi Davis says there's a theme emerging, but it's a slightly different focus. I was delighted to attend the Armed Forces Day celebrations in the Owen Glendower Fields in Caerphilly on Saturday, and the First Minister attended together with the Secretary of State for Wales. It was a great pleasure to see many festivities, such as a Spitfire flying past, a march of the Regimental Band of the Royal Welsh, and members of the Women's Royal Army Corps was present and celebrating their centenary this year. Will the Cabinet Secretary join me in welcoming the support given to Armed Forces Day in 2017 by the Welsh Government, by the UK Government, by local authorities and numerous community and voluntary groups, and indeed by many members of the public? Will he also agree that we must continue not only to support Armed Forces Day, but also the services on which veterans in our communities depend after leaving the forces, so that they can access the best services that they deserve? Of
course, and I pay tribute to the many reservists and armed forces families and serving personnel right the way across the UK and the world, and we should be very proud of our history and support for them. I know the First Minister attended the Caerphilly event also with the member, and we were very pleased again to make support for that. I've recently been informed that next year Conway County Borough Council have been successful in their application to host the National UK Armed Forces Day, to which the Welsh Government will be provided £135,000 of contribution for them to deliver this prestigious event.
Nick Ramsey.
I'm grateful to Hefin David keeping the focus on this issue this afternoon. Cabinet Secretary, last week I attended a Fly the Flag for Our Armed Forces event at Monmouthshire County Council's headquarters just outside Usk, and it was a very well-attended event, and it goes to show how much not just Assembly members but people across Wales want to honour our armed forces and recognise the very difficult job that they do. I understand that on Armed Forces Day, Stagecoach offered free travel to Armed Forces personnel carrying an ID card and to veterans carrying a veteran's badge I think Stagecoach have signed a covenant to support the armed forces community. I think that's a really worthwhile type of programme. Is that something that Welsh Government have been supporting and would look to support more in the future?
Of course, we have the armed forces covenant in place right across Wales and the UK, actually, and all local authorities are taking part of that. And it's based locally. We have free swimming for some veterans in areas which the Welsh Government support. I take advice from the Ministerial Advisory Group from the Armed Forces, and they certainly tell me about how welcome they feel in Wales and how more we can do to contribute and recognise the service that they've been engaged in across the world.
Caroline Jones.
Cabinet Secretary, we celebrate Armed Forces Day each year in order to reaffirm our sincere appreciation for those who serve in the armed forces and to show our support for the men and women who put their lives on the line to protect our country and our way of life. I was delighted when the UK Government and the DUP reaffirmed the Government's commitment to the Armed Forces Covenant. In this spirit, Cabinet Secretary, will you reaffirm your Government's commitment to the Covenant and ensure that service families and veterans are given whatever support they need, which is, after all, a small price to pay for this sacrifice?
Of course, and what I can say is that in Wales we are very much at the forefront of delivery for our veterans and armed forces families, and we have many schemes in place. We invest £585,000 per annum into the Veterans NHS scheme, working purely with veterans to access services. 2,900 referrals through the scheme received. Also, I would ask the member also to perhaps put her influence into the UK Government, where in Wales, since April of 2016, a higher disregard of £25 per week, disregard for veterans receiving war disablement pensions when accessing all forms of social care. And from 2017 of April, a full disregard will apply to this. That happens in Wales, but not in England yet.
Cwestiynau nawr gan Lefa.
Questions now from the party spokespeople. UKIP spokesperson Gareth Bennett.
I note that in the Welsh Government's legislative programme, you're now proposing to legislate in the area of letting agency fees, which I think is a welcome development. There was support from various opposition parties and some members of your own party for this, so I'm glad that you are now moving towards legislating in this area. Now, I know you needed to consider evidence from elsewhere before you took any action. I wondered where your considerations had led you to. I know there were possible issues over whether, if letting agency fees were banned, it would lead to rents being pushed up instead. I know that research was undertaken about the effects of doing this in Scotland, so I wondered what your thoughts were on this or any other related issue.
I'm very pleased I can count on the support of the UKIP members in taking forward our legislation on letting agency fees. It is our intention to introduce that, as the First Minister made clear yesterday. The sticking point was purely that of displacement of cost, and we had to be convinced that the displacement of cost wasn't attributed to the rental on letting agents, and I know many members, including Jenny Rathbone on our benches, has been keen to pursue this very issue.
Yes, thanks for that. And I hope that the legislation is taken forward and is ultimately effective. Going on to another issue that was covered in Taking Wales Forward, nursery places. There was a Welsh Government commitment to providing 30 hours a week of free childcare for working parents of 3- and 4-year-olds. The intention was to pilot new schemes starting this coming September to cover approximately 10% of eligible families. So I wondered what information there was about where the pilots will take place and on what basis your decision was taken as to why to initiate in those particular areas.
I've issued several statements on the childcare pledge, and I'm really looking forward to the start of that programme developing from September of this year. Indeed, in Blaenau Gwent, in my colleague Alan Davis's constituency, the whole of Blaenau Gwent will be considered as a pilot scheme, and therefore our young children having free childcare places for working parents. This is the most dynamic and childcare pledge in the whole of the UK, which we're starting to pilot here in Wales. I would refer the member to my statement in terms of the areas that this will be conducted in. That was chosen by offers made by local authorities in terms of which could come forward with the scheme at this point in time. But let me give reassurance to the member, all authorities across Wales by the end of this term of government will have full coverage of our childcare pledge in Wales.
Thanks for that, and I look forward to that happening. Just moving on to an issue that we talked about last week in the aftermath of the Grenfell Towers disaster. Now, I know you made a statement on this to the Chamber, so we have discussed these issues. One thing that has arisen as a possible problem in tackling regulation in Wales is the split of responsibilities between yourself and your colleague Lesley Griffiths, in that Lesley Griffiths' responsibilities, I believe, cover the building regulations side, whereas you're in charge of fire and rescue services and community fire safety. So I just wondered what your thoughts were on that and how you would tackle the difficulty of that split.
Let me give reassurance to the member again. There is no difficulty in terms of responsibility within the Welsh Government on this. I am the lead minister of this, including the building regulations side of the fire risk to any properties in Wales. I have had several meetings with the UK Government and Scottish and English counterparts on this, and this is a very live issue which we are taking very seriously. I work very closely with Lesley Griffiths' department, but I am the lead minister.
Llyfarydd Plaid Cymru.
Plaid Cymru spokesperson Bethan Jenkins.
It's been 3 months since the announcement of the 1,600 capacity men's prison in Port Talbot. And I just wanted to probe further on your response from last time I raised this. You said, I didn't believe that you were clear and forthright enough when you made a statement to the Assembly on March the 22nd regarding the level of engagement that you had with the MOJ. The Prisons Minister has confirmed in a letter dated May the 31st to me that your department proactively helped the MOJ to identify sites, and that's a little bit more than had discussions, which was all that you said at the time. On March the 22nd, you also said, and I quote, "There are many questions that remain unanswered by the MOJ. Since it has been confirmed by the Prisons Minister that you were engaged in the process before the news became public, why don't you have more answers regarding the MOJ's intentions?"
I think the member's been rather overzealous in her questioning to me. I was very clear to her. I had one discussion with the Prisons Minister prior to his announcement, which was on the day. Indeed, my team and the team of other officials from another department were engaged with the Prisons Minister's department in terms of deciding on offering sites which were available right across the South Wales region, which I know the member is clear on also.
Can I just ask then, why did you just have one conversation? If you had offered those sites, surely it would have been good for you as a Cabinet Secretary to be proactive in actually taking on some of the concerns that you would have prior to that public announcement. I've seen a list of quite a number of sites that have clearly been given by your department. Were questions raised such as, was this a Category C prison needed? The Wales Government's Governance Centre has proven in research that such a size of a prison is not necessary for Wales. There's no women's prison, so why not have conversations with the MOJ with regards to expansion in that regard? Can I just get an idea as to what ongoing conversations you're having to satisfy the people of Port Talbot that you're making every effort to make them aware of releasing the land, where that location will be? Hopefully it won't be happening, but where the location you have identified will be, and how they will be kept informed of the process ongoing via yourself, not just the UK Government.
I think the member is trying to relate to is the fact that trying to develop an argument that this is our project. It is our project, and it is the same exactly with any other business investment that comes to Wales, whether it's private or public sector. An engagement process takes place on land availability, and that is an action that takes place on a daily, weekly basis here. I recognise the point the member makes in terms of once the decision has been made by the UK Government, our engagement process has to start there about the ability for what we think is appropriate for Wales. And I've had and started that discussion currently. But it wouldn't be fair to say that the decision of making a prison site here in Wales was a Welsh Government one. This is an application coming from the UK Government.
it would have been within your gift to have allocated that land for something else prior to now having a prison. So that's something that we'll argue about again in the future. I want to have one question about fire safety. Although you said last week that there was no buildings with that particular type of cladding used in the Grenfell Tower, the BBC reported yesterday that tower blocks were being tested for similar aluminium composite material, ACM cladding, such as in ABMU Health Board. I'd like to clarify a number of things, if you could, because statements from the Welsh Government have been less clear than they should have been in recent days. For example, you've initially suggested the testing was voluntary. You said last week that you had urged local authorities who want to test cladding to do so. Do you think a stronger statement from the get-go would have been better? There hasn't been much clarification since. Welsh Government has said that it is telling local authorities who suspect use of ACM in tower blocks that they need to test their buildings. But a Welsh Government spokesperson also added that the Welsh Government does not have the powers to compel any local authority to test their buildings, but added that it was encouraging them to do so. I'm seeing a variety of words: need, encourage, compel. Can I get some clarity on what is actually being done and what you have the power to actually do, so that we can satisfy in our minds that with regards to Welsh buildings that we're doing all we can?
Okay, let's take the 2 points that the member raises. First of all, the member's incorrect in her assertion that to say that I had an option in terms of the land issue regarding the prison, and the member said we will discuss this at a further date. I'm more than happy to do that. The second point, a very important one in regards to fire safety. My understanding through advice is that I don't have the powers to compel authorities or RSLs to make tests, because they're an entity of themselves. But what I have done is had contact with all of these. I don't believe it is in any of the interests of the RSLs or local authorities not to test where they see or present risk. And that hasn't come back to me in terms of where they wouldn't do that, and that discussion continues. The advice I received last week is, and it stands today, that the ACM product that was used on the Grenfell fire disaster is not in place in any of our buildings here in Wales, but there are ACM panels which I have also instructed authorities to have tested on the basis of fire integrity. I'm seeking advice from my senior fire advisor and a panel of individuals who can give us a professional advice on the integrity of buildings. But I think we are learning more each day, and I had a long conversation with the UK administration yesterday about ACM product, about insulation, about integrity of whole units, and that's what we've got to consider here, is making sure that the first and foremost position for myself as Minister with responsibility is the safety of residents in these premises.
Llefarydd y Ceidwadwyr.
Conservative spokesperson Mark Isherwood.
Clywyd. In the summer edition of the Bevan Foundation's Exchange newsletter, the director of the Bevan Foundation, in an article entitled Learning to Love Local, says the January 2017 White Paper Reforming Local Government, Resilient and Renewed, once again focuses on collaboration, and she then says essentially the public is being asked to agree to major changes in how local services are delivered without knowing how they can make their views heard, which clearly falls more into your portfolio. The Building Communities Trust is working with the Talon network of Welsh third sector organisations and the community branch of the Union Unite, identifying the key factors in developing the community resilience at local level that would deal with the issue raised by the Bevan Foundation, and state that they've already engaged with ministers and civil servants in the Welsh Government on these issues, which include looking at the Rhondda Cundon Taff public services model, working with the third sector to develop a local community wellbeing approach using asset-based community development. That's people's strengths. And they go on to say that independent community organisations are well placed to effectively deliver local services from social care to family support, employability and hosting these provision by others. I wonder if you could tell us what discussions you've therefore had with this organisation and their partners and what actions, if any, might result from that.
I haven't had a conversation with those particular organisations, but I will check to see whether my team have. In terms of the first point on local government reorganisation. I think what's important is that there will be a consultation process which Mark Drayford will lead on, and not myself, but I do have conversations with Mark about community resilience and what that looks like. I think the member is right in terms of local need and local influence has to have a purpose in developing policy and delivery of services. We are working in a very different financial environment as we stand, and therefore I would encourage third sector organisations or local organisations to get engaged with the PSBs. And a good example the member raised about the RCT one, the Rhondda Cynon Taf PSB is something that I'm engaged with very closely in terms of delivering a children's zone within that particular area. They're taking that as part of their wellbeing assessment.
Thank you. I think the key message from that project was the need for independent third sector organisations to be involved in design and delivery with the statutory sector, adopting models which weren't introduced originally in a situation of budget constraint or austerity, whatever you want to call it. They were introduced because they made lives better. One of the organisations, as an example, that's working in communities with young people to unlock those assets, those strengths, is Scouts Cymru. They've carried out a number of independent evaluations. An independent assessment in 2011 found that 89% identified that Scouting had helped them build key skills, including social, team working and leadership. A more recent report on the employability of young people in Scouting found that this had helped them develop the skills they need in work and could help their future employability. And this year, Edinburgh University released the results of a study into mental well-being, finding the positive impact on those who participated in scouting or guiding throughout their lives. The concerns been raised by Scouts Cymru that in Flintshire, I'm not picking on Flintshire, it's just that they tell me it's thus far the only county that's done this, regarding the removal of discretionary rate relief from Scout groups and the impact that's going to have particularly on young people from poorer backgrounds. And they've also been refused access to the hardship fund, where they say the work they're doing is actually providing assets to the community and helping the local authority do more with the resource available. Well, you may not want to be specific about Flintshire, but what actions can you take to engage with local authorities to recognise that projects such as this are actually part of doing things better and not an easily disposable cost?
Of course, and I think there are a couple of points there in regards to the independence of organisations. I and the member meets many independent organisations that do a great job on a day-to-day basis in all of our communities, but we just can't fund them all. But access to projects and access to influence is something that I would share with the member in terms of developing wellbeing strategies for local authorities. It's a good idea, and the member alludes to Scouting Cymru, as in Girl Guides, all have a positive effect in general on the mental well-being of young people and health. I support that. In regards to the very specific question, Flintshire aside, I think actually I am familiar with the issue the member raises, and I think one of the Scout groups involved in that, the actual cost, and while the principle I recognise the member is raising here about a general principle of investment, I think the actual cost to the Scout group is £1 per week in terms of the increase in their rateable value or the rate that costs. I think it's around that number. Notwithstanding that, I do recognise that the value of Scouts and other organisations have to be considered by a very challenged financial settlement for local authorities. But I do, and I think they do also value the contribution that they make to our communities.
Well, finally, in the context of helping local authorities and other public sector bodies understand how this actually can improve lives, it's about early intervention and prevention and save money for the statutory services they provide. So it's actually part of that agenda. You might be aware, and if not, hopefully you will be now, in Flintshire, as has happened elsewhere in Wales, there's going to be a third sector conference on the 7th of September, co-production in practice, looking at the principles of co-production, early intervention, adverse childhood experiences, strengthening and empowering the third sector, building resilient communities. You may be already aware, I asked that you be invited, but if not and your diary is free, would you consider attending?
Of course, I am aware of that event, and I will give that some further consideration. as the member will appreciate, and his diary does get rather busy times, but if I can come along, I will do. Look, I'm absolutely in the same space as the member in terms of early intervention and prevention, but we've got to work at this together, because you coming to us and saying, look, the waiting times in some of our hospitals is increasing, and the pressure there, where my colleagues will have to react to that because there's a political will around that. But actually, if we have a clever investment up front in our young people, and that's what as a children's minister I'm trying to do on a daily basis, we can actually prevent some of the A&E or the longer term illnesses, but we've got to work together. We can't be critical at both ends. This is a transition of support for families and individuals, and I hope the member can get on board and support us with that.
Question 3, Bethan.
Question 3, Bethan Jenkins.
Cabinet Secretary outlined what the Welsh Government is doing to improve community cohesion in Wales in light of recent terror-related incidents.
Thank the member for her question. Our regional community cohesion coordinators and my community safety officials are working hard with our partners to provide reassurance. This includes monitoring and responding quickly to community tensions, and in longer term we are working to foster cohesion, tolerance, respect, and to support communities to prevent hostility and extremism.
Thank you. I asked you questions on this a few weeks ago, and this was before the terror attack on Muslims at Finsbury Park Mosque by a British man living in Cardiff. And it shows we need to take a different approach to looking at addressing these issues. It's not just about expecting ethnic minority communities to look inside their own practices and how they operate. It's about how we can all play a part in activating community cohesion. So I'm trying to understand, since that attack, what have you been doing to try and make sure that we work progressively together here in Wales, so we don't have people from Wales carrying out these attacks, and identifying where they are taking part in online discussions of this nature, that we can get to grips with this particular issue.
Of course, and I regret heavily that the fact that this person came from Cardiff and committed this tragic attack. Can I say that this isn't a switch-on moment for us in Wales? We've been doing lots of work with our communities, and that one person was one of 3 million people that live in Wales. Some of I've met with the senior police team, and I met with the Faith Forum this week as well, trying to understand what needs, how do we need to shift resources in terms of making a more tolerant, cohesive society. We perhaps have concentrated very much on very specific groups of people, when actually we perhaps need to broaden that out about acceptability, and that's something that I'm looking for further advice from that team of people.
Darren Miller.
Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, I know I know there's a great deal of engagement which goes on with faith communities in Wales and the Welsh Government, and that's work that I know is greatly valued by faith communities, but I think it is important that representative bodies, whether they be Christian or Muslim, in that faith communities forum represent the plethora of voices on behalf of their communities, because we all know that there are differences of opinions, different denominations, etc. And I'm not confident that actually those are always represented around that table. And I wonder what work you are doing to ensure that they are inclusive of the faiths that they represent.
We have regular conversations, actually, with the Faith Forum, which is chaired by the First Minister, often has discussions with representatives of the sector and who they are representing. In fact, I remember a discussion from the last meeting about a group that felt their voices weren't as strong as they could be, and how we were going to address that. And what I'd like to do is make sure that the people who are represented around the table can actually embed the voice of the many around there. If there is a very specific group of people that you're concerned about, please drop me a line.
David Rees.
Cabinet Secretary, your answer, Bethan Jenkins, I think has highlighted the issues about this radicalism can arise in any sector, it's not just particular sectors. So do you agree with me that actually we need to undertake a measure to prevent radicalisation of young people from the hard right, racist, extremist views, and what are you doing about that?
Of course, and, as I said to Bethan Jenkins, this isn't about one particular group of people. Actually, many of the referrals that come through the Prevent programme in Wales relate to far-right extremism as well, and that's something I know the police are very keen to make sure they tackle on the front-line staff are given training to look at this in the public sector. The new Welsh Baccalaureate for schools and colleges includes an option which helps support teachers and tutors also in facilitating safe and constructive discussions amongst learners on topics around extremism and community cohesion. And I think this is a job of starting very early to ensure that our young people are tolerant as we grow up. They are the future, and if we can embed that as a natural instinct to be tolerant, then I think that's the way we need to do. Invest in our young people.
Cwestiwn 4, Simon.
Question 4, Simon Thomas. What discussions has the Cabinet Secretary held regarding the funding of community groups in light of the decision to bring Communities First to an end?
For the question, a wide-ranging engagement exercise was held with individuals, organisations and community groups across Wales on the Government's new approach to resilient communities. It's now for the lead bodies to engage with third sector delivery partners and local communities on their transition arrangements in line with our guidance.
I thank the Minister for that reply. Turning from the general to the specific, I know that the forum in Pen Park are looking forward to welcoming the Minister visiting in September, I think. And if he looks around the new building outside, he'll see, first of all, he'll see the place where I live, but then more importantly, he'll see the place where people have lived in Pen Park for at least 3,000 years, which is Pendinas Hill Fort, which is one of the most significant hill forts in mid-Wales and an underutilised tourist attraction for Aberystwyth and the whole area, it has to be said. Now, the forum there are very interested in developing ideas in which they become part of the custodians of that hill fort, in that it brings the community together, it raises community pride, it tells a story of the community that's there, it involves young people, it involves a potential of outdoor benefits, and of course it could become a way of attracting tourists and visitors to the area. So in terms of heritage and this particular undervalued and underused aspect perhaps of community cohesion, what discussions can he have with Ken Skates in advance of his visit in September about how we can bring the community together in Pen Park and work together with the statutory bodies and the local community to make the very best of one of the greatest natural assets we have?
Indeed, and I am very familiar with that area. It won't be my first visit to Pen Park, indeed. I would ask the member also to have a conversation with Hannah Blythen, who is also very keen on developing structures. Flint Castle is in the Communities First area in North Wales. Again, people engaging in that sector of community embedding respect and opportunities in those fields. I will talk to Ken Skates, of course, prior to my visit, on the basis that you've told me that's what the discussions may lead to. But I'm encouraged by the members' positivity, but more importantly, I'm encouraged by the residents and members of Pen Park because they've seen an opportunity, post Communities First, to develop an opportunity for the future.
Mark Isherwood.
Yeah. Well, 6 years after you chose not to be advised by the Wales Council Voluntary Action Report, Communities First, A Way Forward, which said the missing ingredient was community ownership. £500 million after having gone into the programme, you telling the Equality, Communities and Local Government Committee last week that the programme would not be replaced, that the record of its work in Wales' most deprived areas had been mixed, and that the figures aren't moving. And that you've now said that joined-up government would ensure all spending decisions would have tackling poverty in mind, which of course is what you and your predecessors have consistently said. But how are you engaging with the Wales Council Voluntary Action and its partners on this agenda to ensure that that missing ingredient doesn't remain missing as we move forward?
Well, look, I'm extremely proud of the Communities First programme that took place across our communities. The staff and volunteers across those programmes should be congratulated on what they did. They've stopped our communities getting poorer, for what I believe, and making sure that there is an opportunity to move on with the legacy funding that I announced earlier this year. It is now for the partnerships locally to determine what their wellbeing assessments are for those communities, and we're working very closely with them to ensure that we have the best available opportunities. Ken Skates and I, Ken is the lead minister on tackling poverty, and we believe fundamentally that the route out of poverty is quality jobs and skills, and that's what we will be pursuing with vigour across all our communities across Wales.
Mark Isherwood.
How is the Welsh Government utilising the assets in our communities to tackle inequality?
Our regeneration and infrastructure projects focus on tackling inequality. The Communities Facility Programme, for example, provides capital grants for community-led projects.
Thank you. Well, building on the theme of the last few questions, but the routes out of poverty you identify completely share, but unless you get to the root causes of the problems that people face, often the routes out of poverty won't be accessed. Last week, your colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government, told the Economy, Infrastructure, Skills Committee that the job of local authorities is to identify and capture the strengths and assets of people in that area. And we've heard co-production principles, but they're about things that you say you support: equality, mutuality, working alongside people, doing things with them rather than to and for them, so they move from being passive recipients to active participants. What meetings or discussions have you therefore had, now 13 months after its launch, with the co-production network for Wales, so that you can engage and share and learn together on the methodologies which our working communities in Wales, UK and across the world have been doing for decades and can significantly help deliver the solutions that we all see?
Well, I think the member has several groups of individuals that he represents well, on the basis that they must come and see him on a weekly basis. But what I can say is that we introduced legislation here, which was the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, which embeds the principles of working together in exactly the issues the member raises today about co-production and opportunity. All of the wellbeing assessments are being created across the public bodies, and I would expect all of those to have respect for organisations that work across the length and breadth of Wales to deliver a better outcome for those communities.
Question 6, Vicky Howells.
6, Vicky Howells.
Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the work of the Vibrant and Viable Places strategy?
Thank you for the question. The Vibrant and Viable Places Capital Regeneration Programme has been successful in providing support and investment across many communities across Wales. I will be announcing further details regarding a new capital regeneration programme shortly.
In my constituency, the Town Centre Partnership Fund element of VVP was used to support important town centre initiatives like the colourfully named Yabba Dabba Day and Fabba Day, which played an important role in bringing people into Aberdare Town Centre. Whilst acknowledging that the programme was always crafted as a finite scheme, what support can the Welsh Government offer to similar community-driven events in the future to enable them to attract people into our towns and villages?
Of course, and the opportunities that the VVP programme has given has transformed some areas across Wales, and I will be giving that further consideration. My team didn't believe that I would dare to say Yabba Dabba Dare today in the Chamber, but I have. And I congratulate them again for the work that they have done in your community for making a real difference. The programme I intend to launch in the next couple of months will give more details about how opportunities like this can be taken forward, not only in your Cynnon Valley seat, but also in areas across Wales.
David Melding.
Presiding Officer, I'm delighted to also commend the regeneration of Aberdare Town Centre. It is. Well, I like being generous as well as but it really is one of the best examples I've ever seen of use of this sort of money, and it does remind people what, the Queen of the Valleys, I think Aberdare used to be called. I want to talk about housing renewal, and will you assure us that this will be still a central focus, and the use of area-based housing-led generation programmes is really important, especially when it uses as many local businesses and employees living locally as possible too.
I think David Meldon was going to say Yabba Dabba Do at one point then, if I was right. But can I... This is going to be great on translation, I would suggest. But can I share with the member, I think the importance of the VVP scheme did have a focus on housing regeneration alongside of the general regeneration of a particular area. It still is a priority for this government. We've got 20,000 homes to build, and I would see that the VVP plays a part in that too.
Rhina Piorwedd.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's been exciting to see the difference that Vibrant Viable Places funding has made to the town of Holyhead, where there are a number of projects which have taken place or are in the pipeline, but of course the economic problems aren't limited to those areas which have been identified for investment through this funding to date. So what assurance can the Minister give that other areas will be able to take advantage of such opportunities in the near future? I include rural areas which are suffering the same social and economic problems, and specifically in my constituency, Amlwch, which has suffered social and economic problems for many generations now. When will he have the same opportunities that have been enjoyed in Holyhead in Amlwch?
Of course, the member is right to raise the issue of that there are many areas in Cross Wales that need regeneration inputs in terms of some finance. But what I'm cautious not to do is spread the jam too thin so that everybody gets a little bit, but actually doesn't make a big impact that it should do. I want that to be determination locally, so local authorities having that decision. And the bids, of course, when they come in, if it's a rural scheme that wishes to be the priority of the local authority, then so be it. But I'm making sure that we have the biggest impact for the financial investment that we make.
Question 7, Susie.
Question 7, Susie Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, I don't know whether you've heard of an organisation called Faith in Families. They're a local Swansea-based charity. Oh, I'm very, very sorry. Will the Cabinet Secretary provide details of the transitional arrangements for Communities First? I'd know by now, wouldn't I? Thank you.
Lead delivery bodies have developed detailed transition plans.
Well, thank you very much. I'll go back to Families First, Faith in Families. It's an organisation based in Swansea that concentrates on early intervention with families that are vulnerable. And thanks to Communities First, actually, they've been able to redevelop 3 of their family centres. Since the announcement that Communities First is going, they're in very uncertain circumstances, shall I say, because they're not aware of the announcement that you made recently regarding the transitional period between Communities First and whatever's following. As this is one example, I'm wondering if you're able to say how far the message has got with those who've already received Communities First funding in the past about your current proposals. And I'm just thinking if it's happened to Faith in Families, it may be happening to other organisations.
Well, I'm very surprised by the member's question in detail, because Faith in Families have been running a media campaign since October, warning that we'll have to make staff redundancies and close a new community hub in St Tylo's once their Community First funding ends. So I'm really surprised that they're telling you that they don't know about transition funding, because they're on the money in terms of making sure that I'm aware and other social media outlets are too. I am aware of Swansea's local delivery board detailed transition plans, and Faith in Family, of course, I understand will receive funding until full funding until March of 2018.
Question 8, Neil.
Question 8, Neil McAvoy.
How successful has the £122 million invested in Flying Start and Families First been in supporting fathers, especially separated fathers, to fulfil their parenting role?
Flying Start and Families First work with the whole family, taking an individualised, tailored and flexible approach to engage and support both fathers and mothers. Many services also provide dedicated support specifically adapted to the particular needs of fathers, including non-resident fathers.
Okay, thanks. I think the honest answer really should have been that you don't actually know, because no data is collected. So just to prove the point now in front of everybody in the Senedd, can you give us a figure on how many fathers are engaged?
I think it's regrettable, Presiding Officer, that the member suggested that my answer was dishonest in respect of that. I would suggest that the member, I refer the member to my first response. Supporting both fathers and mothers to adopt positive parenting behaviour is an integral part of Flying Start and Families First, and I'm extremely proud of the work that they do across all the families across Wales.
So the answer is you don't know?
Thank you. Well, the 2016 UK Annual Fatherhood Survey found that 25% of dads said there wasn't enough support to help them play a positive role in family life. In Wales, the Welsh Dads Survey, which has only just been published, found that although most fathers and father figures do not have problems with their caregiving, 2/3 still felt their role wasn't valued equally with the other parent by authorities and society, and nearly 80% think the government, i.e. Welsh Government, should do more to help fathers. How do you respond to that, where the concerns primarily relate to the way systems seem to work in public sector bodies, rather than the intent of the people delivering those systems.
Of course, and I'm grateful for the members' question in terms of how we are able to take this forward. As I said earlier, both organisations and other organisations support both parents, families and mothers and fathers of family units. I'm not cited on the detail that the member may wish to raise with me, particularly in terms of detail on where he seems to feel that there is some lacking support. I'd be happy to have a conversation with the member, either by letter or otherwise with my officials.
Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, have you considered how staff at Flying Start and Families First can identify possible parental alienation in children? And have you investigated ways they can help foster healthy family relationships in cases of parental alienation?
Yes, of course, and I think the member is right to raise this issue. Look, we absolutely get that parental alienation is a factor in the determination of the success of a young person or a family unit, and we recognise that happens on both sides, either on mothers and in fathers as well. I am confident that the Families First and Flying Start organisations have the capacity to recognise this and deal with this appropriately. What I would say, this is a very complex piece of delivery in terms of social intervention with individuals who are in crisis. But I am confident that my teams, including Cafcas Cymru, have the ability to deal with this successfully.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The next item is the topical questions. Adam Price.
What actions are the Welsh Government taking in response to the proposed plans to close the Tesco Customer Engagement Centre in Cardiff?
Further to discussions and meetings with Tesco and with Usdaw, I'm meeting with the Welsh Contact Centre Forum today to explore employment opportunities at other regulated customer service centres in the region. We are also establishing a task force to secure the best possible outcome for staff.
Speaking earlier today at the Welsh Retail Consortium event in the Senedd, Cabinet Secretary, you discussed the importance of effective dialogue between Welsh Government and the retail sector. In that context, how surprised, indeed, how angry were you that Tesco, Wales' biggest private sector employer, gave you no advance warning whatsoever, as I understand it, about these substantial job losses? And what's the Welsh Government's position on how their loyal workforce was treated? I have an email in my possession sent by a member of the Tesco senior management staff in September of last year, clearly implying to its workforce that there was no risk to their jobs, despite concerns that were circulating at the time, while the building lease was in place until 2020. Now, it's clear on that basis Tesco misled these workers. You know, many of them will have made important decisions on their future based on this information. Now, is that behaviour acceptable in the Welsh Government's view from a reputable employer? And if it's not, shouldn't we be naming and shaming Tesco? And finally, he's referred to, in some of his comments he made immediately following the announcement, that he was going to try and seek an urgent meeting with Tesco to persuade them to think again. Can he say a little more on how those discussions are proceeding? And has the Welsh Government put a counter-proposal to Tesco on the table in partnership with the unions and with local authorities?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the member for the points he raises and the questions as well. I was deeply, deeply disappointed, not just by the decision, but by the way that Welsh Government and indeed many, many workers came to learn about the proposed closure of the facility. It's quite apparent now that many employees learned about the decision on social media, which is entirely unacceptable and not responsible action from any employer. It appears, given today's news, that Tesco is embarking on a massive cost-cutting exercise with an attempt in mind to cost cut something in the region of £1.5 billion off their bottom line. And there's been a further announcement today of 1,200 jobs going at their headquarters. I think this demonstrates that Tesco is pursuing a cost-cutting agenda that places profit, sadly, ahead of the workforce. We've had discussions with the company. A meeting took place on Monday. I spoke with the CEO just last week. expressing my disappointment, my deep disappointment at the way that the decision has been reached. I was told, again, that there was nothing that Welsh Government could have offered or could do to stop what is a purely commercial decision. But I did impress upon the company the need to work with all partners to identify as many opportunities for those affected by the decision to move on to secure and well-paid employment in the sector. Now, a number of actions are being taken forward as a consequence of the discussions that took place with Tesco just this week. We are calling on Tesco to ensure that any outsourcing of work that takes place considers Wales as an option for employment and for operations. We're working with a number of interested parties who are looking at potentially using the building as an investment opportunity and employment opportunity. We're working with the Wales Contact Centre Forum, identifying companies that could recruit and indeed working with those who have expressed an interest in recruiting. We know that there are at least 5 significant companies who are looking at taking on those employees who are affected by the decision. I'm also determined to ensure that the task force brings together a number of agencies, including, of course, the Contact Centre Forum, but also Careers Wales and Business Wales and other bodies who are able to assist people in identifying alternative work. It's worth saying that in spite of what Tesco have decided to do, and they have laid out the reasons why they took the decision, in spite of that decision, the sector remains in a buoyant position here in Wales. We have many, many immensely skilled people working in the sector. A huge proportion, of course, are employed by Tesco and will be affected by this deeply regrettable decision. But we remain of the view that a significant number will be able to access work opportunities immediately, not just within Tesco, where they could be redeployed, but in those other companies that are looking to recruit very, very soon. And we will be working with individuals through the REACT programme, with businesses, again, through the REACT programme, through the Wales Contact Centre Forum, and with a number of anchors and regionally important companies to identify as many job opportunities as possible in what is a buoyant sector.
Andrew Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I couldn't agree more with some of the sentiments that you've expressed today, Cabinet Secretary. These are hugely troubling times for the 1,100 employees on this facility in Cardiff that has a very good record over 27 years of establishment in the capital city of Wales, and the dedication and professionalism of the employees deserves better treatment than they received last week, I have to say. And it is regrettable that many of those employees only heard the news through social media and third parties, shall we say. It is a fact, though, for Cabinet Secretary, that these are proposed job losses at the moment. Regrettably, very often they turn into the reality, though, at the end of the process. You've had a week with your officials to digest the announcement, to liaise with the Chief Executive and other contacts at the company. In your assessment, is there any hope that some of these jobs might be salvaged within the Tesco family? And if that is a possibility, is there any estimation as to the likely number of jobs that might be made available to some of the employees on the site? And secondly, the importance, obviously, of the package that the government will put in place cannot be underestimated in a jobs announcement that is the biggest single loss of jobs in 10 years in Wales, and that will put forward huge logistical challenges to the support package you might put in place. Are you confident on the assessment that you have made that the package will meet the needs of the employees to find alternative employment and ultimately secure the employment that pays the mortgage, puts the food on the table and puts the shirts on the backs of the kids back at home? Because those are the questions that employees will want to know. And if I may also just press you, given that Tesco is such a key strategic partner in the Welsh economy, 19,000 employees across Wales, the biggest single private employer in Wales, it cannot be acceptable that you were blindsided by this announcement. I cannot believe that you do not sit, or your officials do not sit, in forums or meetings where opportunities are discussed, where hurdles are discussed and what you can do to facilitate overcoming those hurdles. What type of relationship do you actually have with these big employers to make sure that there is genuine trust on both sides of the table when you are discussing putting facilities in place that assist employers to strengthen their position here in Wales, safeguard their position in Wales, and ultimately just have a bit of honesty?
Can I thank the member for his questions and also for agreeing with my sentiments concerning Tesco's decision? I'll deal with that final point first, if I may. It wasn't just the Welsh Government that was not informed in good time by the decision. The UK Government, and I think the Secretary of State is on record as saying they were not given advance notice either. I think everybody is being critical of the way that Tesco allowed loyal, skilled employees to learn first on social media about their fate. The Scottish Government were not given advance notice. There were no discussions with the Scottish Government, and I'm not aware of any discussions that took place with the regional authorities in England concerning today's announcement either. Tesco have decided to make these announcements without consulting with any level of government whatsoever. And indeed, our engagement comes primarily through the Wales Contact Centre Forum, which acts as it says, a forum for contact centre businesses. And unfortunately, it appears that that engagement by Tesco with the forum itself did not lead to any advance notice of this decision being made. Again, that is deeply regrettable. And I have expressed this to the company. I've said it publicly. It's important that sector organisations such as the Contact Centre Forum are given the trust by those employers who rely on those bodies for advice, for opportunities, and for sharing best practice and sector intelligence. And I would invite Tesco, as a major employer in the Welsh economy, to engage more thoroughly with the Wales Contact Centre Forum and with retail sector bodies as well, to ensure that as we move forward, as many job opportunities can be saved, and indeed as many of those who may be affected by the decision, if the job losses are indeed implemented, can find alternative work. Now, the member asks a very important question about how many jobs could be salvaged within the Tesco group, and this is something that I've asked the company in various discussions and meetings. It is likely, we are told, that a number of jobs can be salvaged within the wider Tesco group, within this region. Pinning the company down to an exact figure at the moment is not possible because the company itself is not able to gauge how many opportunities there are across the region. However, it's clear that it won't be anywhere near the 1,000+ jobs that they propose to lose. And for that reason, it's important that we look at bringing forward a number of pipeline projects, inward investment projects, that could be used to absorb a significant number of the job losses that could follow the 45-day consultation. I'm also working closely with the trades unions and with local members as well to make sure that there is a coordinated response to this across the political spectrum and with our social partners. So I've spoken with Asda on numerous occasions. I've spoken with the local members of Parliament who have raised this matter in the Commons, and I've also spoken with Assembly members. I think it's absolutely imperative now that Tesco continue to work with the Wales Contact Centre Forum and, of course, with Welsh Government and indeed with the Council here in Cardiff to identify as many opportunities as possible for the people that have been loyal to them for many years. This is an award-winning facility, and the loyal workers who have been employed there deserve every opportunity to get back into employment if they miss out on work after the 45-day consultation period.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. Yes, it does seem rather curious that with job losses on this scale that Tesco didn't give any prior warning to any relevant organisations such as yourself or the Wales Contact Centre Forum. There is also the issue that has been, well, you mentioned it yourself actually, regarding information given to the actual employees, because I've also been told that the staff that weren't on shift at the time the job losses were announced weren't contacted by Tesco, but they did find out either through fellow workers or, unfortunately, through social media, as you pointed out yourself. So it wasn't very good practice from Tesco, and they do seem to have acted in rather cavalier fashion altogether with these job losses. So that is unfortunate. And what can be salvaged from this, we don't know. But I welcome your efforts in trying to alleviate the job losses as far as can possibly be done. Hopefully people can be redeployed as far as possible, although you now say that it won't be anywhere near the total number of job losses. So there is a structure in Cardiff in particular with call centres. This has been a growth area in recent years, as you've identified, so hopefully people can be integrated in the existing call centre network. Of course, conditions do vary across this sector. Tesco, in fact, I believe was one of the better operations as far as the employees were concerned. So that's all the more unfortunate that they've now treated the employees rather badly over this. Of course, if people aren't going to stay within Tesco, they will be wondering about redundancy packages, but there is probably little that you can say about that. As far as I'm aware, the unions are currently negotiating. I don't know if there's anything else you can add to what you've said, but thanks for your contribution.
Can I thank the member for his questions and also agree with his concerns about the way that this announcement was made. It does appear as though news had leaked and that news might otherwise have been part of today's announcement by Tesco of a major restructuring effort in an attempt to cut £1.5 billion from the bottom line as it seeks to become more competitive and achieve higher levels of profits. I think there's no doubt that demand for skilled people in this sector, in this region, is still great, and for that reason I am confident that a very significant number of people will be able to secure alternative employment if those jobs are lost after the 45-day consultation period. The trades union Usdaw, I know, is already very, very active in engaging with employees and with the company, and Usdaw are doing a stunning job indeed with consulting and engaging with government and with members of Parliament as well.
Evan David.
Yeah, I've estimated, Cabinet Secretary, there will be approximately 100 jobs in Caerphilly affected by this. Last night, I attended a long-arranged consultation meeting with major retailers, which included Morrison's, Asda, Boots and Specsavers, and Tesco's were down to attend, and they weren't there. They were notable by their absence, and they were missing again today, as far as I could see, from the Welsh Retail Consortium meeting that Adam Price has referred to. This is simply not good enough, because the appearance is that they are running scared and they are afraid to speak to Assembly members. I would have sought them out to speak about this. I heard it too from Usdaw. It demonstrates the importance of having a strong trade union, and I commend the work that Usdaw have done. It appears also that Julie Morgan AM and Anna McMorrin MP have had to force the door down to get to Tesco's, to talk to workers and to talk to officers of Tesco's as well. It's simply not good enough. So when you speak to Tesco management, please could you ensure that you impress upon them the importance of talking to elected representatives, because we hear directly from their workforce, and I've got stories directly from their workforce that demonstrate this isn't good enough. And indeed, I'd add that representatives of other retailers that I've spoken to have said this is a textbook example of how not to do employment relations. It's absolutely appalling.
Can I thank Kevin for the points that he raises? I agree entirely with him. I am concerned that Tesco's engagement with public servants needs to be improved. So too Tesco's engagement and communications with its own employees, the people that generate those profits that they are seeking to increase, needs to improve as well. Anna McMorrin and Joe Stevens have fought very hard for those people who face losing their jobs, and I know that they will continue to do so. It's worth my informing members today as well that I have asked for work to be conducted concerning skills and emerging trends within this sector so that we can ensure that the contact centre sector in Wales is at the forefront of emerging digital technologies and takes every opportunity to upskill the workforce as far as possible.
Neil McAvoy.
I think, like everyone in the chamber, I feel very, very bad for the employees who are about to lose their jobs. And I know some of them, in fact, that work up there. It's not new for us to lose jobs in this way through big corporations not really valuing their workforce. The solution really lies in creating new jobs. So would you consider setting up an entrepreneurial fund so that people who will be losing their jobs at Tesco's could maybe have the opportunity to set up a new business?
I think the member raises a very important point about the need to ensure that people who face redundancy are given the right support to get back into work or indeed to start their own company. React 3 will provide financial support to people who are affected and also financial support to potential employers of those people who may be affected. But there are also Welsh Government supported initiatives concerning shared space, incubation hubs and so forth that also offer bursaries to people who wish to be innovative and entrepreneurial, not just when they start out in their careers, often young people, but also people who have been made redundant but have an idea for a business and need a number of things. 1, financial support, 2, support from peers, and 3, opportunities to break into a certain field. And so that's in part why the Welsh Government, through its programme for government, is keen to roll out more shared space and incubation hubs for entrepreneurs.
Jenny Rathbone.
I think that we should be left in little doubt that the supermarket sector is really a dog-eats-dog, cutthroat competition business. And I'm afraid, like any unfettered market, it eventually leads to monopoly. So I suppose I don't want to live in some sort of dystopian future where we all have to buy our food from one supermarket. So there are some concerns here about the way in which the supermarket industry dominates the UK food market and what we can do to regulate it so that they behave a bit better than Tesco's has behaved in this case. What Julie Morgan and Hevin David and I and others who have constituents who are affected by this is to have some sort of clear strategy for the future to ensure that they aren't being pushed into other jobs which are then going to be eliminated in turn. And it seems to me that automation is one of the issues that makes it very challenging for people in the service sector, where people are going to have to be prepared to retrain and change in line with new technologies. So I wondered if you could say a little bit more on how your thoughts on developing your new economic strategy could be influenced by what has happened in the case of Tesco.
Can I thank Jenny Rathbone for the points that she raises and for her question? I think no matter how competitive a market is, employees shouldn't be treated with anything other than utmost respect and loyalty by their employers. Of course, shoppers play an important role in influencing corporate behaviour, and I'm sure that many shoppers will be somewhat disappointed by the way that those employees have been treated by a company that they may have been loyal to as customers. I think the issue of automation is really, really significant, given that we know that advances in technology are accelerating, and we need to be in a position to adapt to what will soon become a new reality and also take advantage of new technologies. And that is why I just mentioned that I have commissioned a piece of work that will look at existing studies that are being carried out, particularly by the Wales Contact Centre Forum, but which goes beyond that in looking at how technology and automation could change the sector and what needs to be done to ensure that the right skills are developed within the sector to adapt to that change.
Lee Waters.
Lee Waters.
Minister, I think it is significant that the 1,100 jobs that were taken from Cardiff resulted in just 250 jobs, according to reports, by the time they got to Dundee. So no doubt there were a range of factors at work, but clearly automation is happening now. Rather than being a future prospect, it is live and it's impacting our communities. I was pleased to invite you along to a roundtable on Monday with a range of experts in automation, artificial intelligence and robotics to start considering the scale of this impact that's going to have on our economy. I'm delighted to hear you've commissioned a piece of research on the particular impact on retail, and I would urge on you to make sure that your economic strategy, when it's produced, has a specific focus on automation, not simply on the threats, but the opportunities too. And that was one of the messages from the roundtable on Mondays. There are very real advantages to public services and to all of us as consumers from automation, but there's no denying the fact it's going to change the shape of our workforce and the way that we work, and we need to be ready for it.
Thank you, Waters, for the points that he raises, and actually the discussion that took place on Monday, which he convened, I think was incredibly informative. And it was as a consequence of that meeting that I considered it essential that we move forward with this piece of work concerning specifically contact centres, but which I think, given the emerging strategy, I think will be relevant to all sectors right across the economy. Lee Waters is absolutely right to identify the apparent disparity between the 250 jobs that would be created in Dundee and more than 1,000 which we face losing here in Cardiff. And I put that very question about automation to Tesco. I was told that automation is not playing a part in this decision, but I think there is no doubt whatsoever that automation will change the sector, and we need to be prepared for it. And the member is absolutely right to say that it's not just that there will be challenges, there will also be huge opportunities. We know that automation will only go so far, but that people will still require a human-to-human point of contact, and that where there is automation, that automation has to be delivered in a way that is advanced on where it is right now. And for that reason, we need to be developing the technology, we need to be the programmers, we need to be the people that deploy that technology.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The 90-second statement next, Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Clywed. Today, I want to reflect on the life and achievements of Dr. Shah Imtiaz. Dr. Imtiaz achieved prominence in 1988 when he was elected as Mayor of Cynon Valley Borough Council, becoming the first Asian Mayor in Wales, which he described as the proudest moment in his life. But Dr. Imtiaz had been at the heart of the community since he arrived in Aberdeen in 1970 to become a family doctor. As Councillor Mike Forey, his ward colleague for 19 years, said, Dr. Imtiaz made a significant contribution to the political life of Cynon Valley and to Aberdeen in particular. He represented the town on Cynon Valley and RCT councils for 35 years, but his passionate activism extended beyond municipal office. Dr. Imtiaz, perhaps as would be expected from a local GP, was actively involved in the Aberdeen Hospital Action Group and campaigned against the pollution caused by the Furnacite plant in Abercwmboi. Showing his empathy with the community he had made his home, he championed the miners during the 1980s and the 1990s. Dr. Imtiaz was a passionate advocate of devolution, chaired Cynon Valley CND, and helped install the Peace Pole in front of Aberdeen Library. He never shied from his beliefs, stating that he was a socialist by conscience. Sadly, Dr. Imtiaz passed away on the 19th of June. Our thoughts are with his children, but his memory and his legacy will surely live on.
Dawn Bowden.
Last week I had the privilege of attending the Chwarategw Women Inspire Awards, where the work of women across Wales was celebrated and recognised, with awards in categories ranging from community activism to business, industry and the arts. And I was delighted that Sarah Draper, the Fitness Managing Director at Inspire Fitness in Merthyr, won the Game Changer of the Year award. With the help of grant funding, Sarah launched a group called Merthyr Girls Can in 2016, bringing together otherwise difficult-to-reach women in terms of health and well-being and introduced them to fitness. Sarah is teaching these women and their families that it's important to get out there and engage in physical activity, be it walking, running, or just kicking a ball. Through Merthyr Girls Can, they receive self-esteem coaching, nutritional advice, one-to-one personal training, coaching support, a 20-week training programme and unlimited exercise sessions. Due to its huge success, a further 3 Merthyr Girl Can groups have been formed with phenomenal results, and Merthyr Girls 4 started on the 1st of April this year. Through Sarah's hard work, support and encouragement, many Merthyr women have achieved amazing things, entering triathlons, marathons, gaining qualifications and employment in sport, and inspiring others into fitness. There are endless testimonials to Sarah's work, but I would like to thank Sarah and those like her who give up their time tirelessly to help others. Without them, our objective of making Wales a healthier nation would be so much harder to achieve.
Griffin.
The Llangollen International Eisteddfod celebrates its 70th birthday this year, and as with all years, we will see competitors from across the world coming to sing, dance and enjoy the glories of Llangollen and the Dee Valley. The first International Eisteddfod was held in June 1947, and following the horrors of the Second World War, there was a vision that music could heal some of the wounds of war, and that music could be used to promote peace. The first Eisteddfod was a huge success as a result of the fact that the local populace contributed over £1,000 of their own money, which accounts for some £35,000 in today's money, and it continues to rely on the hard work of many volunteers, and we thank them for all their work. Over 300,000 competitors from over 100 different countries have come to compete on the festival stage over the years, with tens of thousands of visitors attending every year, and the festival still promotes world peace, with local children presenting the annual message of peace. It's welcomed some of the biggest names in world music. We know of the relationship with Luciano Pavarotti and his visit with a choir from Modena in 1955 that inspired him to become professional. And this year, the festival will welcome Bryn Terfel, as well, the jazz, soul and gospel singer Gregory Porter. And in these words of discord and international dispute, in an age where walls are erected and boundaries placed between nations, let us celebrate the way in which the Llangollen International Eisteddfod has opened our arms to the rest of the world. Its age-old message of peace, tolerance and fraternity is as important today as it was 70 years ago. The next item is a debate by individual members under Standing Order 11.21 on energy efficiency, and I call on Hugh Ranker-Davies to move the motion.
And I'm delighted to introduce this debate, and could I thank colleagues Jeremy Miles, Simon Thomas, Lee Waters, who've also put their name to this debate today, and others who might be speaking. But could I also thank those hidden servants of the House in the research unit as well, because in preparation for this debate, anything that I say that sounds good will be because of them. Anything lousy will be me. So I want to, first of all, explain why we're speaking to this motion today, which is seeking to get the real formal, hard-headed recognition of energy efficiency, particularly domestic energy efficiency, as national infrastructure. But also, we say within this motion that we want to see it, we see the scale needs to be dramatically scaled up. That doesn't simply rely on government. We look at innovative ways of doing it. So, for example, within the motion, we talk about the use of pension schemes and other innovative financial models that to scale up that dramatic scale-up in investment that we want to see. But most importantly, the inclusion as national infrastructure, and in Wales's case in particular, within the National Infrastructure Commission for Wales remit. That is emerging, it's there in the background going along. We want to see this come forward and be written down in black and white that energy efficiency, domestic energy efficiency, is part of their remit. Why? Well, I'm going to begin by talking about a 2015 report from the Frontier Economics Energy Efficiency and Infrastructure Priority Report, and it made the case for classifying domestic energy efficiency as infrastructure. They noted that traditionally the term infrastructure brings to mind projects like roads and rail and energy supply initiatives. But the report explored a wide range of definitions of infrastructure covering two aspects. One, the first is the characteristics that infrastructure is generally described as capital or involving physical structures. But secondly, the functions, and they refer to the two most recent definitions from the Treasury, the UK Treasury and the LSE Growth Commission, describe an infrastructure as an input to the production of goods and services and a requirement for the operation of the economy. And the report goes on to suggest that domestic energy efficiency constitutes infrastructure investment because it frees up energy capacity for other uses, just as investment in new generation capacity would, and also that such investments provide public services by reducing carbon emissions and improving health and well-being. It also goes on to say that it fits with the way that energy efficiency is considered by a wide range of international organisations, such as the European Investment Bank and the International Energy Agency. And it is also consistent with the current and ongoing rollout of the smart meter programme, which is in the UK Government's top infrastructure priorities. It works across the board. It should be national infrastructure. Let's turn to the benefits of energy efficiency. Within that particular report, I'll start there. They point to the two key things that investment in domestic energy efficiency does. One, it reduces energy use. By doing so, it reduces bills, it frees up energy sector capacity to be used elsewhere in the economy, it reduces the need to invest in new energy system capacity. This reduces carbon emissions and decreases the exposure of consumers to volatile fuel prices. Far from the argument that putting money into this is actually a burden on consumers, for many of the poorest and most fuel-poor households, it actually protects them against that volatility in gas prices and oil prices and everything else. And in addition, these investments provide option value. Because they involve multiple small incremental investment, the scale and the focus of the programme can be adjusted up and down over time. And also, they point out, it results in warmer, more comfortable homes. It increases health and well-being and may also increase, by doing that, labour productivity, if we want to look at the social engineering side of this as well. So there's a number of benefits, but they also point to economic growth and job creation. The UK Green Business Council argues that home energy efficiency market can stimulate both construction and manufacturing industries. It points out that currently over 135,000 people are employed in the energy efficiency industry, but it quotes figures from Consumer Focus which suggests that major investment, bigger investment in energy efficiency could almost double the number to 260,000 people by 2027. And it goes on to say that installing energy efficiency measures usually requires local labour, often SMEs and micro-businesses. And because of this, the investment has the potential to boost local employment. We've talked previously about the need to do this, about innovative ways of thinking to do this. This is exactly the foundation economy approach there. And this is supported by figures contained within the Welsh Government's infrastructure investment plan, which I'll turn to in a moment, which state that over 80% of the businesses that delivered phase 1 of the Arbed programme under the Warm Front programme operate primarily or solely in Wales. It's a win-win-win-win right across the board. Let's talk about energy security. The UK Green Business Report states that reducing domestic energy demand through energy efficiency is vital to ensuring that there is sufficient supply of energy to meet the UK's energy needs. It goes further. It says that investing in energy efficiency is not only more cost-effective in meeting the UK's growing demand for energy than building additional energy generation infrastructure. Stop building so many power stations and actually invest in this as the better substitute. Data from the Sustainable Energy Association shows that energy-saving measures cost less on average per unit of power than large-scale power generation. 2012 figures from DEC show that through cost-effective investment in all forms of energy efficiency, the UK could be saving 196 terawatts in 2020, equivalent to 22 power stations of energy. So meeting energy needs through demand reduction will also reduce the UK's dependency on fossil fuels and gas. Let me turn to reduction in carbon emissions. Now, we've made our commitment in Wales, as has done the UK, to reducing carbon emissions. In 2014, the residential sector in Wales accounted for 8% of emissions. The sector is dominated by emissions from residential, stationary and mobile combustion of fuels from activities such as heating and cooking, which account for 97% of emissions in this sector. I think I've made the point that if you invest in energy efficiency here in this sector, you will deal with carbon emissions in a major way as well. In value for money, the Frontier Economics Report compared, interestingly, the net benefits and benefit cost ratios of an energy efficiency scheme of scale with 4 other major schemes, showing that an energy efficiency programme compares very well to the alternative investments, including Crossrail, HS2 and the rollout of smart meters. They reckon the benefits of a upscaled programme of energy efficiency in the residential sector would be equivalent to £8.7 billion of societal benefits. And of course, as we've mentioned, it reduces energy bills and helps to combat fuel poverty. According to YouGov research, rising energy bills are the #1 financial concern for householders. Some in this chamber, a few, would say that's a very reason not to invest in this stuff because you're loading it onto people's bills. I've already dealt with the volatility of oil and gas issues. This is actually protecting consumers. But a DEC paper on fuel poverty from 2012 states that policies that improve the efficiency of the housing stock are more cost-effective and have longer-term impacts on tackling fuel poverty than energy price policies or capping or income support policies. Those may be useful. This is the most useful way to do it. And on improving health and well-being, let me turn to the Hills Fuel Poverty Review, which found that low temperatures in homes can create conditions which increase the likelihood of cardiovascular events, some of which may result in death, exacerbate the risk of respiratory disease and cause physical discomfort, which can contribute to mental health issues as well. We know this. We've seen it before through hard winters. DEC has undertaken modelling to value the health benefits associated with energy efficiency investments, and they've concluded these can be significant across the board. So let me turn in my concluding remarks to where we are in Wales. The Government has done so much, and I'll leave the Cabinet Secretary to outline that. I'm not going to do that in my report, and I know she'll do it well, and I could have done it as some of my preamble. The investment we put in Arbed and Nest, in the Warmfront programme, and many other ways. We're doing so much good things, and in fact the motion notices that. But if we look at the Wales Infrastructure Investment Plan, which is the plan which informs and coordinates investment decisions, it's intended to maximise the impact of the Welsh Government's major infrastructure programmes. Back in 2012, the most recent iteration, it states there, investment to support energy efficiency and the development of new energy sources as well is an important part of the strategy. And it goes on to say, energy efficiency through the refurbishment of housing and other estates and the introduction of energy standards for new buildings have an immediate impact on employment. Since these activities require many work hours, investment in these areas, therefore, will have unusually large effects in employing complementary labour. And there's been sustained calls now from stakeholders, WWF, National Energy Action, Community Housing Cymru, Energy Saving Trust and many, many more to make energy efficiency now an explicit infrastructure priority for Wales. We are doing so much, but let's see it there in the remit of the National Infrastructure Commission for Wales. The evidence is there. I know the Cabinet Secretary knows it's there. She will say all the good work that the Welsh Government is doing, and it is. But let's take it to the next stage. Let's scale it up, make a difference to people's lives, to their communities, to their homes, and also deal with all those myriad of other issues that we want to see dealt with.
Mark Isherwood.
Well, last week I hosted and spoke at the launch of the cross-party group on fuel poverty and energy efficiency. I was a member of the Energy Watch cross-party group during the Second Assembly and chaired the cross-party group on fuel poverty during the Third and Fourth Assembly terms. We worked together to establish the Fuel Poverty Coalition and to launch the Fuel Poverty Charter in 2009 and to secure the Welsh Government's revised fuel poverty strategy in 2010. Working with Fuel Poverty Coalition members, the new cross-party group will campaign to place fuel poverty at the heart of action to tackle poverty, with strong emphasis on all sectors taking responsibility together. NEA Cymru, National Energy Action, is keen to engage with Assembly members in their work on fuel poverty and through the new cross-party group on fuel poverty and energy efficiency, and I urge any members who have not completed their short survey, which has been sent to you by email, to do so. In 2012, almost 30% of Welsh households were estimated to be in fuel poverty, spending 10% or more of their household income on fuel to maintain heat adequate enough to safeguard comfort and health. Investment in home energy efficiency improvements via Welsh Government and UK Government schemes, combined with changes in household incomes and fuel prices, saw this fall to 23% in 2016. But that still represents 291,000 households in Wales, including 43,000 in severe fuel poverty. As the Bevan and Joseph Rowntree Foundations told the Assembly's Communities, Equality and Local Government Committee 2 years ago, fuel poverty should have a higher profile in the Welsh Government's Tackling Poverty Action Plan because it's a fundamental human need to have a warm home. There is no realistic prospect of achieving the 2018 target of eradicating fuel poverty in Wales, and as Age Cymru state, many of the mechanisms and measures contained within the 2010 Welsh Government fuel poverty strategy are now out of date or no longer applicable. Adding the time is right for the Welsh Government to refresh its fuel poverty strategy with a clear programme and timescales, credible evidence base and ambitious new fuel poverty target rooted in delivery rather than being a hostage to energy price movements. As NEA Cymru stated at Wales' annual Fuel Poverty Conference in March, we drastically need a new fuel poverty strategy, adding, whilst the Welsh Government's investment in energy efficiency schemes through its Warm Homes programme is commendable, we need a step change in ambition. They've asked Assembly members to call on the Welsh Government to designate domestic energy efficiency as a key national infrastructure priority at the heart of the National Infrastructure Commission for Wales investment priorities, to develop a new long-term strategy for addressing fuel poverty as a matter of urgency, to set a new fuel poverty target to improve homes to a minimum energy efficiency backed up with the data needed, to invest in a well-resourced, well-targeted energy efficiency programme for fuel-poor households in Wales, to save lives by implementing the NICE guidelines on tackling excess winter deaths, to fund independent advice services to support people in fuel poverty, and to protect vulnerable households with a crisis fund for emergency heating when their health is at risk. At last month's rural North Flintshire Community Hub launch by the North Wales Energy Advice Centre, we heard that this Tackling Fuel Poverty project, including Flintshire's Affordable Warmth Crisis Fund, should be a model for spreading across communities in rural Wales. NEA deliver projects to assist fuel-poor households in Wales, including a health and innovation programme. In March, with NEA Cymru, I hosted the Assembly launch of CALA's Rural Welsh Energy Advisorship Programme 2016-17 to assist fuel-poor households. The independent charitable British Gas Energy Trust helps around 25,000 vulnerable households each year, and Centrica, their parent company, has charity partnerships with Step Change Debt Charity. I declare one of my daughters works for them, Click Sargent and Macmillan, and works closely with Action on Hearing Loss, RNIB and Mind. E.ON add value to their energy company obligation support for communities in Wales through locally funded projects, community engagement and job creation schemes. Well, with almost 1 in 4 households in Wales still unable to afford to heat their homes, it's clear that we need to maintain the political focus on fuel poverty and energy efficiency at this National Assembly. It's essential that the Welsh Government works with Fuel Poverty Coalition members to place fuel poverty at the heart of action to tackle poverty, engaging with all sectors to maximising the opportunity presented by working together.
Thank you. Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Deputy Llewyn. I want to start by thanking the AM's Rog Mohan Neath for tabling this motion today. As the motion succinctly notes, ensuring Welsh homes are energy efficient is vital environmentally. This is in terms of tackling climate change and also reducing consumption, but it is also vital economically too. If we want to look to a common thread uniting communities across Wales, it is the potential to create jobs and grow the economy based on ensuring the homes these communities possess are energy efficient. Cambridge econometrics have suggested that every £1 invested in energy efficiency measures would achieve £3.20 in growth. Moreover, tackling the fuel poverty that can be both cause and effect of energy inefficiency remains a key challenge for us in terms of tackling social justice. It is this aspect of the motion that I want to focus my remarks on today, expanding on ideas and concepts contained in my short debate last week on poverty in Wales. The motion notes a Welsh Government commitment of £321 million over 9 years to improving energy efficiency and tackling fuel poverty. This is to be welcomed as the current Cabinet Secretary and previous ministers have ensured these remain political priorities. Indeed, although the ambition to eliminate fuel poverty by 2018 is unlikely to be met, I am proud to support a Welsh Government that has not shied away from the challenge. The Warm Homes programme has seen Welsh Government funding go to improve the energy efficiency of over 27,000 homes. Households have been able to heat their homes at a more affordable level and reduce their energy bills. 25,000 homes will similarly be improved over the next 4 years. Equally important is the Warm Homes on Prescription pilot, under which Care and Repair have been awarded a £250,000 grant by the Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children. This aims to prevent admissions and readmissions to hospital for older people with poor health caused by extreme cold. Our investment in housing should also be linked to efforts to reduce or eliminate fuel bills. Taken together, these measures have had an impact. Fuel poverty levels in Wales have declined from an estimated 29% of households in 2012 to 23% in 2016. However, this figure still represents nearly 1 in every 4 households in Wales. It starkly illustrates the scale of the challenge to eliminate the problem, and it is just unacceptable that 291,000 households in Wales are unable to afford to adequately heat their homes. Furthermore, as National Energy Action Cymru has identified, 3% of Welsh households are estimated to be in severe fuel poverty. This means they need to spend at least 20% of their household income on energy to achieve an adequate level of warmth. The Trussell Trust has recognised the links between use of its food bank networks and fuel poverty. To tackle the problem, it has developed a system of fuel banks, which allows food bank users on prepayment meters to receive vouchers so that they can keep their heating on for 2 weeks. Merthyr Cynnon Food Bank in my constituency is part of this project. Fuel poverty can have an impact across all areas of government, in terms not just of housing or energy, but also on health, economic performance, and indeed education. Children growing up in cold homes have poorer attainment levels than their peers. So we must take a whole government approach to this issue. We must also recognise the context that we do not have access to all of the levers needed to eradicate this problem. For example, the cost of fuel itself, but also initiatives like the winter fuel payment. Perhaps the retention of that is the silver lining in May's alliance with the DUP. But we must ensure we do all that we can. NEA Cymru have suggested a range of practical solutions to help meet the challenge. Ensuring there is a single point of contact health and housing referral service for people living in cold homes, asking the new public service boards to outline how they intend to address cold homes and fuel poverty in their local wellbeing plans, and the development of a new long-term strategy for addressing fuel poverty, bringing all threads together. I also support the measures outlined in the motion relating to the National Infrastructure Commission and exploring innovative finance models. I commend this motion today.
Thank you. David Rowlands.
Can I begin by saying that UKIP will be supporting this motion, And indeed, I myself have argued for the emphasis to be on reducing carbon output by using the sort of strategies outlined in the motion proposals, rather than concentrating on so-called carbon-free energy production. Because there is, of course, no such thing as carbon-free energy production, because the production of, say, solar panels or wind turbines themselves cause high degrees of carbon output, especially when you consider long-distance transportation of these products. As my colleague pointed out in the previous debate, seagoing vessels are some of the most polluting agents on Earth, and we know the vast majority of solar panels, etc., are produced in China. Whilst of course.
Thank you very much. He started so well, and I just want to save him from himself, because, of course, it's not an either-or, is it? There's no need to get hung up on your usual tirade against renewables. We need both.
Right. Well, I welcome that intervention. Of course we do. We need both things to work in harmony. What we're talking about here, though, of course, is where the emphasis should lie. And I'm in agreement with this motion where the emphasis should lie. Well, whilst agreeing with point 2 in the proposals, I have to note here that there is more than a little irony in the proposal to reduce fuel poverty when we consider that much of this fuel poverty is the result of high fuel prices caused by decarbonisation levies. According to the Office for Budget Responsibility, the extra fuel costs are £327 per household in 2014 and rising to £875 in 2030. These costs being disproportionately felt by the poorest in society. So if we are to have these levies, let's make sure that they are used in the best possible way. I also note in these proposals that energy efficiency is understandably mentioned several times. But I have to point out that there seems to be some confusion here, because the most energy efficient methods of electricity production are often high carbon producers. Coal-fired power stations are far more efficient, anything up to 45%, and running at 85% capacity, as opposed to solar panels as low as 12%, with 20% capacity. Now, I am not calling for coal-fired power stations. Please understand that. But so calling for energy efficiency beyond the National Infrastructure Commission remit could have the opposite effect to those desired in this motion. However, yes, let us commit to all of the proposals outlined in this motion. But perhaps we should go even further and call upon the Welsh Government to support the industries which are at the cutting edge of energy-efficient technology. And there are many here in Wales. As the motion states, this is a huge opportunity to create long-term, sustainable industries and jobs. Wales can and should be at the forefront of these exciting technological advances.
Rhiannon Passmore.
Diolch, Deputy Llawen. I also welcome this debate by my fellow Labour members, Hugh Aranka-Davies and Jeremy Miles. It highlights the pre-existing good work of the Welsh Labour Government in practice and challenges us to continue and further this work as a national priority for Wales. Since 2011, the Welsh Labour Government have invested more than £270 million in the Welsh Government's Warm Homes scheme and improved the energy efficiency of more than 39,000 homes. In January, the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs, Leslie Griffiths, announced an additional £40 million to take direct action to reduce people's energy bills and improve the energy efficiency of up to 25,000 more homes. So why is this initiative and this debate so important? Well, official findings published in April in the Fuel Poverty Health Data Linking Report evidence that there was actual lower health service use among people who had benefited from the Welsh Government Warm Homes Nest scheme. This study used NHS data to compare the health service use of people who had benefited from Nest home energy improvements and a control group who were eligible for improvements but were still waiting for these to be completed. The research found GP events for respiratory illness fell by almost 4% for those who had benefited from Nest improvements, while those rose by almost 10% in the control group over the same period. A similar pattern was found in relation to asthma events, with a 6.5% decrease in the recipient group and a 12.5% increase in the control group for the same period. So this is clear and disputable evidence of the value and worth of Welsh Government investment in home energy improvements in health. Moreover, fundamentally, we have a moral and ethical obligation to ensure that low-income households and communities are assisted in ensuring their homes are energy efficient and the attendant benefits that are a consequential outcome delivered. I would agree, therefore, with the call for the Welsh Government to consider how it can further expand these programmes and on a national infrastructural platform. There must surely be a consensus across this chamber that providing funding for energy-efficient improvements to those living in deprived communities across Wales is a no-brainer, because it helps to counter ill health, reduce climate change, although there is dispute as to some whether climate change exists, help eradicate fuel poverty and the poverty premium, and it boosts economic development and regeneration in Wales, as has been stated, on both a foundational and productivity platform. Llawydd, as the Deputy Llawydd, as the debate notes, the proposal to establish a National Infrastructural Commission for Wales must have energy efficiency within its remit for the holistic and evidenced well-being for all the people of Wales, and in particular our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy Miles.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. May I thank Anchor Davis for bringing this debate before us this afternoon and for the opportunity to contribute to it. And I'd like to thank you for his commitment in this area, which is well known to us all. At this point in the debate, my contribution will be on the basis that if you can't come up with a new argument, at least you can reiterate good points made by others. But there are plenty of valid points that have already been made.
Davis was making in particular about making energy efficiency a matter of national infrastructure priority, and what goes along with that, I said, in a sense, is that sense of a national mission around the scale of the challenge which he and others have identified. We've outlined and talked already about the environmental benefits and, crucially, the impact on our objective of reducing fuel poverty. I want to just touch briefly on the other economic benefit which some have mentioned, which is that of strengthening our local economies, which is one of the objectives which many of us in this chamber share. And several speakers have touched on the issue of the foundational economy, which plays a part in our national economy, and retrofitting properties for energy efficiency seems to me to be an absolute exemplar of the kind of sectors and activities that we're looking at when we talk about that sort of economic activity. Localised, with ongoing demand, able to support, as others have said, local employment in the Arbed scheme. That was a significant benefit of that programme. Indeed, of the 51 installation companies involved in the first phase, 41 of them operated exclusively in Wales. Of the 17 products that were used, only 5 of them were produced in Wales, which shows the scope of the opportunity there for increasing localised production of some of these products as well. I want to talk briefly about the fact that although this is a national imperative, we mustn't lose sight of the community benefit that comes from energy efficiency. And actually, some of the work that's been done around community-based retrofitting, which moves beyond residential accommodation and looks at business premises, transport infrastructure, green spaces, and takes a much more holistic approach for energy efficiency. I think there's a lot of value in that sort of approach. It's been trialled in some communities. The benefit of that is that you have opportunity to engage both commercial and residential properties and interests and capacity, which, when we're looking at different funding models for delivering this, is an important consideration. And also it enables people to engage on a much larger scale, which carries a number of other benefits. So I would urge the Welsh Government to reflect on that model. There have been good examples. There's a very famous example of it in Oxfordshire, where a cooperative-based model has delivered both community-based renewable generation and also use the funding from that to fund energy efficiency. And it seems to me the linkage between creating a revenue stream through community-based renewables and then a means of paying for some of the measures that we're discussing, that link seems to be an absolutely fundamental part of providing a range of sustainable models for achieving the objectives which this motion sets out. I just want to touch briefly on that range of sources of funding. We need to look at the scale of the challenge is significant. There's public expenditure, there are share issues which have paid for some of these developments elsewhere. There's utility company obligations, and those aren't within the control of the Welsh Government, but I would hope that we would see much more ambition on a UK-wide level for some of these funding sources to become a reality. In a short debate which I brought forward last week, I called for us to look much more internationally at some of the examples of success elsewhere and encouraged the Welsh Government to look at the Dutch energy sprong. I'm not sure if I've pronounced that correctly, but it's an example which succeeded in the Netherlands, initially on the basis of social housing retrofitting, which offers residents a guarantee of energy performance, a 10-day delivery timetable, investment being financed by energy cost savings, working together with social housing providers, which then provide to their tenants a sort of energy contract, like a mobile phone contract. That is a model which has worked there, and I think we should explore that sort of model in the UK and specifically in Wales as we look for all kinds of capital funding for this important policy objective.
Lee Waters.
Deputy Curious, and I'm very pleased to join Simon Thomas in supporting the motion put forward in the names of Jeremy Miles and Hugh Rankin-Davies, and I should commend Hugh Rankin-Davies for an excellent speech, which I agreed with every word. We need to cut to the chase here. The Welsh Government have done much, but we need to do much, much, much more, and we must do it quickly. As the motion notes, investment in home energy efficiency needs to be dramatically scaled up if Wales is to achieve its aims around decarbonisation and reducing fuel poverty. We should follow Germany and Denmark in having targets for decreased total energy use. And as a first step, we need to take a thorough examination of how we use energy and how we can make dramatic savings from space heating, transport, crucially, often a neglected area, industry and electricity use. We don't treat energy as the scarce resource that it is. We are wasteful. We burn a huge amount in our cars. The majority of our car journeys are for very short local distances, which we could make in more sustainable ways. And we use a lot in our homes. Our housing stock is poorly insulated. We need much better space insulation in houses and businesses. We need ground and air source heat pumps, as well as technological advances like LED lights and more efficient white goods to cut down our energy consumption. The emphasis, as Hugh said, must be on reducing rather than just constantly increasing capacity. Instead of building power stations, we should first be looking at how we can save. That is a much more efficient way to spend our scarce resource. We know that energy from buildings accounts for some 37% of carbon emissions. So the environmental case for tackling this is self-evident, but there's an economic case too. 2 years ago, I was privileged to work with Professor Gareth Wyn-Jones, who's done incredible work in this field over decades, and with Professor Jerry Holtham on the Institute of Welsh Affairs' Economic Strategy for Wales. And that report concluded that the economic case for making energy efficiency of Wales's housing stock a national infrastructure priority is strong. And as the motion notes, the proposed Infrastructure Commission for Wales should include energy efficiency within its remit. And as Vicky Howells has pointed out, the upgrading all Band C homes in Wales would cost somewhere in the region of £2.5 to £3 billion by 2035. And if you apply the findings of Verco and Cambridge Econometrics to that, you'd see a return of investment of about £3.20 for every pound invested. And Hugh Rankin-Davies ran through a litany of projects, Crossrail most notably, that deliver far less value for money. And I would add the 1.62 return for investment in the M4, which we're putting £1 billion into. And if we put that kind of money into energy efficiency, we could see a far greater economic return to create both jobs and long-term benefits. And I can think of no better example, Deputy Llywydd, of putting into practice the aims and objectives of the Future Generations Act than a proper, gutsy, bold project on energy efficiency. The Welsh Government has been investing on average somewhere around £50 million a year on warm home schemes, and that's varied a little bit, and that's been welcomed, but that should only be a taster. It's shown what can be done. Now we've tested it, we really must put rocket boosters, energy efficient ones, obviously, underneath that policy. And work by Citizens Advice suggests that government needs to take a strong lead to communicate the benefits of energy efficiency, and their research suggests that government at all levels hasn't done this well enough. They found people are most likely to respond positively to upfront positive incentives like grants and loans at attractive rates, followed intriguingly by the prospect of negative incentives in the future. So, for example, we could say that in 5 years' time we will increase council tax bandings for inefficient properties, and now we will offer attractive grants and loans to help householders meet the EPC ratings and avoid that future penalty. That's the sort of thing we should be doing. And they also point out we shouldn't penalise those poorest, and they talk about shifting demand as a scheme that should be done alongside this. And they point to the Ani Lleol project in Bethesda, supported by the Welsh Government, which encourages residents to use energy at different times of day to take advantage of cheap generation within what is effectively then a local internal energy market. This kind of model, scaled up, could clearly benefit all consumers if it reduced peak loads across the grid as a whole. As I say, Deputy Llywydd, it's time for us to stop testing. It's time to start doing at scale. Diolch.
Thank you. And I call the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs, Lesley Griffiths.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I start by thanking the members for tailing this debate this afternoon, and all those who've contributed to the debate. Much of what we've discussed today does chime with my energy statement of December last year around using energy more efficiently, moving to low-carbon generation, levering in more resources and gaining economic benefit from the new technologies and business models which now are emerging from the transition. This does include our highly successful flagship Welsh Government Warm Homes programme, which has been designed to ensure economic benefits for Wales in terms of employment and business opportunities. All of the energy efficiency improvements installed under our schemes have been delivered by Wales-based SMEs. Between 2011 and 2016, we have invested over £217 million in Welsh Government Warm Homes to improve the energy efficiency of over 39,000 homes, of those on low incomes or living in the most deprived areas of Wales. And I expect to publish the 2016-17 figures next month. So it's significant funding, but as Lee Waters said, we really need to see how much more we can put in. I'd love to put £1 billion into our energy efficiency programmes, but I think we have to be pragmatic. Last year, the Nest scheme delivered estimated average energy bill savings of over £400 per household. And if these estimated savings are realised for every home improved through Nest, it would equate to annual energy bill savings of over £9.5 million per year. We also recently published the findings of research on the health impacts of Nest, and the research shows that the scheme is having a very clear positive impact on the health of recipients, with a reduction in the use of the NHS by those receiving energy efficiency measures through the scheme. And those findings have supported our decision to extend the eligibility criteria for our new Nest scheme to include householders on low incomes who have a respiratory or circulatory condition. So we are making progress in tackling fuel poverty, despite the fact that some of the levers, as Vicky Howell said, for tackling fuel poverty are not devolved. Powers over welfare reform, for instance, and the regulation of the retail energy market rest with the UK Government. And I have to say, the plans which were set out in the Tory manifesto to get rid of winter fuel payment wouldn't help either. Overall, fuel poverty has reduced from 29% in 2012 to 23% in 2016, which is a reduction of 6 percentage points in just 4 years. Over the next 4 years, we'll invest a further £104 million in Welsh Government Warm Homes, and that will enable us to improve up to 25,000 homes of those on low incomes or, again, living in the most deprived areas of Wales. Our investment will leave in up to £24 million of EU funding in addition to funding from the UK Energy Company obligation. Our investment helps provide stability and certainty for the energy efficiency supply chain in Wales to grow their business at a time when the UK Government has undermined confidence in the industry with their stop-start approach to energy supplier obligations. I'm also looking to strengthen building regulations through our proposed Part L review this year, and this will look at how we can control installation values and reduce energy usage in homes. In addition, we've been exploring opportunities to lever in more resources and support from energy suppliers, local authorities, pension funds and others to accelerate investment across Wales to tackle fuel poverty and support our decarbonisation ambitions. I'm looking at all opportunities for innovation, both in energy efficiency projects and in financial models, which can then help support the uptake of energy efficiency improvements amongst able-to-pay households, as well as those on low incomes. And I will be making an announcement in the autumn on my proposals. Energy efficiency in general terms will be included in the scope of the National Infrastructure Commission for Wales remit, although the Commission will only consider economic infrastructure. We believe a modern, efficient and reliable energy infrastructure is important for our businesses and communities, and we're committed to supporting the development of new renewable energy generation. Renewable and low-carbon electricity and heat form an important element of Welsh Government's approach to decarbonisation. To deliver secure and affordable low-carbon energy, we need that mix of different technologies and sizes, from community scale to major projects. The transition to a low-carbon economy not only reduces emissions, but brings opportunities around clean growth, quality jobs and global market advantages. I'm committed to achieving a more circular economy in Wales and using the Earth's natural resources far more efficiently. Energy is a key economic imperative which underpins our aims for a secure and prosperous Wales. In terms of opportunities, this means supporting large energy investments in onshore renewables, marine, nuclear and so on, including our two largest energy investment projects, Wilfa Newydd and the proposed Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon. Wilfa Newydd, for example, is estimated to create 850 permanent jobs and thousands more for a temporary period. Arbed 2 has created more than 470 jobs and delivered more than 60,000 hours of training in green technologies to existing and new employees. The low-carbon economy is one of the UK's fastest-growing sectors, creating jobs and providing investment across each region. I've written to the UK Government on a number of occasions, setting out the benefits from renewable developments. We are also committed to supporting community-led energy projects. As a result of Welsh Government support, 15 community schemes are up and running, providing benefit to the local area. And I agree with Jeremy Miles, it's very interesting to see some of the cooperative models that are coming forward, and I've been very lucky to not just visit but to open such schemes since I've been in this portfolio. I'm also looking to set ambitious yet realistic targets for renewable energy in Wales. The evidence from the decarbonisation pathway will inform the setting of any targets and enable us to assess which pathways provide the best opportunities and outcomes for Wales. And I'm committed to using all my powers to provide ongoing support mechanisms which ensure we retain the ability to deliver new generation developments and efficiency whilst managing the cost to bill payers.
Thank you very much. And a call on Simon Thomas to reply to the debate. Simon.
Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to thank everyone who's contributed to this debate, noting that perhaps debates such as this one aren't as exciting as last night's debate on the DUP and the Conservative Party, but I think we had some thoughtful contributions which have not only interpreted the problem that we have, but have also proposed some new ideas in this context. And I look forward to further debate with the Cabinet Secretary, because although she too contributed to the debate, I think she had been encouraged to do even more by some contributors, and I think there is still some work to be done in pressing on the government to go further and more quickly on the route that they are already travelling. I certainly approach this with as much attention on fuel poverty as the focus is on the economy or even the environment. I welcome the fact that the cross-party group has been established with Mark Isherwood, and I look forward to supporting that. And it's true to say, as Rhiannon Passmore mentioned, that there is a specific health impact here. A baby born today living in a cold home is 3 times more likely to suffer asthma or some other conditions similar to that. Living in cold homes kills as many people as smoking, a lack of exercise and the misuse of alcohol. That's the scale of the problem that we're facing. It's also important to say that the educational attainment of children is impacted by not having a warm place to study and to live, and therefore there is a task for us all to tackle this issue, not only in terms of the economy, but also in terms of health and well-being. Now, I think that one of the themes that Hiwiranka Davis focused on in setting out the debate very thoroughly, and this was supported by Jeremy Miles and Lee Waters, and that's the concept that we should look at energy efficiency at something that's a national infrastructure issue and should be part of the work of the Commission. And I'm pleased that the Cabinet Secretary has confirmed that energy efficiency will be part of that work. But I would tell her that if the Commission is going to focus mainly on economics, then the arguments made by Vicky Howells and Lee Waters, this shows that this is a major economic contribution that the Commission shouldn't only recognise, but should proceed with gusto, and the impact on local communities is of particular interest, and as Jeremy Miles outlined, and we can learn from international examples by setting more focused targets and stricter targets which respond to the demands here, and also by looking at some new ideas which are within our powers now in terms of encouraging developments in this area. Lee Waters suggested that we use council tax. I would prefer to reward people than penalise them, but I accept the point that you made. Perhaps you'd be interested to know that Plaid Cymru suggested, as we looked at the bill which is now the Land Transaction Tax Act, that we should give stamp duty relief in selling property if that property had attained a certain level of energy efficiency. And although the amendment wasn't accepted by Mark Drakeford, a principle has been accepted in terms of how we can use the tax legislation passed here to impact on people's behaviours in order to encourage that investment in energy efficiency. And I look forward to that. And I'm pleased that the motion has been welcomed across the chamber, including by David Rowlands, and I agreed with the beginning and ending of David Rowlands' speech. I didn't agree with the rationale, perhaps, but at least his support is in place for the concepts in the motion. So thank you to everyone who's contributed to this debate. It's been a valuable one. I'm sure the people out with the chamber will have followed this debate with some interest. And all I will say in conclusion to the Cabinet Secretary is that you have now heard how much support there is for what you're doing in all parts of the chamber, but you've also heard that we need you to do a lot more.
Thank you very much. The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? Therefore, the motion is agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. We now move on to the debate by the Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee on its report on the future of agriculture and rural development policies in Wales, and I call on the Chair of the Committee to move the motion, Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm an example of Harold Wilson's statement, a week is a long time in politics. I am delighted to open today's debate on the report from the Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee on the future of land management in Wales, although I feel like someone going up to collect the cup and not having played in the tournament. I am grateful to those who took the time to contribute to the inquiry. I would also like to thank the previous chair of the committee, Mark Reckless, all the members of the committee, the clerking team for their efforts in delivering this report. For over 40 years, the way agricultural produce has been farmed, sold and financially supported has been decided primarily at a European level. The vote to leave the European Union means that Wales will, in future, have the opportunity or the threat to mould policies closer to home. So what will the Welsh agricultural sector look like in 5, 10 or 20 years? This report sets out a roadmap to overcome the immediate obstacles and ambitious vision for the future. The first part of the committee's report deals with the immediate challenges arising from Brexit. What would constitute a successful Brexit for Wales' agricultural sector and land managers? The committee identified 5 key elements. First, access to the single market. The risks of failing to achieve a trade deal with the EU are grave. In 2015, Wales exported over £12 billion worth of goods outside the UK. Almost over 2/3 of that was sold to the EU. Last year, over 90% of Wales' meat exports were to the EU, excluding movement within the United Kingdom. The value to the Welsh food production economy and jobs in Wales is too great to contemplate no longer having access to the single market. We need reassurance from the UK Government that we'll have tariff-free access and, importantly, no quotas on exports for our agricultural producers. What we don't want is what some other countries have, some at zero tariffs, and then above a very small number, you start paying a very substantial tariff, which will only do damage to the Welsh agricultural sector. This can only be achieved if Wales has an equal voice at the negotiating table on talks regarding access to the single market. The terms have to be UK agreed, not led by Westminster. Cabinet Secretary, you have accepted in principle our recommendation relating to strengthening existing markets and developing new markets on the basis that you already undertake significant trade efforts to develop export markets. We are facing new and significant challenges. Can you explain what you are going to do differently to address them? The second key element is an appropriate level of funding. UK Government must commit to maintain funding for agriculture at the current cap levels of this present cycle. Funding for agriculture should not be subject to the Barnett formula, because if it is, Wales, which is more dependent on agriculture, will lose out substantially financially. We argued that, in turn, the Welsh Government allocate this level of funding for agriculture with no reduction until at least April 2021, and I am pleased the Welsh Government has accepted this in principle. I would be grateful for more detail from the Cabinet Secretary, and I respond that she will continue to press for the best deal for Wales on funding. The third element is a regulatory framework that supports the agricultural sector. Leaving the EU will necessitate new intergovernmental relationships at a UK level. Central to this will be the development of common regulatory frameworks agreed by each of the constituent nations of the UK, not imposed from the centre. Within such frameworks, there needs to be flexibility for us to develop policies that are appropriate for Wales. These regulatory frameworks must prevent unfair competition between producers in different parts of the UK and reassure consumers that high animal welfare and health standards will be maintained. Cabinet Secretary, can you update us on the latest ministerial level discussion on the proposal for a UK Council of Ministers, whether or not there is a support for an adjudication mechanism in case of disputes? And when I mean adjudication mechanism, I mean something which is different from being decided by the Department of Agriculture at Westminster. It needs to be independent and fair. The fourth element is access to labour and skills. Our agricultural and food producing and processing sector will continue to need to access a full range of skills once the UK has left the EU. There is a grave risk to Welsh business if Wales' labour needs are not reflected in negotiations on withdrawing from the EU. This also represents an opportunity to think about workforce planning for these sectors. Welsh Government needs to assess where skills shortages will be in future and consider how skills and education policies can be aligned with the needs of the sector. We recommend the development of a skills strategy in the sector, which the Cabinet Secretary has accepted in principle only. I would be grateful if she could explain why she could not accept the recommendation in full. Finally, there must be a transitional period. The changes arising from Brexit are challenging and complex. For 40 years, we have operated with system structures arising from our membership of the EU. In its report, the committee has emphasised the importance of a transitional phase to move to any new system of support. Part 2 of the committee's report sets out a vision for what might come next. After CAP has gone, how should we support the agricultural sector in Wales? What will rural communities look like? How will its communities thrive? The committee believes that we need to be ambitious and innovative and has put forward proposals for a model of payment and support for land management that is based on sustainable outcomes. Farmers are central to deliver these commitments, and they manage over 80% of the land area of Wales. They can help deliver priorities such as tackling climate change, flood prevention and improving the quality of our water. What are the outcomes the new system should support? We must tackle climate change. Measures that tackle climate change should be central to a future support mechanism based on outcomes. We want to see policies that aim to reduce the carbon footprint of food production and incentivise carbon sequestration. We must support a resilient food production sector. There is an opportunity for Wales to become a more resilient, more self-reliant food-producing nation. We want Welsh Government policies that value local production, reduce the carbon footprint and protect high animal health and welfare standards. We recommend that the Welsh Government should work with producers and retailers to increase sales of Welsh produce, including through public procurement, and that includes both health and local government, as well as central government itself. We must maintain sustainability, forestry and woodland. Land managers should be incentivised to increase forestry coverage in Wales, and future policies should also consider the role commercial forestry can play. We must protect and enhance biodiversity. Funding for land managers should support specific interventions for threatened species, habitats and protected sites, and also promote a spatial approach to land management. We must manage the landscape for the benefit of tourism, recreation and perhaps most importantly, for the local communities. A system of support based on outcomes must encourage and improve public access to the countryside. In addition to the considerable public health benefits, this will lead to benefits of tourism and the rural economy. We must nurture the Welsh language and vibrant rural communities. Rural communities are fundamental to thriving Welsh culture, language and identity. Protecting the agricultural sector is vital if we want those rural communities to prosper. Many of the areas with the highest density of Welsh speakers are in rural north and northwest and West Wales. Any future system of sport must bolster Wales' unique cultural and economic environment discussion with the UK Government about the future direction of policies in the UK. In conclusion, leaving the EU provides an opportunity to realign payments for rural communities to deliver public goods such as climate change, mitigation and biodiversity enhancement. Financial support for agricultural producers will be shaped differently in future. The committee's report makes it clear that our landscapes and rural economies will continue to be managed mainly by farmers, and this should be supported with public funding. However, we can only seize these opportunities to guarantee the same level of funding which Wales received from the EU, something promised during the referendum campaign. The Welsh Government must seize the chance to design made in Wales policies that support the sector and reward farmers for delivering sustainable outcomes such as protecting biodiversity and mitigating climate change. Without continued support, there will not be a managed landscape to attract tourists and a thriving rural economy to support the language and culture of Wales. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wales needs ambitious and innovative land management policies to deliver wider environmental benefits for the future generations. I hope it can be achieved.
Thank you. Paul Davis.
Thank you, Diplo Lywydd, and I am pleased to take part in this debate and to reflect on some of the themes highlighted in this report by the Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee. A significant number of the recommendations included in the report refer to agricultural trade relationships following Britain's decision to leave the European Union, and I'm pleased to note the positive response of the Cabinet Secretary to those recommendations. It is vital that a fair and permanent framework is established to protect the sustainability of the agricultural industry when Britain leaves the European Union, and several stakeholders stress the importance of EU export markets for Welsh agricultural products and highlighted the need for the devolved nations to have a strong voice at the negotiating table. CLA Cymru, for example, is right to say that farmers need a trade policy that creates markets for farmers here in the UK and abroad. Therefore, it's absolutely essential that governments across the UK now work together to secure an agreement that allows farmers in Wales to continue to rely on existing export markets, to ensure that these exist in the future, and to protect our farmers against cheaper imports. Now, the evidence to the inquiry here also makes it clear that there will be individual priorities for each of the nations to discuss with the EU, and that one of Wales's priorities will be to protect the red meat sector. I note that Hybu Cig Cymru has told the committee, and I quote, "I can't overemphasise the importance of the European market to us as far as the red meat sector is concerned, especially Welsh lamb. As the majority of you will know, 1/3 of the Welsh lamb production from Wales, which is about 1.3 million lambs, actually ends up being consumed in Europe, tariff-free of any restrictions. Of course, the Welsh Government must now work with the UK Government to ensure that sectors such as the Welsh red meat sector are prioritised strategically in any Brexit negotiations, and I welcome the Welsh Government's response to recommendations in the report on this specific issue. Now, the committee's report is broad-ranging, and it's not only concerned with the role of agricultural trade in Brexit negotiations. Indeed, there are some very interesting themes related to food production and food culture, and I'm pleased to see this particular issue getting the attention that it deserves. I'm sure we all agree that Wales is unsurpassed in producing high-quality products. This policy encompasses a number of Welsh Government departments, everything from health and education to the economy. Therefore, it's vital that any strategy in this area is effectively coordinated. I agree wholeheartedly with the committee's view that there is a need for a higher level of support from the government to develop a culture that creates high-quality food sourced locally and that creates sustainable products. For example, a lot more could be done on public procurement, particularly in relation to supporting smaller producers. Indeed, while I accept that the National Procurement Service has made some progress in this area, the Welsh Government could do more to lead the way in supporting local sourcing of food and drink for contracts, as well as building stronger ties with small and mid-sized companies, which should be supported in their efforts to access public procurement supply chains. The Welsh Government's response to the report refers to a new approach being adopted in this area, designed to open up new opportunities for producers that have not been prioritised in the past and have not had the ability to tender successfully. And I hope that the Cabinet Secretary will expand on this a little in her response to the debate. The committee report is also right to emphasise the importance of the dairy sector in Wales, and I note recommendation 17, which calls on the Welsh Government to prepare a plan for the dairy industry in consultation with producers, distributors and retailers. Members will know that there are high input costs for dairy farmers, and I believe that there is scope here for the Welsh Government to secure more funding for capital improvements. When I quizzed the Cabinet Secretary on this particular point in March, she said that new small grants scheme was one of the areas where the government could provide specific support, and I hope that she can provide more details on how the government is doing this. I appreciate that an independent review of the dairy sector in Wales resulted in a report in March 2015. However, given the significant funding problems experienced by some farmers in the dairy sector, this may be an area that is worthy of further attention. In conclusion, Dirprwy may again thank the committee for its work on the report. This report has addressed a wide range of issues, including climate change, sustainable land practices, agriculture and food and drink. And I hope that, in light of the committee's work, the Welsh Government will proceed with an even greater focus on supporting the agricultural industry and will do everything it can to work with the UK Government to safeguard Wales's agricultural industry in the future.
Thank you. Simon Thomas.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And first of all, can I say that Plaid Cymru supports the committee's recommendations in full, and we're very pleased that we were able to agree a cross-party report that set out so clearly the issues and concerns in leaving the European Union and what needed to be addressed by this government, but also by the Westminster government. And because I agree with the report, I don't want to talk much about the report itself, but concentrate in two areas, I think. One is the area in which Plaid Cymru would have gone further than the report and so set out how we would respond to some of the challenges that are in here. And secondly, what's happened since we published the report, because it's worth bearing in mind we're having this debate today. The report was published at the end of March. What has actually happened? You know, we've had several weeks, almost 3 months since then, more than 3 months actually, 4 months, where we would have hopefully seen some progress on some of these recommendations. Well, let's examine a little of that. But first of all, to say how we would respond to this report. From our point of view, we believe that membership of the single market and the customs union remains the most viable and sustainable way to maintain our agriculture sector here in Wales. We have that market that has been successful for us to date. Farmers want to remain trading with that market. Yes, they want to explore new markets that will become available, but they want to remain trading in that market, and I think the membership of the Customs Union single market is the most successful way forward on that. Plaid Cymru also wants to examine how we might firm up something that's been said over the last few weeks around payments and continuing support for the farming sector, because obviously what did happen between March and today was a general election, which changed nothing politically, didn't give a mandate for any sort of Brexit, has led to a mess in Westminster and a lack of progress on the challenges set up out in this report. But it has led to something that's emerged over the last week, which is a commitment by the Westminster Government that the farming payments are now maintained for this Parliament, and that's to 2022. So we've had gained a little bit of time, if you like, in that sense. And I would like the Cabinet Secretary, when she has the opportunity, to confirm that she will maintain that support. And it is her intention of this government to continue that, because as she says in responding to the report, continued CAP support beyond 2020 is dependent on decisions made by Her Majesty's Treasury. True, but Her Majesty's Treasury or Her Majesty's Government has said there will be support to 2022. So let's hear a similar kind of in-principle support from this Welsh Government. I also would like us to do a lot more around procurement, and Paul Davis did mention this. But clearly, if we're leaving the European Union and we have some flexibility around how we use procurement now, we can prioritise. Let's be honest, what other countries do prioritise anyway in the European Union, but let's re-examine that argument. But high welfare, high mental standards foods, healthy food, local food, fresh food. These are the things that the Italians and the French use even today under present rules. But without those such restrictions, we can look how we might beef up. Yes, I think beef up how we produce in hospitals, in schools. Our army and our armed forces need to be buying UK and Welsh meat as much as possible. There's an awful lot of progress that we can make on that with contingent benefits for the agriculture sector. I also have to say that we haven't seen the progress that I would want to see following the committee's report in March on the workforce issues. So we have at least just had an announcement from the Prime Minister around her, if you like, deal or what offer to EU citizens in the UK. I don't think it's generous enough. I don't think it's sufficient enough to meet the concerns of the committee, and I would like to see more effort put in there. And it's certainly Plaid Cymru's view that those EU citizens that are here currently should stay and should have the same rights as they currently have, and that would give some assurances within particularly the food production side and the food production and serving side, if you like, with the restaurant trade as well. It's all part of that particular circular economy. I also think that Plaid Cymru would go further than the report around where we see a trade deal being agreed. If there is to be leaving the single market, and if we are then to strike different sort of trade deals, then certainly we are of the view that this National Assembly should have a veto as part of a UK-wide agreement on how those trade deals should be struck. And I think it's something to be said that David Davis has recently said that the National Assembly will be formally consulted on the repeal bill. Stop calling it a great thing. On the repeal bill. But we need to go further. We need that consultation and agreement on the trade deal that might be struck as well. So there are things, but the report is, I think, very comprehensive and a thorough explanation of the challenges that face us in the European Union. But I think the imagination that we need to demonstrate now in responding to those challenges has not been demonstrated fully to date by the Welsh Government, certainly has been completely absent to date from the Westminster Government, and Plaid Cymru wants to see much further action and much faster action.
Neil Hamilton.
I'm very pleased to take part in this debate and to congratulate Mike Hedges on his emergence as Tory leaders used to do before elections, as the chairman of the committee. I know we didn't have an election, but I can say that if there had been one and he was a candidate, he would have had my enthusiastic support, as I've seen the way that he has worked in the Public Accounts Committee, which is very impressive indeed, and I'm sure he'll be an excellent chairman of the Climate Change Committee. I believe this is a very good report. I don't agree with absolutely every recommendation, but almost all of them. And I do think it does help to put matters in perspective. If we turn to paragraphs 10, 8 and 11 of the report, it gives us the figures that Wales exports £12.3 billion worth of goods, but only 2% of those are accounted for by food and live animal exports. So agriculture is a vital part of the Welsh economy, but as I said earlier on, whatever problems might be thrown up by the uncertain process of transition from where we are now to where we'll be post-Brexit, it should be relatively easy for the British Government and the Welsh Government to accommodate the financial implications of whatever is decided, and I've no doubt whatsoever that agriculture in Wales will not be worse off post-Brexit than it is now. Indeed, the scope for improvements are much, much greater. We have a massive trade deficit in food products. We exported from the UK £20 billion a year in food and drink. We actually import £43 billion. In 2016, the latest year for which figures are available, that trade gap actually widened by over 4%. So if the European Union is so foolish as not to enter into a successor agreement with us, then there is massive scope for import substitution because, again, the report very usefully provides us with the effective tariff figures for food products, which are, of course, colossal. 84% in cattle carcasses, 87% in frozen beef, 46% in lamb carcasses, and so on and so forth. And what that demonstrates to us is actually how regressive in its impact on ordinary people the common agricultural policy is, because tariff forms of protection are a very inefficient way of supporting agriculture and farm incomes, because the people who bear the biggest brunt of the burden are those on the lowest incomes, because everybody has to buy food and food products, and therefore they tend to be very regressive in their impact. And one of the great advantages of being able to design for ourselves an agricultural policy for the UK and for Wales is that we will perhaps be able to skew the system more in favour of people at the lower end of the income scale. And I very much hope that that's what we'll be able to do. I do think that recommendation 2 is unrealistic, which calls for an equal voice at the negotiating table in the talks on access to the single market for the devolved nations, because the United Kingdom government is charged with the responsibility for negotiating on behalf of the entire United Kingdom. And I think it's unrealistic to imagine that any of the constituent nations could have a veto on its decisions, given that England has 85% of the population of the UK. It's just not practical politics to make this argument, whatever the merits might be from Plaid Cymru's perspective, and I fully understand why they want to make the case for that. But nevertheless, being part of a federal system would be a very different state of affairs from the one that we currently have, and that would have implications for fiscal transfers between England and the rest of the United Kingdom as well, the consequences of which might be very significantly adverse for Wales. So it's a game of swings and roundabouts. But having said that, I do believe that the devolved nations should have a parity of esteem within the United Kingdom in these negotiations, and the United Kingdom government should have at the forefront of its mind the interests of Wales and Welsh agriculture in particular in the negotiations. And although free trade negotiations are inevitably, as Simon Thomas said, a trade-off of one interest against another, we must find a way of compensating the losers, if there are losers, from that process. And given the statistics, which I quoted at the start of my speech, I don't think that that is an impossible situation to find ourselves in ultimately. As regards the issue of migration and agricultural workers in particular, before we went into the European Union, we had a seasonal agricultural workers scheme, which we maintained right up until relatively recently, and it should be not beyond the bounds of possibility to restore that and to take account of whatever skills gaps there are in the Welsh economy as well as in other parts of the UK. Again, that's calls for a sensitivity on the part of the UK government. So there's very little time in this debate to go into all the complications of this process, but I do believe that this report gives us a very good ground upon which to take the argument forward, and I congratulate the members of the committee for reaching the consensus that they did.
Hewyr Anker Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. And could I just begin by congratulating Mike Hedges on taking over the chairmanship of this committee, and also on a very good first speech here in the Senedd introducing this report. But could I also thank our former chair as well? Contrary to any rumours, he wasn't booted off. We were doing a good old job there, and he presided over a good piece of work in this report and over the previous work that we'd done as well. So it is worth marking the recognition of that, and the fact that we came to a consensual approach within this on some very difficult areas. I think is a tribute to the joint working of the committee, but also the impartial stewardship that went on in this period as well. But my congratulations, and I know you'll do a cracking job going forward as well, as you've already shown. I don't want to go through all of the report. Now, in fact, I'm specifically going to stay away from the explicit issues to do with farming, dairy sector, Welsh land sector and so on. They're in there. I agree with all of them. That's patently obvious. And we hope that the Welsh Government will take them on board and respond to them well. But I want to deal with some more fundamental issues that I think are of importance. And the first one actually responds to the mention that Neil has just made about recommendation number 2 on a UK agreed position. What I would say is here, I think the thinking of the committee on this recommendation was, as we do these negotiations in exiting the EU and how we will come out on the environment, on agriculture and a range of other things, is we should now be doing what we mean to do going on from here. That we shouldn't be waiting for the next 2 or 3 years. We've now come to the point, quite frankly, where the old days of being on a JMC, where the agenda is set by a UK minister, it's not a meaningful agenda, where the discussions are fairly cursory, where there are no meaningful outcomes. If there are any outcomes, it's agreed by the UK minister rather than those sitting round. Those are long gone. If the forward model, and I think it is, I personally strongly feel it is, and we touch on that in later recommendations, in fact, that we need to have that, if you like, more of a Council of Ministers approach, where not only is there parity, as in we all get along very well and I'm going to show you respect, but there is genuine parity, as in we will jointly agree what the agenda is. We don't care whether you've got a 3.5 million population or a 58 million population. You have equal say around this table. Curiously, I would say to Neil, think of this in terms of what currently goes on in Brussels. When the Council of Ministers sit down, doesn't matter what size that country is, doesn't matter whatever, they all have the power to actually say no at some points there, whether you are Malta or whether you are the United Kingdom. And I used to sit next to the Maltese minister, and he had the same power we had. Let me turn to... so I want to touch on those issues, recommendations 6, 7 and 8 there, those ones that talk about joint working mechanisms such as the developing a UK Council of Ministers. I think that is very important. We haven't seen progress on that, despite Welsh Government making its position clear on its approach on this, and we are a few months down the line on this, but particularly in respect of agriculture and rural development and land management, as we've got within this report. That parity of esteem, that agriculture and rural development will be developed in partnership, and there will be parity of esteem between the UK Government and devolved administrations. These may seem like simple rhetoric, but they're not rhetorical flourishes. It is going to the essence of what we think should be now a changed relationship amongst the constituent parts of the UK. And it's not diminishing the role of the UK Parliament, the UK ministers. It's actually saying there needs to be much more equity across the whole piece now, across the nations and regions. We note in Recommendation 6 that the Welsh Government should be seeking urgent bilateral talks with the UK Government to develop this common understanding of the legal and constitutional position in respect of devolved and reserved powers. I still think, as we speak now, we still have no clarity. We are waiting for no longer the Great Repeal Act, but the Repeal Act, but we still have no clarity. This I find quite amazing, that as we stand here now, months on, at this stage, as we have ministers for Brexit, ministers for this, that and the other out there in Brussels at the moment negotiating, we still do not have clear a common understanding of the legal and constitutional position in respect of devolved and reserved powers at this very moment. And in the brief few seconds remaining, I would urge everybody to look not only at part 1, which shows the pragmatism, the issue of dealing with the here and now, the immediate challenges of land management and Brexit, but also to look at part 2, because part 2 is the pragmatic idealism of where we go in future. And I say this against the background of a UK minister who has spoken openly about the possibility of having an insurance-based scheme for farms going forward. He hasn't spoken about it in the last couple of weeks, but he spoke about it previously. That is an open market situation, where you trade your commodities against futures and so on and so forth. Well, heaven help our sole trader upland hill farmers if they're exposed to that, quite frankly. But there are some great ideas in here about actually explicitly rewarding, in effect, using public money to reward public goods of land management, sustainable outcomes, biodiversity, etc., even access. That, I think, is an exciting thing that we should grasp going forward from this report.
Mark Reckless.
Diolch, Clywyd. And even if I'm not able to congratulate the chair of the committee on obtaining the debate, I very much want to congratulate him on his speech and for collecting the cup and what he is doing with the committee. I very much want to distinguish what I said last week about the allocation of chairs and standing orders from welcoming him personally to the position, and I only hope he enjoys it as much as I did. Thank you also to him and Hugh Davis for their remarks. I was delighted to steer or shepherd this report through committee, and I think it's a very strong committee and a good report that has cross-party support, and I think speaks for Wales. I would like to concentrate my remarks on a number of the recommendations. Recommendation 6 was that there should be bilateral discussions between the Welsh Government and the UK Government, and we gave some specific areas where that should happen. But in general, I think it's a good approach. I totally understand there are formal sort of cross-UK devolution approaches, whether that's the JMC or a replacement. But I think we also need our own bilateral relationships to develop the particular issues for Wales. Paul Davis mentioned red meat and particularly lamb exports. But also I think there's just a very different political context. Scotland has a government that is committed to independence, breaking up the UK. The DUP, if the executive gets back, will have a First Minister who's in an alliance or a pact at Westminster with the Conservative government and has her own particular ways of influencing the agenda through that. I think we're probably in an intermediary position to those two, but we need to be making our points forcefully, bilaterally, as well as multilaterally through the devolved arrangements. And I think we need to work together as an assembly. We've done that on this report. But I hope we could also do so more generally. We were speaking yesterday about all 60 AMs working together to get more resources for Wales. But yeah, I mean, particularly in the agriculture area. I mean, Andrew R.T. Davis is a farmer. He's leader of the opposition. He's offered his help in any way with these post-Brexit discussions to try and get the best deal for Wales. And I just hope the Welsh Government will take him up on that offer. I want to look at recommendations 9, 10 and 15, which broadly relate to funding. And I think there has been some move forward on this. To me, at least, the Conservative manifesto was clear that there'd be continued funding through to 2022. That wasn't reflected in the Welsh Government's response to the committee report. I assume that's because that hadn't been communicated at that point at a government-to-government level. I'm pleased to hear, I think, from the Cabinet Secretary earlier that has now happened. And indeed, if the DUP have helped accelerate this, at least that is one positive point. I think as a committee, we thought very carefully about this recommendation. And we want to continue getting money for Wales. We think farmers continue to need support. On the other hand, I think for some there's a question as to how realistic it is to say that that must happen forever and a day, whatever happened to be the support at this particular point in time. Because the Welsh farming, agricultural land development will develop, the CAP will develop, and we don't know what the CAP funding is going to be between 2021 and 2027. We think that's the most appropriate benchmark, but we also think that's a sensible period to transition to a new system. And I think now that UK government is offering financial support on reasonably equivalent terms through to 2022, that takes us well into that transition period. I think it would be helpful if Welsh Government, I think, can clarify and confirm that that money, to the extent it flows from the UK, will continue to be spent on agriculture, farming, land management purposes more broadly over that period. And then we need to look to a transition to a new system. And whatever people's views about the merits of the European Union, I think few people would say that we would have designed the CAP specifically for Wales. And when we get the opportunity to determine our own agriculture policy and for land management, that will be very different. And I think for for many farmers, it's going to be quite a challenge making that transition. It's very important that we give them time to plan for that. But I think also if there is a change in funding relations, and as on recommendation 16, that we are using those to be more aligned to sustainable outcomes while producing high-quality food, but public benefit for public money, that will be a very different system. And to the extent farmers plan and develop for that, I think if we move away from a Pillar 1 subsidies or payments simply on the basis of land ownership, one implication of that may be that the value of agricultural land becomes less over that period. And one implication of the sustainable thing may be in terms of forestry. We didn't see it as a binary thing of forestry or farming. We actually think many farmers would like to plant more woodland on their farms than they do now, and to do so more easily, and that farming and forestry can work together, just as we hope that the Welsh Government and UK Government will work together to see a better future for farming and land management in Wales.
Jenny Rathbone.
Diolch, Clywyd. I rather disagree with Simon that the general election changed nothing politically, viz the debate we had yesterday. But I think it was very disappointing that, having called the general election, Theresa May then said absolutely nothing about the Brexit terms and conditions that was supposedly the general election was about. We are still very much in the dark about what the future might hold, although we're beginning to have a rational debate about the virtues of changing our immigration policy. And I think that is one of the considerable threats that's on the doorstep now, in that many of our industries are actually dependent on immigrant labour from other parts of Europe. So, for example, our tourism industry relies a lot on migrant European labour, as do our abattoirs and our food processing industry. We already have the challenge of less Europeans coming to the UK to work because of the fall in the pound, which makes the wages on offer less attractive. And it is one of the challenges we face now, is to who is going to do these jobs if it's not going to be done by other Europeans. Are we going to increase the pay in these sectors, which will attract more local people, or indeed retain the people coming from other European countries? Or are we going to be happy to see these activities being exported elsewhere, whether it's abattoirs to England or food processing to other parts of Europe? But I think that, in turn, compounds the challenges we face in relation to climate change, and the more we add on food miles, the more challenging that becomes. Neil Hamilton is right to point out that we have a massive trade deficit in food at the moment, so there are many opportunities for diversifying. However, the huge dislocation of current agricultural patterns could be needed if we're suddenly going to be having tariffs imposed on us for entry into the single market, which will have a huge and revolutionary impact on, for example, our lamb industry, where 30% of their product is exported to Europe, and tariffs would kill off that business overnight. So it is true that the CAP, whilst it has guaranteed the production of food after the Second World War, it hasn't exactly delivered the sort of healthy local food industry that certainly I would envisage we want to ensure that we have a thriving agricultural sector which benefits our rural communities, but also benefits the population at large. Yes, everybody has to buy food, but what many people buy at the moment would have difficulty passing the Trade Description Act as being food. Quite how we've allowed the food processors and the distributors to dress up their products in the drive for profit at any price, whilst those who actually produce the food have really not been in the driving seat. And we've really lost sight of the need to nourish our nation. The Welsh Government has a key role to play through its food procurement strategy. And the health of the nation relies on a radical change in our diet. And too many people never eat fresh fruit and vegetables. And if we're not serving them in schools and hospitals, we should hardly be surprised. We have much to learn from our European partners who take pride in their local food culture in the way that many of us fail to do. And there's enormous opportunities for us here to ensure that we have a Welsh agriculture that is of cultural and social significance beyond the numbers employed or the capital invested. And we do have some pioneering food and farming businesses here in Wales, and we need to continue to develop them. For example, Puffin Produce, which now produces nearly all the potatoes sold in all our supermarkets across Wales, as well as an increasing number of other vegetables as well, and a few items of fruit, is a completely excellent model for the future. But diversification has got to be on farmers' agenda when there's such a huge question mark over some of the things they currently rely on exporting. Many farmers say this isn't possible because of our weather, but I challenge that business-as-usual approach, because water is the new gold, and we have plenty of it, whereas the eastern part of Britain faces serious drought, and we cannot go on simply extracting water from underground reservoirs to continue that unsustainable way. So I think there are many ways in which we can see a diversification of our food industry as well as an improvement in the health of our nation as we move forward in this rather unknown landscape of the post-Brexit world.
Senedd Morgan.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. I'd like to thank the committee for their work on this report. I think there's some excellent analysis and statistics, and it's wonderful to see the Damascene conversion of the former chair of the committee, Mark Reckless, previously UKIP member, on the need to continue to have full access to the European single market. He, I'm sure, is aware of the implications of what that implies, which goes against a whole range of promises made to the Welsh people during the Brexit referendum. I thought you might.
I noticed the Cabinet Secretary in her response said that it was absolutely crucial to maintain the single market and free movement of goods, services and capital. No reference to labour, workers or people in the government response. And I think really the whole chamber was free and as frictionless as possible access to the single market, and in particular, no tariffs. I think that's the objective of all of us and something I believe can be achieved.
Great. Well, good luck with that one. I hope that the European Union is listening, and we all love that kind of situation to be one that is delivered. We will see what is possible. I think there's a whole load of issues which need to be considered in the light of Brexit, but I think one thing is clear, and that is that we will cease to be a part of the common agricultural policy under any new model that we are part of. So unless we get our ducks in a row pretty quickly, there's likely to lead to massive instability and insecurity for vast numbers of people living in our rural communities, and the clock is ticking. Now, I hope members of the committee will forgive me, as I'm not going to focus on what is good in the report, which I must emphasise is excellent, but on aspects of the policy of the report which perhaps have not been given the attention that I think they deserve in the report. And I believe that, like the government in Ireland, we should be preparing for a worst-case scenario, one where we fall off a cliff and have to resort to WTO rules. It's clearly not a desirable situation, but one for which I think we should be prepared. And I think if this were to happen, it would be imperative for the farming community to shift from an industry which focuses on supply to one which focuses on demand. There's almost no mention in the report of the need nor the possibility of adding value to raw produce. And whilst processing food is done to an extent in Wales, the scope for expansion is absolutely enormous. And let me give you an example. Of course.
Just to inform the member that the committee intends to do another report launched next in the Royal Welsh on food in Wales.
Oh, lovely. Well, I look forward to that. So I'm glad that that is something that will be addressed. Well, one of the things that you could focus on, perhaps, in that report is the fact that there are over 79 million ready meals that are eaten in the United Kingdom every week. So where's our ambition to grow in this area? What's the infrastructure, the training and support that we need to put in place to make that happen? Now, I highly applaud the emphasis put in this report on using public procurement to drive demand for Welsh produce, in particular Welsh quality processed produce. But this must be a platform to drive the conversation with the big boys, with the supermarkets, who are the really serious players who buy our goods. And also not mentioned in the report was any reference to compensation for people who work on the land in the framework of the CAP. This is particularly important in relation to TB in cattle, or if there is a future outbreak of foot and mouth disease. I hope that's something that the committee will be able to look at in future as well. Some of these issues will be explored in the Economic Development Plan for Rural Wales, which I'll be publishing next week. Now, in relation to the workforce and the potential threat if we were to restrict access to EU seasonal agricultural workers, a recent report suggested that the cost of fruit could go up by 50% in the United Kingdom if seasonal workers were not allowed in. But it's not just about the fruit pickers. 60% of abattoir staff are EU nationals, and 98% of vets in abattoirs are EU nationals. So the amount we'd have to pay British staff would be considerably more. So the price of our meat would inevitably rise. And don't forget that this could be at a time when we'd be flooded with cheap meat from Argentina, New Zealand and elsewhere. Is that a bit of mumbling?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Mumbling is allowed.
Mumbling, fine. Sighing, yes, we're used to that. The costs of leaving the EU are clearly emphasised in the report, and the regulations that we adhere to currently supports the production of high-quality food and ensures the widest possible access to market. But it's not just increased tariffs that we need to fear. If we leave the EU, and let's not forget that those tariffs could be astronomical if we're using WTO rules, cattle tariff of 84%, a lamb tariff of 46%. These are huge costs, but there are these massive extra costs which could come from administration, in particular if we were outside the customs union. There'd be an increased cost in relation to rules of origin, conformity of assessment procedures, the need to reformulate products, labelling and packaging changes, more mumbling, all of which...
Carry on, Lynette.
All of which the report suggests could lead to a 5 to 8% increase in costs. So in terms of what we can do in Wales in future to support agriculture, I was extremely interested to read in the report about the restrictions which may be imposed by the WTO in relation to how and to what extent future payments can be made to farmers, and the restrictions in particular of environmental schemes which are limited to income foregone for the compliance scheme in question. This could massively curtail our room for manoeuvre in terms of support. And I think this is a real worry, and I would ask the Cabinet Secretary if this is an area that the Welsh Government is exploring. I'd like to finally thank the committee for its work. I'd in particular like to thank the former chair for his work. I think I hear that he's done a very good job as chair of the committee, and I would like to wish the new chair, Mike Hedges, all the best for what I think is an essential area for rural communities.
Call on the Cabinet Secretary for the Environment and Rural Affairs, Lesley Griffiths.
I very much welcome the committee's report and would like to thank members for it is really an excellent report, and I think that's reflected in the fact that I've been able to accept in principle all the recommendations. So I think we're already making progress on some of the recommendations. I too would like to thank Mark Reckless for his work as chairman and to welcome Mike Hedges to his new role. As the report recognises, farming accounts for the management of over 80% of our land in Wales, and therefore the future of our environment and the future of agriculture are fully intertwined. I think members have raised some really important points this afternoon, and I will try to respond to as many as possible in the time allowed. Our white paper, Securing Wales's Future, outlines our views on the future of agriculture and the environment post-Brexit. We are absolutely clear these are and must remain devolved. We will not tolerate any attempts by the UK Government to deprive this Assembly of its existing powers or deprive Wales of any funding. We will have our own Wales agriculture policy, and I've made that very clear since we had the referendum back in June. It is essential, members have referred to this, that Welsh Government plays a full part in discussions to ensure the UK negotiating position fully reflects the very specific Welsh context we have. Colleagues will be aware I've been actively engaging with the UK Government and devolved administrations through regular ministerial meetings. We have had a hiatus. Simon Thomas referred to the fact that it's been 3 months since the report came out and what's happened. Well, we have had a big pause of 2 months. We've lost an enormous amount of time over the general election campaign. I've had the opportunity now to speak to the new Secretary of State at DEFRA. Colleagues will be aware I mentioned that the June meeting, monthly meeting was pulled. We've now got the July one reinstated following discussions by myself and my Scottish counterparts, because it is really important now we get on with this. We're over a year since the referendum. The Article 50 was triggered back in March, and we really need to be making some progress. As a Welsh Government, it's been a huge focus for me, it's a huge focus for my officials. We are looking at scenarios. We've looked at the cliff edge that somebody referred to. We're looking at all scenarios so that we're absolutely ready when discussions begin again. I have acknowledged that UK-wide frameworks may be needed, and I still believe that to be the case, but I will not tolerate the imposition of such frameworks by Westminster and Whitehall. All 4 nations have to agree collectively any UK-wide arrangements, and devolution must be respected, and any UK position that's come to must reflect the interests of the UK as a whole. And I made it very clear when I spoke to Michael Gove that he needs to be very clear when he's talking for the UK and when he's talking for England. I think one of the opportunities, because we have to look for opportunities in this, is that this, somebody mentioned it was once in a lifetime. I think it was Mike Hedges who said it. I think there is a unique opportunity for our stakeholders to help us shape policies going forward, particularly in agriculture and fisheries and environment. So that was one of the reasons I immediately set up the ministerial roundtable group. We meet again on Monday, so that we can have that input from our stakeholders. And I think the work of the roundtable has added significant value, and it's really enabled a cross-sectorial approach. So we haven't had people working in silos, and I think, again, we've led the way across the UK in that stakeholder engagement. And we've really considered issues and looked at issues and discussed issues in a much more integrated way. We have got a number of subgroups recently come about from the stakeholder group, and one of them is on land management, and that will provide further focus to this area of work. Jenny Rathbone mentioned that things have become slightly clearer. I think slightly clearer is the way forward. For instance, the UK Government just talked about the Great Repeal Bill prior to the election. Then suddenly, last week in the Queen's speech, we heard there was going to be an agriculture and fisheries bill, which we hadn't heard before. We were sort of being reassured that the Great Repeal Bill would be able to sort of contain everything, and we'd go from there. We didn't think it would, and clearly the UK Government have come to that view also. Just turning to funding, and several members raised funding. Earlier in the election campaign, the Prime Minister visited a farm in North East Wales, and she declined to commit to protecting support for farmers after 2020. That has now gone to 2022. So in answer to Simon Thomas's question, whereas I confirmed agricultural support up to 2020, we can now confirm it up to 2021, obviously the lifetime of this Welsh Government. But we need to keep pressing on this, because we were told that the agricultural sector would not lose a penny if we left the EU. So that is a point I keep making. I think the lack of a commitment post-2022 raises a lot of worries about long-term investment, because when you talk to farmers, they have to look in very long-term, years and years. And I know it is a concern, not just to farmers, but to land managers, rural businesses and rural communities, because they have to plan effectively. So whilst we are waiting for further detail, I think it's up to the Welsh Government to do all we can to protect our rural communities. Paul Davis mentioned that when I went to committee, I talked about the small grants. Well, that's the £40 million business farm grant. I didn't like the word small grants, so we renamed it business farm grants, and I launched that in April, which is £40 million, £10 million per year for 4 years. And that will enable farmers to invest in vital equipment and technology to help their businesses become more resilient, because that's what we all want to see, an agricultural sector that's sustainable, vibrant and resilient. Jenny Rathbone mentioned about diversification, and last Thursday I visited a farm in just outside of Llanrwst, where the farmer has diversified now into tree planting, and he planted 85,000 trees since March, and it was absolutely brilliant to see this. That's what the type of diversification we want to see and support. I also fully committed the remaining £223 million of our rural development programme, which will provide some much-needed financial reassurance. Again, I've continually stated how vital full and unfettered access to Europe's single market is to Wales's economic success. Trade is obviously a reserved issue, and that's why it is so important we've engaged. So it's not just myself that's engaging, but also obviously the First Minister through JMC Plenary and Mark Drakeford through JMC EU. Some 2/3 of identifiable Welsh exports go to EU countries, and any significant reduction in access to the single market we know will be damaging. So again, we've urged the UK Government to adopt this as a top priority for negotiation with the EU. Some members mentioned the food and drink sector. It's hugely valuable to Wales and employs, if you think about everybody from restaurants and food processing factories, abattoirs, people in Wales. The UK Government seemed to prioritise deals with other countries over maintaining our access to the single market, which is of concern, and they do appear willing to sacrifice sectors such as red meat in the interests of quick wins with countries like the USA and New Zealand, who are very keen to access our markets. By contrast, a key consideration for us is UK producers not being undercut by imports where production standards are poor and where consumers are put at risk. And the UK market is also very important to us, and I absolutely believe UK Government must play its role in safeguarding our food and agricultural industries across all sectors and regions of Wales. We've also sought to influence UK Government departments to promote our products through international trade work, and we also undertake significant trade efforts to develop the export market for food and drink ourselves, and I will continue to have a focus on that. Hubby Key Cymru obviously promote our red meat, and we've just had a new board in place. I'll be announcing a new chair, hopefully in the very near future, also because the focus needs to remain on that. So I just want to reassure members, I will continue to face the challenge that we all have, and absolutely want to assure our stakeholders that I will speak up for Wales forcibly at every opportunity. Diolch.
I call on the Chair of the Committee to reply to the debate, Mike Hedges.
Can I thank everybody who took part in the debate? We've seen a great degree of consensus breaking out over most of it. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her response? And can I just thank everybody who either during the debate or via messages or prior to it welcomed me, and can I just say thank you very much for that. Starting off with Paul Davis, who, it's very nice to go first, Paul, isn't it? Because everybody else has to say the same thing as you, but in a slightly different way. I think Paul highlighted the need for devolved nations to have a strong voice, governments across the UK to work together, and he highlighted the high quality of Welsh food products. I think that was echoed by very many other speakers. Can I just say my own experience of the high quality of Welsh food products, lamb, beef, cheese and butter in particular, and I've got the stomach to prove it. Simon Thomas, I thought he should have stopped after 30 seconds when he said he would give full support. He unfortunately felt the need to go on for the next 4.5 minutes. But I think he's right. We do need to keep single market access. I mean, the importance of that. I mean, I'm surprised that some people don't actually see how important it is that you're already trading with people. Finding new customers is great, but giving up the customers you've got seems a very brave decision, or the word foolhardy or stupid might be used by others. What Simon mentioned, something which I keep on going on about, is one of the advantages of the European Union is the procurement rules of the European Union will no longer apply. We can support our own local food industries. Far too often, in many of us, in different places, doing other jobs prior to this, have been told, you can't insist it's Welsh lamb, you can't insist it's Welsh beef, you can't insist it's Welsh cheese and butter, because you have to obey the European Union rules and you have to go out to procurement. So, please.
Just thank you for giving way on that item. Indeed, it does give us the opportunity perhaps to do more, but picking up on Simon's point when he raised this, I think in his contribution, actually, we've already shown that there are other countries within the current EU framework can do that. And in fact, the Welsh Government led on the work with that with Professor Dermot Cahill of Bangor University, who showed that many of these so-called rules that prohibit us doing more with procurement were actually a load of baloney.
Can I agree with you entirely? What I was going to say was that we could have got round it from the very beginning by saying all instructions had to be in Welsh. As is one of the and make everybody in Spain, Portugal and other people when they export to us produce Welsh packaging with Welsh instructions, and that would have stopped it. Neil Hamilton, with Brexit, there's lots of different views. Yours is probably in a minority in here at the moment, but we will find out what we're in the next 2 years. I mean, it's an experiment, not one that many of us would like to go through, but it is an experiment, and somebody's going to be right and somebody's going to be wrong in 2 years, or less than 2 years' time. Importing food from the outside the EU, yes, but can I just ask, how reliable will it be? What will the quality be like? And what quality of animal welfare will we see from it? I think that some of us are prepared to pay a little bit more, not for animals to suffer. Hugh Rankin-Davies, he thanked Mark Reckless for the chairing the committee. I think that's very important because, although I'm replying now, all the work was done under the chairmanship of Mark Reckless. So can I just again say thank you very much, Mark, for the quality of the report you were responsible for. Can I slightly change what Hugh Rankin-Davies said? Luxembourg has the same power as Germany in the EU. I think that's a much better one than Malta and the UK, because we won't be in it much longer. And I think that he did raise something which was really important, the importance of Part 2. Where do we go from here? Because I think that is the situation. Whatever happens, we come out of the European Union, how can we protect it? Mark Reckless, thank you. It's your report, so I knew you wouldn't attack it. I think that the importance of bilateral discussions, funding, I think that is important. I think that if you remove the sport, would you think that hill farming in Wales would survive without any subsidy? I mean, we just had earlier members of the Conservative group saying how important it was that they got this agricultural support from European agricultural support. In fact, we had complaints, well, some of it was coming late. So, well, actually, when we come out of Europe, none of it will be coming ever. But certainly.
Can I just say, it wasn't my report, it's the committee's report as a whole. And I agree, without subsidy, it would be very, 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 very difficult to see that sort of sheep farming landscape, upland farmers survive anything like they do now. And I think one thing we saw in the report is the value of that landscape to tourists and people who come for Wales. And I think it should be a priority with the money that we will have to keep that.
Thank you very much. Jenny Rathbone, post-Brexit, the starting pistol has been fired. Our dependency on immigrant labour, we know. The effect of tariffs on lamb exports, we won't have very, very few. And the quality of food is important. I think that that's something we all need to think about, is what we're putting in our stomachs. Lena Morgan said it was an excellent analysis and congratulated the committee. Another person who's after 30 seconds would have been great to stop, but went on to say that some very important things. World Trade Organisation rules are there to allow everybody to trade, but it doesn't make it easy for people to trade outside the trading bloc. food production is important. If anybody's read my little pamphlet on Swansea City region, one of the things I say is why we don't get the benefit. Why we don't get the benefit of the processing of food, we produce it, and then the processing, the high value, goes elsewhere. Can I just thank the Cabinet Secretary for her response, welcoming the report, excellent report. There's white paper, which I think that most of us are in total agreement with, and all four nations must agree we can't have what's good for England is all that matters. We need the involvement of stakeholders. I think is really important, and for the financial support until 2022 is probably the one thing that's going to please lots of farmers coming out of what has been said today. Thank you.
A question.
The proposal is to note the committee's report. Does any member object? The motion is therefore agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. The next item is the Welsh Conservatives' debate on adult and community learning. I call on Darren Miller to move the motion.
Diolch, Llywydd. I'm very pleased to be leading this debate this afternoon on behalf of the Welsh Conservative Group. And before I go into my comments this afternoon, can I declare an interest as a part-time HE student here in Wales? Further and higher education has a broad and beneficial impact on our Welsh economy and society. But it's not just those who are aged under 24 who can contribute to this positive impact. And that's why I'm glad, fresh on the back of Adult Learners Week last week, that we have the opportunity to debate the current and future role that part-time education and lifelong learning plays in the developing nature of our country and its people. Now, before I develop my contribution, I just want to address the amendments which have been tabled. We will be supporting Amendment 2. Plaid Cymru are quite right to highlight the level of uncertainty that our FE and HE institutions are experiencing because of the Welsh Government's failure to confirm its proposals for student support and higher education funding for 2018-19. And we firmly believe that there needs to be a proper three-year financial package and plan in place. But in terms of Amendment 1, while I hear what the Government is trying to say about its plans for the future, I do believe that Careers Wales as it stands simply is not fit for purpose. It's hugely under-resourced and it's not delivering the sort of independent and bespoke advice that our learners need at the moment. So we will be opposing that amendment. So whilst there's quite rightly a focus on full-time further and higher education, this, I'm afraid, has come at a price of it becoming the assumed default mode of provision. When society thinks of students, I think it's fair to say that most of us commonly associate this with a picture of those going straight from school into university or college. But a significant and growing number of adults wish to begin or to continue further or higher education at a different stage in their life. And we've got many people who need to overcome challenges to enable them to study. Negotiating their finances, finding a flexible course to fit around existing work and family commitments, or having to access course information can significantly hinder their ability to enter into part-time education. And by 2022, a third of our workforce will be over the age of 50. And yet the majority of Welsh spending in education is primarily directed towards children and young people. At present, those between 18 and 24 will have almost 100 times more invested on his or her education by the Welsh Government than someone aged between 50 and 74. And moreover, when we look at the number of young people who are not in employment, education or training in Wales compared to people between 50 and their pension age who are not in employment, education or training, the figures are startling. More than a threefold difference, 60,000 compared to around 200,000. And of course, this disadvantage is felt the most in our deprived parts of the country. So the reality is that if we pursue our current trajectory, we're in danger of laying a trap for our future economic development and personal well-being, because we will fail to utilise the full capabilities and potential of all in our workforce. And we will fail to develop that potential and that talent in parts of Wales who are already being left behind. So faced with this demographic shift, developing the future framework and resourcing of adult learning is more important than ever to ensure that the Welsh economy has the skills that it needs. So Adult Learners Week has just finished. It was its 26th year of celebrating and promoting those who have already undertaken the journey into further and work-based learning. A fantastic initiative, I'm sure that we would all agree. And on top of that, of course, we've had the Inspire Awards, which emphasise how education is one of the most useful and powerful tools that we have as an enabler for everyone, from any age or background, to positively shape and change their lives. So it's our intention in debating this issue this afternoon that we can move from the focus on full-time education to instead recognising the true and huge potential that part-time learning can provide. As the 2014 jointly commissioned report from the Open University and the National Union of Students, It's About Time, argues, part-time higher education is about many things, but at the end of the day, it ultimately hangs on one crucial factor, and that is time. Those returning to part-time education are often juggling other commitments. They're caring for their families, they're pursuing a career already, or they're trying to overcome personal struggles to restart or redirect their lives. Sometimes they're doing all of these things together, simultaneously. And just over 40,000 people here in Wales are currently enrolled in part-time higher education. They've decided to set aside weekdays in the evening after work. They've made personal commitments and they're persevering very often through financial and family pressures to achieve a qualification, to retrain themselves, to upskill or seek an intellectual challenge. And I think their commitment and willingness to invest their time, their resources and their energy means that we here in this place should also be making a commitment back to them. And we should try to do everything we can to make the choice that they have made easier. But it's clear from the current trends, I'm afraid, that adults are finding it more and more difficult to enrol in part-time education because the numbers in recent years have been on the decline. Part-time learning decreased by 21% in 1 year between 2015 and 16 in further education institutions. And there was an 11% fall in those studying part-time in higher education in the same year. And in addition to that, learners in local authority adult community education in the same year also fell by a quarter. So since 2011-12, there are 21,000 fewer learners each year in local authority adult community learning provision, down from 35,000 to just over 14,000. Now, I appreciate that the government has looked to address entry into part-time higher education in particular, and that's why we've been on record as welcoming the provisions of the Diamond Review and the recommendations of the Diamond Review and the trajectory that the government has embarked upon. And I think it's absolutely right that gives part-time students parity of esteem in terms of the financial support that they can get to access higher education. But of course, further education also needs a boost as well in terms of support and access into that. And Diamond doesn't actually address that in the way that many of us had hoped that it would. Turning back to higher education, at present the two priorities to address, of course, are financing and flexibility. We know that recent research from the OU shows that nearly a quarter of those in part-time higher education actually use their savings to fund their tuition fees, and another quarter funded their education through paid work while they were studying. But worryingly, 17% of learners, according to the OU, have used debt, including credit card debt, overdrafts and payday loans, to fund their tuition fees. And these figures show that the current system is simply not working for part-time students. It's not accessible, particularly for those that are in low-wage employment in those most disadvantaged parts of Wales. They've got particular challenges, I think, that we need to help them to overcome. So we've got debt aversion amongst mature students, and I think that also is perhaps contributing to this downward slide in the numbers of people who've been entering part-time higher education and indeed further education in recent years. Now, we know that postgraduate loans are going to be available from this September. I think that that's a very welcome thing. But, of course, we need to ensure that there's some certainty beyond this next academic year for those postgraduate provisions and, indeed, for all other students post the Diamond Review. In the current system, loan applications for part-time study are open for submission later than those for full-time. And these applications can be made only offline via hard copies, not online as with full-time students. Why? That's not accessible, it's not acceptable, and it creates hurdles, additional hurdles for people to overcome. And for distance learning students at the moment, it's particularly discouraging because they face a long delay between enrolling for a course and then being able to apply for a loan. And that's why we're calling upon the Welsh Government to provide an all-age careers advisory and education service. Because currently, potential adult learners are simply not getting the support that they need. They're not getting access to that impartial information, advice and guidance in the same way that full-time students actually are. We also need to ensure that part-time finance options are clearly articulated to those students so that people can consider those actively when they make their applications, so that they can be confident that they've got the resources in place, not just for the first year that they embark on their course, but right through to the end of their courses as well. In addition to that, there is some ageism in the system. At present, Student Finance Wales cuts off funding for those who are 60 and over in the year that their course starts. And yet we know that the Older People's Commissioner and the ARAD review have highlighted the huge benefits of lifelong learning in helping older people to live more independent lives and more fulfilled lives. And so I think that it's really important that that ageism within the system is also addressed, because we know that if we're helping to promote independence, if we're helping to support older people, delaying a package of social care, even just for 1 month, could save £1.8 million a year on average to our annual budgets. Now, in terms of flexibility, obviously we've got to ensure that those who choose to study part-time are able to access it in as flexible a way as possible. We need to ensure that people can retrain both within work and without work in order to equip them to get back into the workforce. And we, for one, want to ensure that degree-level qualifications can be accessed on a modular approach, and of course many universities make those things available. So, in short, I do hope that there will be cross-party support for the motion that we've put down. We all agree, I'm sure, that education is a lifelong pursuit. We want to ensure that there's that parity of esteem between part-time and full-time provision, and we want to ensure that there's adequate independent careers advice to help people back into the workplace. So I do hope very much that members will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. I have selected the 2 amendments to the motion, and I call on the Minister for Skills and Science to formally move Amendment 1 tabled in the name of Jane Hutt.
Formally.
Thank you. And I call on Claire Griffith to move Amendment 2 tabled in the name of Rhys Apiorwedd.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer, and it's a pleasure to contribute to this debate. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to discuss issues related to adult education, community education. We're always discussing schools, universities and colleges, and I think we are duty-bound to redress that balance a little, and this debate today gives us an opportunity to do that. And in preparing for the debate, the one thing that struck me was the fact that adults in Wales are less likely to participate in education as compared to other parts of the UK. And there are a number of reasons why we should be concerned about that, but we know that people are living longer, the demographic is changing, and patterns of work are changing. We've heard already that a third of the workforce will be over 50 years of age in just a few years' time. Now, the working career is getting longer, and there's a trend for more people to change careers during their working life and to do that more often. But far too often, of course, lifelong learning is seen as something which is secondary as a consideration as compared to other structures within the education system. And with the economic uncertainty that we're facing, the structural changes in the workforce, and we heard earlier today about the impact that automation is going to have on the workplace, it's increasingly important that Wales has a flexible workforce which is consistently learning new skills for employment and for the modernisation of working practices. Now, the government, of course, is working on a policy of 1,000 apprenticeship for people of all ages, and that is a policy that Plaid Cymru has supported and does support. But we should perhaps place the same emphasis, I think, on securing fair play for lifelong learning. as well. Now, there are a whole host of benefits. We've heard of some of them emerging from lifelong learning: economic benefits, social benefits, benefits in terms of the health and well-being of individuals. But what I think underpins all of that is the need to create a culture of ongoing learning and to strengthen that culture. And in thinking of education, we shouldn't simply think of schools, universities and colleges, but place far more emphasis on informal education. And as we do in this debate on community education and lifelong learning, it's a debate that we're having at the moment in the context of the education sector in Wales, and the debate on CPD for the education workforce. Now, the days when you got your teaching qualification and then you had 4 or 5 days of training to sharpen some of your skills, well, those days are long gone, and it is just as true in all other sectors. Given this current age where there are huge technological advances, it's important that the workforce is flexible and keeps up with those advances. So if we are to transform the economy in Wales, and if we want to take full advantage of those opportunities, and if we want to demonstrate the innovation and flexibility that characterises prosperous economies across this world, then we do need a workforce and a wider population which is continually upskilling. And to do that, of course, we need to look beyond those areas that we have perhaps traditionally focused upon, and we need to change the culture, as I said, in order to ensure that we reach that aim. And for older people, of course, particularly, perhaps people who have retired, then accessing regular opportunities to develop and learn new skills is crucial in terms of ensuring that their health, their independence and their well-being is maintained. Many older people participate in adult education in order to have social contact, in order to improve physical activity and to keep their minds sharp. And that is just as true and just as valid as any other reason for undertaking such education. So investment in adult education is an investment not only that brings economic benefits, but also, more importantly, brings wider social benefits. Now, from the point of view of the Plaid Cymru amendment, of course, we do encourage the government to confirm its proposals for student support and higher education funding as soon as reasonably practicable, because Vice-Chancellors tell me that there will be young people who will need to decide this September what they will do the following September, and they need to know what the nature of the financial support will be. And those institutions themselves, of course, need that information, because it's a difficult climate that they're currently operating in financial terms, and they need that long-term assurance.
Mohammed Ashkar.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Wales has an ageing workforce in society. A third of the workforce will be age over 55 or 50 in the next 5 years. It's a staggering figure. However, investment in skill and adult education is heavily focused on young adults. This has been to the detriment of people aged 25 and over. In future, businesses will need even more workforce with higher skills, and new technologies will increase that demand. Yet, participation in long life learning is in decline. We need an adult education system which benefits our economy and boosts research. Yeah. We need a system that recognizes adults' need to study flexible and provides the opportunity to do so. The demand for highly skilled employees in the UK economy as a whole is increasing. According to CBI, more than 3/4 of businesses expect to have more job openings for people with higher skills level over the coming years. But again, according to the CBI, 53% of Welsh firms feel that they will not be able to source the skilled employees they need to meet future demand. Evidence clearly shows that 3/4 of people in low-paid work are still in low-paid work 10 years later. So the trend is clear. Businesses requires and will in future require more highly skilled workforce. The emergence of new technology is already having a profound impact on job market, on the skills needed by tomorrow's workforce. A new approach to upskilling is required to ensure that both future demand is met and businesses across Wales are able to take advantage of these new technologies. Sadly, the trend across Wales is far significantly fewer people to be involved in programs that will help them add to their skills. Between 2015 and 2016, the number of adult learners fell by more than 23,000. The longer-term decline is even more concerning. Wales saw a 25% reduction in the number of adults' participation in learning programs between 2012 and 2016. In contrast, the UK government has made significant progress in supporting the private sector to boost upskilling. Their recent industrial strategy helped to create the right framework to incentivize businesses to invest in the skills based of their workforce. The UK government's strategy prioritizes government working with qualification providers and learning institutions. This joint approach is working to ensure new courses are developed to enable part-time and distance learners to participate, and it appeals more to those already in the workforce looking to reskill or upskill. The strategy recognizes that to date, different organizations have identified skill needs in their own areas. However, no single organization has been charged with identifying emerging skills, future skills trends. The UK government is therefore working toward a single joined up authoritative view of the skills gap faced by the UK now and in the future. They are assessing changes to the cost people face and accessing learning to make them less daunting. But first and foremost, the strategy recognizes that high growth sector of the economy requires corresponding high skill sets. It outlines measures to ensure that firms are able to contribute more to increasing the level of skills throughout the workforce. Presiding Officer, Wales needs this sort of industrial vision to ensure we can take full advantage of the new technologies and ways of working that will transform Welsh workplace. And we should learn and we should teach the word, not we should learn from the word. And there are certain areas, self-concept, adult learning, readiness to learning, orientation, motivation to learning. All these are motivation for our youngsters and senior citizens. And men and women together, we are double in force, and we can surely transform our economy. Health and well-being, which has been mentioned earlier, can certainly help to achieve when our senior people are well educated and second, learning in the place in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Erin David.
I declare an interest as an Associate Lecturer at Cardiff Metropolitan University. I want to focus my contribution on the importance of part-time education, and I speak having had 15 years' experience of teaching part-time students, and I guess that's probably around 1,000 students, part-time students in that time, one of whom was, just to demonstrate how well part-time students can do, one of whom was Alan Keynes AM, went on to great things, that boy. Very, very proud of him. And whether the ways in which Wales has benefited may be open to debate, but certainly part-time education benefited him. And I can see Andrew R.T. Davies looking slightly nervous there as he realises that Darren Miller is studying part-time as well at the same time. But I'd also say, I'd also recognise some others of my students, Grant Santos, who founded Educate, which is a training provider itself, and Hummy Webb, who is the Work-Based Learning Equality and Diversity Champion for the National Training Federation Wales, was also one of my MBA students and a fantastic MBA student. So I've taught MBA, CIMA, ACCA, CIPD, CIPS, all these part-time courses that have a huge benefit for the students who study them. And one of the benefits is that you can feed directly the learning part-time back into the work that you're doing or the work that you plan to do in the future. A significant minority were undergraduate students too. That brings its own challenges because those undergraduate students often didn't have work but were studying part-time whilst working part-time in jobs that they didn't want to do and were aspiring to go into other jobs. It's a hugely valuable occupation, and the level at which you learn will influence your future career. But what I'd also say to Darren Miller in response to some of his comments, for higher education to be transformative, it's got to have real buy-in from employers. One of the benefits I saw over those 15 years was the fact that employers were willing to pay some of the fees for their students to learn. That has declined in recent times, and particularly from the public sector. I saw CIPD students' numbers drop. And the reason CIPD student numbers dropped was because public sector bodies couldn't afford to educate their students, and it was a direct consequence of austerity. So that's had perhaps an unintended consequence on part-time student numbers from the UK government. David Rees.
Not just before, given the time off, they couldn't actually release them from the time, so they couldn't have people to go in.
Yeah, it was very much a resource issue that they needed Wednesday afternoons, Thursday mornings off to study, and organisations simply couldn't afford that. But what I would say is private sector employers and public sector employers have a duty to educate their people, and we often said, you know, what employers say, well, what happens if I educate my people and they leave? Well, what happens if you don't educate your people and they stay? It's really important that you educate your workforce. And one of the things that's been in the news recently is plagiarism. Plagiarism is a problem, and a big problem with full-time students that deal with case studies. I've designed my courses particularly easily for part-time students to focus on the work they were doing. So a cultural analysis of your organisational environment, for example. Very, very difficult to plagiarise and solves that problem to some extent. Indeed, one of the courses I got my MSc Managing Change students to do last year was an analysis, before I was elected to this place, was an analysis of the Williams report. So I came here armed with some really good knowledge that was generated, and I tell you what, some of the analysis was real top-level stuff and would impress, I suspect, the government minister. It's therefore really important that we continue to support our part-time students, and as Darren Miller has recognised, pro rata support for the living costs of part-time students will be of particular assistance to students from more deprived areas of our communities, and particularly the Northern Valleys. And I've held meetings with Cardiff University, with Cardiff Metropolitan University, and discussions with the University of South Wales about how they can draw their work out of the university and into those communities. It's something they're willing to do. Cardiff Metropolitan University have recently achieved the Small Business Charter, and I gave evidence to the awarding body about the work that Cardiff Met did. And one of the reasons they got that Small Business Charter was because they committed to developing, not within the university, their courses, but out in the communities. And it will only be meaningful if those courses are developed in the areas that I talk about as the Northern Valleys. So, for me, part-time education is key with the support of the employers. I think, actually, with the Diamond Review, the government is on the right track, so I'm perfectly prepared to support the government's motion today. And I think this debate has the benefit of demonstrating the importance and huge benefit to students who study part-time. Part-time student study has huge value and will continue to have huge value to our society.
Thank you very much. Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I support this motion along with the Plaid Amendment. Part-time study can be vital to those who cannot afford to give up work but need to study in order to improve the future for themselves and their family. A healthy part-time education sector can be a major attraction for businesses looking for a new home that want the option of being able to upskill their workforce. It gives increased options for those who want to return to work after a significant period away, perhaps looking after children. Those most likely to benefit from part-time study are those who are most likely to need funding support, though. The upside is that they are also the people most likely to be motivated to successfully complete their course. Adults attend study for different reasons and motivations than school leavers, and offer an excellent return on investment that justifies the investment of taxpayers' money apart from the benefit of improving people's life choices. But there is still a need for young people to be able to access part-time education. A school leaver who has been failed by the education system or has done poorly at school because of adverse childhood experiences, but who has a passion and the disposition to be, for example, an excellent nurse, will find it extremely difficult to make up for the deficiencies of their education in early life without appropriate advice and support. It is possibly inevitable that some people will need to work full-time and study part-time, but during that time they deserve the help they need and the funding required to upskill, so they can help Wales fill the jobs that are currently standing vacant or being recruited for outside Wales. If a person cannot take part in part-time education, or if it is made uneconomic or impractical, or if, due to poor or absent careers advice, they don't know what their options are, people will find it difficult, if not impossible, to overcome accidents of birth that saw them born into a low-income family, or with adverse childhood experiences, or that sent them to a failing school wherever that was. Good accessible careers advice is vital for people if they're going to take advantage of the part-time study opportunities that exist. For a person who has been out of education for perhaps many years, it could be a daunting prospect researching courses and applying for them without a good careers service to provide that helping hand. I will not be supporting the Labour amendment today, which displays a typical complacency of a party in government that refuses to even admit that there may be room for improvement in the provision of careers advice in Wales. If Welsh Labour support the sentiments of point 4, why are they deleting it and replacing it with an amendment that says effectively nothing? Welsh Government says in its amendment that it has the ambition to develop a new all-age employability plan, part of which is providing joined-up careers advice. But an ambition falls far short of delivery or even commencing implementation. So my question is, why, after nearly 20 years in this place, are you only now expressing the ambition to provide joined-up careers advice in Wales or an all-age employability plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Russell George.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to contribute today to this debate, very much focusing on higher education and lifelong learning and how that links in with the Welsh economy. But there's two things I would be very keen to know today, and that is, one, what course is Darren Miller doing? He told us he's doing a part-time FE course. He didn't tell us what he was doing. And secondly, I would like to know from Heaven David what marks he gave to Alan Keynes. So thank you very much. But no, I'm grateful for Heaven's contribution. I thought that was a very good contribution. For the economy to grow, we, of course, need to ensure that we have the people with the correct skills and the correct training available to them, for two reasons. One, because to help them achieve their potential, and two, of course, to help us grow the Welsh economy. Now, regrettably, those without qualifications outnumber those that do have them in some areas of Wales. I think that should be a regret to us all. But then the Future Generations Commissioner, I noticed, warned about 70,000 school leavers leaving without 5 good GCSEs. And this, of course, is at a time when businesses are facing a skills shortage and experiencing difficulties in recruiting the right staff to meet their demands. And plenty of examples in my own constituency where businesses have moved across the border into Shropshire, or threatening to, for sometimes two reasons. Usually the reason is either lack of broadband, or the other reason is they can't attract the right skills. Sometimes they remain in the constituency, but they move to the very edge of the constituency on the Shropshire border to attract those people from Shropshire that do have the right skills. And of course, I think we need to break this cycle of deprivation and lifelong economic inactivity caused by what I think is poor educational attainment. And of course, there is a chicken and egg situation here as well. I have industries come to me in my constituency and say, look, the local HE college, FE college, is not providing the right skills for our business. So I go and see the college and they say, well, look, we've got to provide the courses that are demanded by younger people. We're providing the hairdressing courses, the media courses, etc. So I go back to the industry and tell them, and I say to them, you've got to go into schools and sell your industry. Sell your industry and sell it as a positive life option and tell them about the higher pay that you can offer if those younger people go into those areas. And, you know, they come back to me and sometimes that's good advice, we've done that, and sometimes they come back and say, well, the school wouldn't let us in. So I think that's sort of one particular issue to address as well. I think Darren Miller touched on this in his contribution in regards to independency, independent careers advice. I don't think that's happening at the moment, and I think it's absolutely crucial that it does. And I hope that can be addressed, and I hope the Cabinet Secretary can make some comments on that. Also, Darren Miller, in his opening comments, alluded to the over 60s as well. And absolutely right. I mean, I'm 17 years off 60 myself. 60 is no longer old. Don't forget, earlier this month we had MPs in their 70s and 80s being elected. So there's plenty. You absolutely say to David Thomas. But no, people in their 60s have 20 years of working life left in them, if they want that. And there's an example in my own constituency, Dave Fields from Llanfyllin. He's been accepted on a postgraduate course at Aberystwyth University. Great, excited about that, but Student Finance Wales refused his funding. He's been made redundant. He wants to work. He wants to work for another 20 years, but he wants to get the right skills to do that, but he can't do it. So I very much hope that, and I looked at research into this. I can see the Constitution and Legislative Affairs Committee looked at this, but I hope that the Cabinet Secretary can respond to that particular point. The last part of my contribution, running out of time, is breaking the cycle of deprivation and lifelong learning and economic inactivity caused by poor educational attainment. One way of doing that is through measures contained in the UK Government's industrial strategy, which ensures that growing enterprises have the skills and support they need to create new jobs and prosperity. I would really like to see the Welsh Government's response to the UK Government's industrial strategy. I'm looking at the Cabinet Secretary over there, who I did ask in the chamber, he's not listening at the moment, did ask him, there he's awake now, I did ask him if I could have a copy of the industrial strategy. You said yes in the chamber. I asked the business manager as well also for a copy. Yes, but all that members have received is a covering letter to the Secretary of State for Business without the details and refusing to give us the context of that, saying that that's an appendix. But, you know, please, can we have a look at that? I can't see why we can't see a copy of a Welsh Government's response to a UK Government's consultation. So I think I'm running out of time.
You have run out of time, yes, not running. Thank you very much. Rhiannon Passmore.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. As a former visiting lecturer myself and a former director in FE, but most importantly as a mum, I also welcome this debate. The people of Wales can rest assured that the Welsh Labour Party, the party of the many and not the few, will safeguard, promote and increase educational opportunities to our nation. It may then be worth casting a collective eye over the border into England to see how the Tories value post-compulsory education and training, where they are actually in power. Let's not forget, in England since 2010, 1.3 million adult learners have been lost in England since the Tories came to power. In England, over £1 billion has been cut from the skills budget since 2010, when the Tories came to power, and that is a 14% real terms cut. The Independent Institute for Fiscal Studies found that spending per head for further education in England will have fallen by 13% between 2010-11 and 19-20. So whilst I greatly welcome this debate, and surprisingly, as an educational professional, I shall not be taking any lectures from the benches opposite. Indeed, the leader of the Welsh Conservatives would do well to tell the Prime Minister, when she calls him next, of the good practice that is taking place in Wales under Labour, in stark contrast to England. Although I fear Andrew R.T. Davis may not be on Theresa May's speed dial, I am reminded of the lyrics of the Feelings popular song, I love it when you call, but you never call at all. In Wales, the Welsh Labour Government's deep commitment in this field can be evidenced by the recent Diamond Review. The Welsh Government has put in place the most generous student support package anywhere in the UK, with a new emphasis on enhanced support for part-time students. We recognise the need and the investment. Wales is leading the way in fundamentally shifting higher education finance towards a progressive, stable and sustainable system which will support students when they need it most and enables our universities to compete internationally. One of the most important things Welsh Labour has done in government, in my view, is to make sure the deep cuts being handed down by the Tory UK government do not curtail the life chances of our young people. Welsh students in higher education have been protected from the crippling debts experienced by university students across the UK. The current level of debt for students from Wales is around £20,000 less than counterparts in England. In their motion, the Welsh Tories call for an all-age education and careers advisory service, and they seem to have forgotten rather about Careers Wales. A wholly owned subsidiary of the Welsh Government, Careers Wales provides an all-age, independent and bilingual careers information advice and guidance service across Wales. It is right that postgraduate part-time studies will now, unlike England, be funded here in Wales, and I am grateful. Yes.
Careers Wales, of course, what we've seen, and I've had a lot of correspondence around this in North Wales, is a halving in the staffing levels there. We've seen numbers drop back in 2010. Career Service used to see every pupil in years 10 and 11. Now it's around a quarter of pupils in year 11 only. Is that acceptable?
It is right that we invest in correct careers advice across Wales, and I'm glad that we are moving in that correct direction. So I am grateful for the Welsh Government amendment that recognises fully the vital importance of adult learning and supporting skills development at all ages. And equally, as an adult learner myself, to conclude, I would not be standing here today in the National Assembly for Wales if it was not for the comprehensive opportunities and support that I was given long after my compulsory education was over. And I know that this government values not just the rhetoric, but in policy delivery, the outcomes for the people of all ages across Wales. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Burns.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I am going to be but a pale imitation, I think, of the last contributor who gave it her usual amount of great gusto. I am very pleased to participate in this debate because I think one of the mistakes that we sometimes think or make is we think education is linear. Children are born, they go to primary school, they skip along to secondary school, they go to FE, HE and pop out the other end and get some kind of job, and then through their job they can do any number of skills. But we've got to face facts. An awful lot of children hate school. An awful lot of children have a really miserable time at school. They get bullied, they don't fit in, they have a huge amount of other pressures, particularly in secondary school when hormones are wreaking havoc. They may have families that don't provide them with support. They may be constantly told that they're stupid or useful or useless or in the way, and they simply don't perform well. We also have to face facts that about a quarter of our school children in Wales have some kind of additional learning need, which can range from some kind of, perhaps a small amount of dyslexia all the way through to significant and profound social or anger management or mental capacity requirement. So our children come in all sorts of shapes and sizes, and they all need to find their way in the world through different routes. They simply cannot all follow the same route. And I've met a couple of my constituents who have really inspired me with their life stories. One was a young girl who had her first child at 14, the second one at 16. And in her very early 20s, she realised she did not want her boys to have the kind of life that she was going through. And so she went back to school. She didn't have anything. And she went back to part-time and she got her GCSEs. And then she struggled on after a while, and she did A-levels. Then she did I can't remember the exact name of the course, but it was some kind of foundation course from the Open University, and she's now training to be a nurse. And I have utter respect for that woman's life path. A young man came to me, honestly, he was about 18 or 19, he could barely string a word together. He'd left school at 14, and all he ever wanted to do was drive a digger. And he had actually earned enough money to go out and buy a digger when he was about 19, and he had all the requisite, whatever, licenses you need. But his frustration was he wanted to try and grow it and make it into a business. And we gave him a little bit of help, pointed him in a couple of grants and things like that, and he went off and got a number of courses under his belt, and this must have been in about 2009-10. And he is now got business training, he's got a second digger, and he's starting to employ people. And again, you know, he wouldn't have done that. He couldn't do that going through the standard route that so many other people follow. And the reason why he was able to do that was he was able to access part-time education. He was able to go out and carry on doing his job, earning some money, and he went to night school, he went to Pembrokeshire College, and then he just went on from there. And I think that when we look at adult education, we really need to look at it in a very holistic way and accept that an awful lot of people will not follow the standard routes. So that was the first bit of this motion I really wanted to talk about, supporting progression for people across the spectrum. The second element of the motion that I wanted to pick up was around the issue of making older people feel valuable and part of our communities, and ensuring that loneliness and isolation, which we talk about again and again and again in this chamber, is one of the great public health ills that's slowly beginning to be visited on more and more people, we start to combat. And how do we keep people engaged? I've mentioned older people, but of course loneliness and isolation can hit you at any age, at any of the transition points in your life. You lose a job, you get a divorce, you are bereaved, something cataclysmic happens, and you really struggle. And the great thing again about being able to go into a part-time course, even if it's on something that is just a passion and not about learning a skill in order to go out and earn money, is you're building emotional resilience, you're building confidence and belief in yourself, and you're making friends. And that's really important because most people need to be able to make friends. And we live very insular lives these days. Some people are incredibly lonely. Never in our society has it been so true to say that we have so many people who are totally lonely in the vast crowd that is the population on our planet. And I think that adult education and community education and allowing people or enabling people to be able to follow something and feel part of the great jigsaw that is the big life is really, really vital. Not everyone will want to do it, not everyone will want to follow this path, but there will be some who are just crying out to have that level of engagement. And if we close these doors, if we take the money away from this kind of, if you like, slightly softer form of education and just concentrate it on the hard stuff, we are disadvantaging, well, at least a quarter of our children, but an awful lot of adults who simply can't join in the way an awful lot of people who sit in this chamber have gone through education.
Yeah. Thank you. And I call the Minister for Skills and Science, Julie James.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I begin my contribution today by thanking both the Welsh Conservatives for bringing this very important debate forward and all the people who have spoken. I think it's been clear from the debate that actually we broadly agree that the principles, which are that lifelong learning is extremely important to people from all backgrounds and all ages, that access to part-time education at all levels, because Angela has spoken very movingly, for example, of some of the examples in her constituency. Darren referenced the Inspire Awards, gives me the chance to say that I was there to present the overall Learner Award, and I think it would be remiss of me. So that's the third time I've presented those awards. I've genuinely been moved to tears on all three occasions. But what the best thing of all about those awards has been watching what the overall winners have done afterwards. So this time, the overall winner from the first time that I presented it was there, and she's gone from a nervous wreck to a confident and self-assured woman, perfectly happy to speak on the stage and present the award to this year's winner. This year's winner was a nervous wreck, but was able to see that in a couple of years' time, she'll clearly be the self-assured person that the first year that I attended's winner was. So I think there's no doubt at all, and Heaven and Rhiannon also spoke passionately about the transformational effect that this sort of education can have, although I have to say I want to have a little word with Heaven about the people he chooses to transform. But that's another point. So I think we agree that it's vital to provide people of all backgrounds and from all communities in Wales with the flexible opportunities they need to improve their skills and strengthen their employment prospects. And that's exactly, of course, why we are encouraging part-time study through the funding we provide to the Higher Education Funding Council for Wales to subsidise the cost of fees. The impact of this funding can be evidenced through the considerably lower fee for part-time courses in Wales when compared to England, for example. And we were very pleased as a government that in this challenging financial climate, HEFCO has been able to maintain the level of its support for part-time provision. We've also been very clear, though, that we need to prepare for a more sustainable future in this regard, and you've all been kind enough to indicate that there's broad support for the Diamond Review across this chamber, and I think that speaks volumes for buy-in in Wales for education as a lifelong pursuit. So we're looking to build a sustainable, progressive funding model for student support, and in doing so, we want to make sure that we are bringing help to those who most need it. And we also want to ensure that we enable our universities to compete internationally whilst allowing our students access to that. And that's why we commissioned the Diamond Review in the first place, and it's why we've given a great deal of thought to the practical implications of implementing the recommendations. I'm sure you all know that the consultation concluded in February gave all those with an interest in student support an opportunity to comment on the proposals, which were influenced by the outcomes of the review panel. And the Welsh Government will be publishing a report on that consultation, together with confirmation of the Higher Education Student Support Package for 2018-19, later on this year in July. As the Cabinet Secretary for Education confirmed in November, we had largely accepted the Diamond Review Panel's recommendations for enhanced package of support for students. And this, I want to emphasise, will include parity of support for part-time and postgraduate students, which I think absolutely everybody who contributed to this debate has expressed a view as being essential in this space. I just want to emphasise that when this is introduced, as Rhiannon Passmore said, rather more passionately than I'm currently managing, that this will be a unique package in the UK, of which we're incredibly proud. And I believe that that proposed system will allow the greater flexibility into our system that will encourage students from all backgrounds to get on and enter education in this sphere. People also mentioned employability. I've spoken quite often in this chamber of the need to take a cross-government approach to addressing the many barriers preventing people from entering and remaining in employment. Skills is obviously a very large part of that, but it's not the only barrier, and I think we do need to acknowledge that. So we're developing an employability delivery plan for Wales, and I'll be saying more about this in the coming weeks. I'm going to resist the temptation to pre-announce my announcement. But we'll be bringing together the information we have on existing Welsh Government-funded employability programmes to consider what needs to change to meet the employment, skills and support needs of people who are both unemployed, economically inactive. Many people in the Chamber during this debate have mentioned the problem of economic inactivity, or those in lower quality jobs who need to be upskilled. And I just want to acknowledge David's contribution here around the employer engagement for this. One of the big things I ask of people in this chamber is to always be an ambassador for encouraging firms to train. So although we understand that many firms find it difficult to find the resource, and it is the resource, as David Rees pointed out, in intervention, of releasing their people, because we're able to provide the training, but they do need to release the people. But actually persuading people of the business need to do that in terms of their own resilience and their ability to grow and their ability to continue to meet the challenges in their business environment is very important.
I mean, you will recognise, though, that some people want to train because they want to leave an employer to go elsewhere, and some people, simply from a personal enrichment point of view, will want to take up a course which has nothing to do with the employment that they're currently in. So I would just ask, what are you going to do for those people to help them with those transitions, and in particular, those who want to study part-time FE courses, not just the HE? I mean, you focused a lot on HE so far.
Yes, and I absolutely acknowledge that point. So, I mean, there are several cohorts of people that we need to be able to address here. So I was just simply making the point that for those people in work, and perhaps in a firm where they have some commitment but would like to advance in, and particularly in firms which want to grow themselves, that's a very important point. And I think the quote that was given about, what happens if I train them and they leave? Well, more importantly, what happens if you don't train them and they stay, is a message we do need to get out to a lot of Welsh firms. We've got around 40% of firms that don't train at the moment. But I do take the point that Darren Miller makes about what happens to people who just want to enhance their own particular personal ambitions, if you like, and that's why those Inspire Awards are often so important, actually. And so this employability plan will take into account the needs of people who do want to progress their career, perhaps not with the employer they're currently in, but elsewhere. And one of the issues we'll have to do is to make sure that the Career Service and all of the other partners that we have, because this will be a cross-society partnership to make this work, actually signpost people to the right things. So that if you pitch up in the wrong place, that those people can signpost you back into the right place. And all of us as AMs will have had the experience of people trying to find that way. And I hope that you'll see when we announce the employability plan that what we're looking for is a simple and more obvious route to the right support for people, depending on what they want out of their what their particular personal ambition is. And I'll be soon making a statement outlining that approach to employability. Many people have mentioned Careers Wales, and Careers Wales actually engaged extensively last year with stakeholders to identify a forward vision for service delivery and development, which they called Changing Lives. And we've listened very carefully to the results of that engagement, and our remit to the company will now be taking that vision forward. Our National Career Service helps clients to develop the skills needed to manage their careers and make decisions in a complex and changing world. But we acknowledge that we want to see all young people move smoothly and successfully through that into employment, and for adults to be inspired to take control of their careers. So that plan from Careers Wales has a different focus on how they will achieve that, using the resources that are available to them. And I think they've embraced that well, actually. I think Claire, you made a good point about some of the things that have happened with Careers Wales, but they've risen to the challenge of refocusing what they need to do. And we will have to take advantage of digital and other ways of delivering that, rather than always a face-to-face meeting, Skype and so on. There's lots of digital things. I don't have the time, Deputy Presiding Officer, to indulge in that. So finally, I just want to say, for those who have raised the importance of adult learning in general, that there's no doubt that as a Welsh Government, we recognise the important contribution that adult learning makes to the skills, employability, health and well-being of our citizens. And that's why we remain completely committed to adult learning. We will shortly be publishing a revised adult learning policy for Wales, which sets out our priorities for this provision over the next few years and reaffirms our commitment to providing opportunities for all learners throughout life. So can I end by thanking members for letting me hear their valuable contributions, for letting me contribute to this important debate today, and to say that I think that actually we are largely in agreement with some nuances which can be discussed as the coming months occur. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. And I call on Nick Ramsey to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I thank everyone who has contributed to today's debate and thank the Minister for her comments. A debate that, as Russ George said, is about breaking the circle. And as Darren Miller said, our resident student, said in opening this debate, this is about social mobility. Many people want to pursue education at a later stage in their life, and there can be challenges for them doing that. So we need to make a transition from work to education as smooth as possible, particularly for adults who are finding it difficult to enrol in part-time education, and we need to see equity. Turning to some of the contributions, and as Clea Griffith said, we need to change the culture. It's not just a question of money. It's about a different way of doing things. And in fact, Mohammed Asker said it's about new ways of working as well, and teaching the world, not just being taught by the world. Heathen, you made a very good point, going back to your experience teaching yourself, and you said that you spoke about how you combat plagiarism. When you were teaching students. It took me back to many years ago when I was first elected to this place, and the now Minister for Welsh Language, we were in a committee meeting, he probably doesn't want to remember this, and he picked up a committee report, Angela was there, and he threw it at an Assembly member, I will not mention him by name, and accused him of massive plagiarism because it was all the bulk of what you'd written, Alan, but its name had changed at the end, wasn't it? Yes. Those were the days, weren't they? We learnt today that Russ George is 17 years off 60. It's not his birthday, it's just he's 17 years off 60, which you told us is these days not an old age. I could hear David Ellis Thomas heave a huge sigh of relief when you made that comment, but I believe that he's this side, our side of 60, Darren, and not the other. But you did make the comment about breaking the cycle, and that's what this is about. That's what this motion is about. That's why we've laid it today. And you said it's a chicken and egg situation. It's important for industry to go into schools and be welcomed into schools, so that young people can learn at an early age what their interests are, so that they can then focus on those. Rhiannon Passmore, you didn't disappoint. You didn't disappoint, did you? Sadly, you seem to be more interested in Andrew R.T. Davies's address book than higher education. I'm sure you can exchange numbers later if you so wish. No, that was just a joke, by the way. There's nothing there. You know, it's funny, you spoke a lot about Theresa May and the UK government. It's not that long since the members opposite would do everything they could do to avoid talking about party leaders, wasn't it? Do you remember that, just before the election? Apart from Mike Hedges. But I even remember one debate where poor old Ken Skates was wheeled into a debate to defend Jeremy Corbyn. The look on his face said it all at that point. I mean, goodness me, I'm probably closer to Jeremy Corbyn than Ken Skates is. And that was those were the days. But how things have moved on now, and they want to talk about leadership now, don't they? So that is a welcome change. Can I thank the Minister for her comments? You pretty much said you summed up the views of the Chamber very well, I thought. We all want to get to the same place. We want to ensure that there is a smooth transition from work to education, back again at different stages in people's lives when they need that. We may have our disagreements, but I think that is at the core of all our thinking as AMs. That's what this motion is hoping to achieve, and I urge members to support it.
Thank you very much. The proposal is to agree the motion without amendment. Does any member object? Therefore, we'll defer voting until voting time. Unless 3 members wish for the bell to be rung, I'm going to proceed directly to the vote. The call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Paul Davis. If the proposal is not agreed, we vote on the amendments tabled to that motion. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 18, no abstentions, 34 against. Therefore, the motion is not agreed. And I now call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Jane Hutt. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 28, no abstentions, 24 against. Therefore, Amendment 1 is agreed. Now call for a vote on Amendment 2, tabled in the name of Rhys Apiorweth. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the Amendment 51, no abstentions, 1 against. Therefore, Amendment 2 is agreed. And I now call for a vote on the motion as amended. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 52, no abstentions, no against. Therefore, the motion as amended is agreed. We now move on to the short debates. If members are going to leave the chamber, please do so quickly and quietly. So we now move to the short debate and the call on Claire Griffiths to speak on the topic he's chosen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And could I thank you for the opportunity to have this short debate this afternoon. And I want to start my contribution by trying something that will underline the point that I want to make, and make that much more effectively than I can, perhaps, in a speech. And I don't doubt that this will be perhaps the first time in any parliament in the world that Siri will contribute to the discussion and will be quoted in the record of proceedings, perhaps afterwards. So we'll try this now.
Hey Siri, beth...
Hey Siri, what is the National Assembly for Wales?
I couldn't find Silk. Appreciate. Can you telephone company and your music?
Wel, mae'n amlwg...
Well, evidently Siri hasn't quite understood what I asked. I'll try another one. Hey Siri, who is the First Minister of Wales?
Sorry, I can't search that.
No,
I can
wel,
search
na fe, okay.
Well, we'll try once again. Hey Siri, do you understand Welsh?
I rather enjoy what I'm doing right now.
Oh. Well, mae'n...
Well, evidently from that answer that no is the answer in truth, and that is a regret, of course, and a disappointment, because the future is digital, and devices like Apple Siri, which recognise speech and answer questions, are becoming more common in our everyday lives. But as you can see, there is a risk that a digital future is a future without Welsh if we don't show leadership and meet this challenge. And this is the essence of my debate, that the Welsh language must be at the vanguard of technology, and that this is going to demand vision, and it's going to call for action. And it's not excessive, to, in my opinion, to compare the current situation today, and I see this as an opportunity as well as risks, and compare that with a historical event that happened more than 400 years ago. In 1588, a decision was made to translate the Bible for political reasons as much as any others, in order to try and assimilate Wales, which was fairly monolingual at the time, into the new developing state. But whatever the incentives were, in ensuring that the Bible was available in Welsh, Welsh received a huge boost as a modern language in a rapidly changing world. There is no need to emphasise how much more quickly the world is turning now, with new media developing and the world of apps and technological developments astonishing and enchanting us on a daily basis. Therefore, the period before us offers the same challenges in terms of changes in technology, the internet and social media. And digital media is becoming a more central part of our lives, and we are starting to see a new generation of voice-controlled equipment. This is a very different challenge, I would argue, to the recent development of e-books, for example, and the internet. That was something written that allowed Welsh to develop naturally, and Welsh, as it has across the ages, has proven to be a remarkably flexible language. Voice-controlled technology, however, is very, very different. Some people predict that this is the beginning of the end for minority languages like Welsh, which will suffer digital extinction as English crowds them out. It is only English and some other major languages that Apple Siri, Amazon Alexa, Microsoft Cortana and Google Home understand. So if you have one of these devices, you will speak more and more English at home as you use them. I'm aware of Welsh households now where children now always speak English with these devices at home. And there is a risk, of course, that it changes the language of the home, and that'll be a matter of some concern to some parents, I know. But what kind of message will that send out to those young people in terms of the language of technologies and the language of the future and the perception that they have of the irrelevance of Welsh in the future? There is a new opportunity, however, for the Welsh language. There is no need for technology to be the enemy. Technology, like the written word and the printed word before that, can bolster the language, give it new platforms on which to flourish, and can provide useful tools to help people use it. The success of the Say Something in Welsh online learning course is a cause for celebration. The challenge is also an opportunity to provide a boost for the IT and creative industry sectors in Wales, and to use our bilingual expertise to gain fresh markets and to create new goods and services with innovative software. I know of companies in Wales that have developed software that can operate bilingually, that has won contracts across the world, because those countries are looking for software that can operate in more than one language. We're all now familiar with the use of digital dictionaries and mobile phones, and Geiriadur Academy and Geiriadur Prifysgol Cymru have been digitised, of course, and the Dictionaries app from Bangor University has been downloaded more than 90,000 times and is used by Welsh speakers and learners alike. And we should take pride in the innovative work that Bangor University is doing in this field. The Language Technologies Unit at Canolfan Bedwyr in Bangor has run with the idea and is challenging the monopoly of the major languages regarding the technology of the future. It is also a challenge for the notion that tech giants can ignore minor languages and can try to force us to use one of the few major imperial languages that they choose. And in truth, the minor languages cumulatively are much bigger than some of the major languages, and technological collaboration that is innovative and flexible could give us a lead on others instead of us having to play catch-up all the time. Text-to-voice technology has already been used in Welsh, with work having been done by the RNIB for people who are visually impaired, for example. In addition, of course, the other side of the technology, namely the ability to speak Welsh to the computer, is already being developed, as we see with the Maxen prototype, a digital personal assistant similar to Alexa and Siri in Welsh. And Bangor University is behind this as well, of course. And if I have one specific plea to the Welsh Government, I'd like to encourage the Government to extend the valuable investment in the vital work on language technology there. In the past, economic development funds have been used to develop Welsh language technology, and European funds were used to develop speech and translation technology. And at present, there are two significant projects to transfer information to industry happening at Bangor University, where the majority of research and development has happened so far. Small technology and Welsh grants from the Welsh Government have also been of assistance in the field, including the current grant to create Maxen, the first Welsh digital assistant that I mentioned a moment ago. New opportunities are emerging now to use big data for minority languages such as Welsh. That's why it's so important that the Welsh Government and other public bodies in our nation ensure that all their data are open so as to assist research and development in our universities and in the private sector. It's time for us now to look at a long-term strategy in this area and to invest properly in the technologies that are going to ensure that Welsh has fair play in the world of digital media. Done properly, research and development in the field of language technology could, yes, promote the Welsh language, but could also regenerate the economy. At present, there are 1.5 million jobs in the digital sector in Britain, and the sector is going to grow exponentially in the coming years. And by 2020, it is estimated that there will be 100,000 new coding jobs in Britain. 2.5 years away. And the global market is multilingual, of course, and there's a great demand for software and devices that understand languages other than English. And that is something that is growing consistently, and Wales can capitalise on the fact that it is a bilingual nation to create a prosperous digital sector of its own that specialises in language technologies. And this would be a win-win situation for us, a win for the Welsh language and a win for the Welsh economy. And as we face the loss of European funding, it is more important still that investment from Westminster and the Welsh Government fills that gap. And I welcome, of course, the investment of 1.3 million in coding clubs in Wales. That was announced by the Cabinet Secretary on Education recently, particularly given that one of the priorities that was mentioned there was the increase of Welsh language provision. And it's important for us to train the next generation to be ready to capitalise on bilingual and multilingual technological opportunities. But we need sustainable and significant investment from the British Research Councils and the Welsh Government instead of these small fragmented grants seen at present. And this is an opportunity for us to bolster the infrastructure for technology and the Welsh language with a long-term vision for Welsh and the economy in Wales. The government's draft strategy to create 1 million Welsh speakers by 2050 is a challenge that we can achieve, but we need to accept that it is not just through the Welsh medium of education alone that we will achieve that aim. Technology, and language technology in particular, is vital to realising this ambition. The world of technology by 2050 is almost impossible to envisage here today. My own children will be adults by then, immersed, I'm sure, in the new digital world. And the future generations to come need to know that all the benefits of this brave new world are going to be available to them in Welsh, and that's the challenge. And in accepting the challenge and responding to it with enterprise and innovation, we could be a more confident nation in facing the digital future before us. And maybe in 400 years' time, historians will look back at our success in responding to this challenge in the same way as was done back then, and that we recognise and appreciate the vision and the political enterprise that showed today and not just back in 1588. Thank you very much.
I call on the Minister for Lifelong Learning and the Welsh Language to reply to the debate. Alan Davies. Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to reply to this debate, and I'm very pleased that the member for North Wales has chosen this particular issue for his short debate. I do think that when we discuss the promotion of the Welsh language, there isn't enough discussion of this particular issue, and I am pleased that you've chosen to highlight it this afternoon. I look forward to officials in the Senedd translating what Siri had to say earlier on. I'll make a point of looking at the record of proceedings in the morning. Now, Llŷr and I have discussed these issues in the Chamber on a number of occasions, and I know that Llŷr is very fond of words like challenge and risk. I prefer the second word that he used, which is opportunity, because I do think we have to look at the changes that you have outlined and described very well this afternoon as an opportunity for the Welsh language. Too often when we discuss the language, we are thinking of it in negative terms and using words and statements which are negative. I want to look at the positives, and I want to be extremely positive about how we can ensure that the Welsh language is part of this new world and also works as a means of innovating for the future too. I think that each and every one of us has an opportunity to contribute to that, but clearly I do recognise that the government has a responsibility and a role in leading in this area too, and I very much hope that people will see that the government here has been leading in terms of our thinking and in terms of our actions, and I think that both of those things are important. And, Deputy Presiding Officer, one of the reasons that we had agreed on the aim and objective of creating 1 million Welsh speakers was because of a decision that things had to change. We could have continued to manage the situation, language policy, as we have done over the past 20 years, managing the way that we develop policies on the Welsh language and bilingualism, standards and so on and so forth. But I think that there is agreement across the chamber that things have to change, and that means we have to work differently. And if you look at the way in which we consider the Welsh language, technology and the digital world is a clear focus for the kinds of change that we have to see and the kind of change that each and every one of us has to lead on. I very much hope, and I know, the kind of world that our children will be living in. It'll be very different to the world in which I grew up. Not just in Tredegar, but everywhere else. When I started work, there were typewriters in the office, and I still recall persuading colleagues to use not just electric typewriters, and when the first computers came to the office, there was a particular office space allocated to it with opportunities for us to visit that computer on a daily basis. And when I explain this to my children, they look at me in the way that I looked at my grandfather many years ago. So the world is changing, and there will be continuous change, and I am particularly pleased that we recognise this and that we can make an effort now to promote the Welsh language in this new world. I know that there is so much content, apps and software and so on available online, and it's far too easy on occasion for the Welsh language to be invisible in competing for attention with other languages, particularly the English language, and we have to recognise that. When I see my children doing their homework, they are looking online, and the internet is available mainly in the English language, and we need to ensure a presence for the Welsh language. The technological market is a global market. In making business cases, major companies favour those languages with many, many speakers in prioritising which languages they support. We all know that, and this means that it's difficult for the Welsh language to compete for attention on occasion. I don't think there's any disagreement. No one would have been able to envisage Apple Echo or Apple Siri and Google Home, and I'm reading these names and I don't quite understand always what they are. And when I was elected to this place 10 years ago, if someone had told me that Siri would make an appearance in this chamber today, I wouldn't have understood what they were talking about. And at the moment, it's available in only 2 languages, English and German. That's Amazon Echo. Siri apparently can deal with some 20 languages, but Welsh isn't one of them as of yet, as we've seen this afternoon. Now they're available today, and Welsh-speaking families are living with Amazon Echo in their homes, and we must ensure that when we see these new technologies that they are able to work through the medium of Welsh and understand Welsh, because that's how we can ensure that the Welsh language can remain the language of the home where families do use the language on a daily basis. But we also know that there are 65% of the people who are world speaking more than one language, many being multilingual. As a bilingual nation, we have an opportunity, and we must ensure that we can use this to our economic benefit in Wales. Not just a cultural linguistic benefit for Wales, but also an economic benefit. How can we ensure that tech industries for the future do benefit from our experience of being a bilingual nation here in Wales? We must ensure that we develop digital resources which are bilingual, available in English and in Welsh, and can do the same with other languages too. And once we have learned how to use 2 languages, English and Welsh, then I'm sure that there are opportunities to roll that out for other languages and to show that there are different ways of making economic advances from this starting position. And I know and hope that we can develop an economic case for investing in a large-scale language infrastructure, support for Welsh medium, and the ability to communicate with machines. Whilst we type into forms today, we will be speaking to our devices more and more in the future. Now, voice to text and artificial intelligence, that was a test for me, through the medium of Welsh, is going to be crucially important for the future, and this government understands that challenge. But we also understand that the Welsh Government doesn't have all of the answers, and the Government has to work with the organisations that you've mentioned, Canolfan Bedwyr in Bangor. I spoke at a conference in Bangor some months ago, and I do appreciate the kind of skill that we have, not just in Bangor, but throughout Wales. And when I had an opportunity in Edinburgh to speak to experts there, I learned that they need that kind of expertise too, so we can create alternative networks and ensure that the skills and the expertise that we have is something that we can roll out and work with others, not just here in Wales, but across the UK and across the world. The experience of the National Assembly of using Microsoft Translator to translate the record of proceedings from one language to another does demonstrate the potential of machine translation for the future. How can we build on that good practice? There is an opportunity for world languages to collaborate, Welsh, Basque, Catalan, Irish and so on, in order to share resources. And I will be visiting the Basque Country in a few weeks' time to learn how they are operating through the two languages that they use and what we can learn from the government of the Basque Country to ensure that we can collaborate in order to ensure that we add to the resources available to create some critical mass of skills and experience. We need to look at how technology brings communities together and take the Welsh language to new audiences and to create interest from Microsoft through the medium of Welsh to a global world of learning. It's an opportunity for us, an opportunity we've never had in the past. Technology allows people to learn Welsh in different ways. For example, the Centre for Welsh Learning has been working very closely with Duolingo. There is an app that many language learners use, and over 500,000 people have registered to use the Welsh language Duolingo, and I had an opportunity to experience that during the Urdd experience a few weeks ago. But this isn't the only online service. Say Something in Welsh also provides a similar service for learners and has done for many years. So there is an opportunity to enhance the Welsh language and deepen the experience of using the Welsh language and securing a place for the Welsh language in the future. And I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer, to everyone who's been involved in this work with the funding that we have been able to provide in the past few years. Some developments have already taken place, but we can't compete necessarily with some of the multinationals in terms of the scale of investment, so we have to find different ways of investing for the future. And in developing new technologies, how do we prioritise? Well, I think that we have a role as a government in investing, and I am determined to spend time, money and energy in the best way possible, and that's why I have created a group of specialists, the Board of Welsh Technology, those with experience in the field, in order so that they can provide me with advice to move things forward. And we had an excellent meeting at the National Library in Aberystwyth last week, and I was particularly pleased to see the kind of skills that we have in order to ensure that we have an opportunity to invest our intellect and our creativity in this project for the future. And I know that many people are doing important work already, and it's important that we continue to invest. And the challenge for me is to ensure that all of these efforts are brought together and bear fruit. And as Minister, I am more than happy to use the influence of government to ensure that we bring pressure to bear on the large technology companies to make use of the Welsh language, and we will do that too. The digital sphere is an opportunity to think differently and to innovate. We must create a firm digital infrastructure, and there's a centrally important role in creating a stronghold for the Welsh language in the future. And Deputy Presiding Officer, I am convinced that if we do collaborate, we work with government and members in all parts of this Senedd and work with national institutions and organisations, we have an opportunity to secure the place of the Welsh language in future and a leading role for the Welsh language in future too. Thank you. Thank you. That brings today's proceedings to a close.